Another delivery. He's got the outside edge. He's gone. Ben Stokes 2 in the over. That's his fifer as well. Oh, that's a terrific delivery. It took off.
Crawley cuts away, and he's got it to the boundary. Behind point for 4, and a thump of the gloves with Ben Duckett. It's Crawley's second 50 of this series. That Crawley, a welcome 50.
Welcome to the third day of the fourth Rothesay Test match between England and India at Old Trafford. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is World Cup winner Alex Hartley, Sir Alistair Cook, who needs no introduction, and Prakash Wakankar, as we look ahead to what could be the defining day of this series. It's a beautiful day, actually. It's lovely, it's blue-skied, barely any wind at all. It's absolutely gorgeous. It feels like a batting day, and as you've just been listening to, England 225 for 2. They're only 133 runs behind. They've got Ollie Pope, they've got Joe Root, and they've got a very, very long batting lineup. Could today be the day that they finally break India's very stiff resolve? But first of all, let's find out if it is going to be a batting day. Let's head straight to the weather with Simon King.
Hello, Dan. Good morning. Yeah, certainly through this morning, lots of sunshine. It's going to stay fine and dry. There's going to be a bit more cloud building up into the afternoon, but it's just going to be that fair weather cumulus cloud that builds. So there'll still be some decent sunny spells even through this afternoon. And it's going to feel pleasantly warm as well. Temperatures 23, maybe 24 degrees Celsius later on this afternoon. And the winds will stay pretty gentle as well. It's over the weekend where the forecast turns perhaps just a little bit more sketchy. The cloud will build further, and there is a chance of some showers both on Saturday and Sunday, so certainly more cloud around both those days, with that threat of a shower. Now, of course, showers always hit and miss, so maybe completely lucky and not see those at all, but just putting it out there that over the weekend we could catch a shower or two, but temperatures still around about the low 20s.
Oh, right. OK, so it sounds to me, Simon, as if we should be able to get most of the overs in, you reckon, between now and the end of Sunday?
100%. Yeah, I mean, if any showers do come through, they won't last all that long, I suspect, and they'll move through as well. So, yeah, we're not looking at any kind of prolonged areas of rain to kind of disrupt things too much at all.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that's a very, very strong prognosis, especially for Manchester, because the last time we were here for Manchester, a really important game, the Ashes in 2023, we had basically a day and a half wiped out. It doesn't look like it's going to be that. Prakash Wakankar is alongside me, and he looks rather stern at that prospect because, let's be honest, this is a day which India have to turn up in, don't they? Because England have put themselves in a very strong position. India's batting didn't quite reach the heights they might have hoped for yesterday, despite Rishabh Pant's heroics. And with a deficit of just 133 and a long batting lineup, India somehow have got to work a way through that batting lineup.
Oh, they absolutely have to. And I think anything over 70, 80, 100 runs, that's it. That's game done as far as I'm concerned. I can't see India finding a way back unless the ball starts turning. We saw a couple turn yesterday from Jadeja, and maybe that's the only way I see India really making any early breakthroughs. And they'll need to do that. And remember, as you said, Archer at 11, that's a heck of a batting lineup. So England will look to score quickly, as they always do, and then probably stick India in towards the end of the day if they've got the runs they want.
Alistair Cook alongside me. You've had a look at the pitch. You said it looked quite hard. Give me a bit more info on that.
Well, it is hard. It's very hard. It's been hard here for a long time. I suppose it is a little bit more disturbance in the surface on the rough than I expected, because I was looking from our commentary box, you can barely see, the bowler's foot marks. You can't barely see them, but there is some disturbance. So there is a possibility that another couple of days that they will turn. But for England, it's one of those days where it feels perfect. They can't be complacent because there's no given in any sport, in any situation. And sometimes the opposition, where you think, well, of course it's sunny when we're bowling, here we go again. That sometimes can spur them on. India have to come out firing. They need something from one of their seamers, because if England do bat to lunch unscathed, they will push on and they will get a lead which India won't be able to bounce back for. But in all series, not one side has managed to grab the initiative well enough. Is this the day that England can?
Alex Harley's alongside me. This is your home ground. You have your own light pylon. You're a left-arm spinner. I don't know, but it feels to me that Jadeja is going to be key for India today, a left-arm spinner. What conditions can he hope to get?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of balls spin yesterday. I think here at Old Trafford, it's a strange one because you actually, as a bowler, I always prefer to get hit square, but I played a lot of white ball cricket and not Test match cricket, so he's probably going to have those in-out fields to the England batters because they are going to come out, they are going to be aggressive, but he's just got to hold his line, hold his length. The pitch will talk a little bit and it might break up a little bit more the more we go on throughout the day, especially if, well, the clouds started coming over now actually, hasn't it, ever so slightly, but the sun beating down on the surface. I think we'll see him turn the ball, but it's one of those where he's got to bowl well, and I think we've seen passages of play throughout this Test match where he hasn't bowled well enough in English conditions, and he's better than that, and he has to be better than that.
Well, they do have another spinner as well, of course, in Washington Sundar, who made a big impact at Lord's, and you kind of feel, don't you, Prakash, that it's going to be those two in tandem, because the ball is 45 overs old. We've talked a lot about this ball, how it's pretty ineffective, and that's why England find themselves in such a powerful position. With 35 overs to go to a new ball, they bat aggressively. It's got to be something like Washington and Jadeja, hasn't it, alongside Bumrah to make that difference?
Well, it'll have to be. I mean, I was a little surprised that we didn't see a single over from Washi yesterday. I thought we might have got a couple of in at least just to see when Duckett and Crawley were going that well. But, Shubman Gill's captaincy, as we've talked all along, he's a new captain, yes, and Alistair and Michael Vaughan both have talked about the fact that you learn, it takes time. But he's looked like a little bit like a pre-planned PPT skipper who's come out and said, okay, this is how I'm going to do this. And I think he needs to get a little bit funky, a little bit creative. And the sooner he starts becoming his own man, as it were, I think we'll start seeing better results, one hopes.
Well, you've touched on something there I wanted to talk to you about, Alistair, which is that the two main bowlers in this series have been Jasprit Bumrah, obviously, for India because of his extraordinary quality, but quite surprisingly for England, Ben Stokes. But the difference between the two has been that Jasprit Bumrah bowls 5 over spells. England know that. And after his first spell in the first test, thereafter, Andy Zaltzman tells me, he's not really been that effective in his first spells because England know they've got 5 overs basically to bat out. For India, as we saw yesterday, you just can't shake Ben Stokes. He just keeps on bowling.
Absolutely, and that's down to Ben's physical fitness. I still feel the message we got from India at the beginning of the series saying Bumrah's only bowling in 3 games, he's only doing this. They kind of limited it straight away. So even if they wanted to do it, they'd say, oh, we've got to protect him for the longevity of Indian cricket. Well, sometimes you've got to look at the here and now. And the here and now is that India have lost New Zealand against New Zealand at home. They lost to Australia away, and now they're playing England here, which is tough 3 tours with the transition period of Kohli and Rohit and everyone leaving. But you need people to step up to the here and now, and I think they might have hindered themselves. So if the fact he's not going to play at the Oval, apparently, then, so he has to go all in here and now, and there's no better moment this morning. So maybe he has to bowl more than the 5 over spell. Maybe he has to, push the boundaries. But they're so careful with him because, again, he's a commodity, not just for Test cricket for India. The IPL, there's bigger things at play. But if I was Gautam Gambhir, the Indian coach, when you know what it's like when you're an Indian coach and you're not winning games of cricket. That public demands success. 1.6 billion people, however many it is, demanding that their Test team should be winning every game of cricket, and you're not, and you've been saying, well, our best bowler can only bowl certain spells. Do you know what? I might rip that up today.
Alex, do you feel the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if India, they've got to win this Test match to keep the series alive, and we've still got so long in this match. The situation that we're in, it's probably not going to be a draw. So India, they've got to win this Test match and going into the Oval. So therefore, Bumrah has to bowl more. He's their biggest threat. He has always been their biggest threat. He will be their biggest threat. But as you say, if he's only bowling 5 over spells, England know what's coming. Mix it up a little bit. I think the problem is that India, with their bowling lineup, and especially with Bumrah, they've been far too predictable.
Well, one of the people who has managed to, I guess, blunt Jasprit Bumrah was Ben Duckett. And Ben Duckett was talking to Henry Moran in a quite fascinating interview yesterday.
Well, Ben, match situation, blue skies overhead. It feels a day where England could really take a big stride forward.
Yeah, big day in the series. Yesterday couldn't have gone much better for us. And the position we're in, it's really, I see it about winning this morning's session. I think if we're if we limit the damage this morning, and we're closer to their total, I think we can get ourselves in a position where we can try and get a really good lead. Jadeja's already spinning it from that far end, so hopefully with all their left-handers, I think Liam Dawson's going to come into the game for us a lot more than the first innings. It really comes down to starting again and winning this morning's session.
Talk to me about this opening partnership, because you and Zach are a phenomenal duo for England. How's it developed quite so well?
I mean, it's all the obvious things that people have spoken about over the years, the height difference, the different areas that we hit in. I think the thing I'm most pleased about is, I think we've put on 3 big partnerships this year, and I think, me and Zach in times have got us off to really good starts, 50, 60, 70 for none, but, when we bat for 2 hours together and we can put on 150 or something, you saw yesterday it can really take the game away from the opposition and set up the foundations for this long batting lineup that we've got. But I'm just really happy, and I'm sure Zach is, that we've gone past those little starts and gone really big with our partnerships.
You know what it's like being an opener, that you're going to have dips in form, you're going to have good days, bad days, and lean patches as well. When you're not sort of necessarily finding the form you want, either of you, do you communicate and chat away from the game as well and away from match days?
Yeah, I think we're getting there. We get on really well, and I think Zach's pretty good at getting away from the game and not trying to think too much. But yeah, we had a really nice moment actually at Edgbaston. We both got out at the end of the day. We'd both had, pretty average games, and I just said to him, look mate, let's just, head down and have a drink and have a chat and stuff. And, I think they're moments that go a lot further than partnerships yesterday. I think the bonds you grow together, and we both could have gone and sat in our rooms that night and felt miserable, and but I think doing things off the field are just as important as out in the middle.
So what are you chatting about when you go for that drink?
To be honest, not a lot. We did. Ruti was there as well, which is obviously great to have someone like him, but just that things will get better. That's my belief in cricket, is if I have a couple of bad games, history tells me that there's a score around the corner, and probably giving that knowledge to Zach, and I then going out there at Lords and that little, probably should have been 2 overs, but 1 over drama, things like that, I think we've just come a long way together.
You mentioned it. Anything said out there yesterday?
No, it was very friendly actually. Well, a very friendly bar, Siraj. He can't help himself at the minute, and I'm really enjoying that battle. He obviously got 1 over at me at Lords, but I think I probably just about had him covered yesterday.
What did he say?
Probably can't repeat it on this, to be honest, and probably what I said to him, but he obviously loves the battle. It's coming relentless now. It's coming every innings I face him, but I don't mind it. It gets me going, and I actually really enjoyed it yesterday. Obviously, Zach got out and was kind of in the 70s, legs were a bit tired, and it kept me going for a bit. It's good fun.
What would be sort of score that England would be looking for, sort of lead that England would be looking for, do you think?
Yeah, I don't really want to put a ceiling on it, to be honest. As I say, the most important thing is if we win these first 2 hours, we earn the right to go and do whatever we want to do this afternoon. It feels like it's an incredible day for batting. So if we have 2 or 3 big partnerships, we got Joff at number 11, Carsi at number 10. We bat all the way down, so looking at that pitch, with it being a fraction more bounce from this bottom end, and spinning more already from that top end, I think Dorse, it's going to be great to see him go about it with all their left-handers. So I just want us to bat well today and get as big a lead as we can. And then really go at them whenever that is, tonight, tomorrow.
And just finally, it feels as though there's been an adaptability to approach at times this summer, where some have had to go a little more gently. Yesterday it felt more that 5.5 runs and over. Is it fair that perhaps the gears are being found to be a little more different when required?
Yeah, definitely, and we've spoken about that a lot as a group. I think it's become common knowledge now that we want to win games now, we want to win series. That's what it's all about. And I think when you're playing one of the best teams in the world, you have to go through the gears with the ball, with the bat, We've seen different moments where we've had to rein it in, and then we've got fluent batters. When a pitch is good and sides don't necessarily bowl as well, we're going to look to hurt them. And I think yesterday was a good example of that. There was no discussion of putting them under. On another day, we might have been 150 for 2 or whatever it is. But yeah, we're just going to read the situations of the game, read the pitch, and then adapt from there.
Many thanks. Cheers, Ben.
Well, it was an extraordinary interview from Ben Duckett. He sounded very controlled, very much comfortable in his own space. Alistair Cook, you've opened the batting for England for many, many years. What did you make of that?
Well, I thought it was a very mature interview, and actually a guy who's probably now totally and utterly comfortable in his role as opening the batting for England in all 3 formats under under Brendan McCullum. He understands his responsibility to that. He understands his responsibility to his partner, Crawley. He mentioned about having a drink, and when they both had bad games, we're in this together. It's the only person as a batsman, I suppose. There's a lot made about the opening partnership because you always walk out together, but you do bat clearly with other people a lot of the time as well. But you're going through exactly the same things. You bat exactly the same time. You're in the field, and India are 7 or the opposition are 7 or 8 down. You're thinking, when are we batting tonight? Are we batting tonight? And you kind of have that look in your eyes, and you experience the new balls, the best time to bowl for the opposition fresh bowlers all the time. So you do feel a little bit of that trench warfare. But from Duckett, I'm seeing a guy who now understands all his game. Now he understands his responsibility to his team. He speaks in the media very well. 2 years ago or wherever it was when England was set 550, and he said, I wish they set us 700 because I want to go and see how it would have gone about it. The nonsense which he thought was the right thing to say is gone, because actually I think he's learned, and you're allowed to learn. Like this, the game, you don't walk out here and you're the perfect player ever. And mate, Joe Root might be close to it, but you're not. And Zach Crawley's interview last night when he said, I didn't premeditate yesterday. I just watched the ball and play, and and he was then saying, I know I shouldn't premeditate, but under the stress, the anxiety, the pressure of opening the batting for England, and people talking about him not getting runs, you don't always play in exactly the right way. And I was, again, by just being open like he was yesterday, you then suddenly reminded me that, just because you go out there, your game's not always perfect. You don't always feel in the perfect headspace, and it's finding a way. And hopefully Zach's learnt that, actually, I don't need to premeditate. I can just play the situation. Even when it gets tough, trust yourself a little bit more. So it was fascinating. And but let's just go back to that partnership they have done this year, saying 60s and 70s were okay. But actually, if we bat for 2.5 hours, they change games, and that's the reason why they're the top of the order.
Prakash, they really did change the nature of the game yesterday, didn't they? Because what we were watching in the first, what turned out to be 31.1 overs of the day, was India really struggling in very good bowling conditions for England. Archer and Stokes bowling fantastically. Then the clouds parted to a degree, but those two batted with incredible maturity. They saw off the thread of Bumrah, and that's why we're talking about how important this day is now.
Oh, absolutely. But let's face it. I mean, conditions will change from time to time. Professional athletes have to adapt. And I thought India, once they realized that the ball wasn't doing much for whatever reasons, it may be overheads or just not great bowling, the ability to then restrict. I think Alistair said it during commentary that they got to try something different. Maybe it's 7-2, maybe it's the bouncer theory, maybe it's getting the spinners on early, just something different from the sort of predicted path, as it were. And I think that's where India just let the runs flow. So you've got to think of doing something a little bit creative, a little bit out of the ordinary, which makes the batter then do something that he may not have wanted to. We didn't see that.
I'll come to you in a moment, Alex, but Alistair's got to go very shortly. The way India bowled in that first session that they had the ball, was that a little bit about, I want to get it full, we've seen it nipping about, Cambodge had a pretty tough time of it, Duckett knocking a ball through the onside time and time again. Did they just get a bit greedy or a bit hopeful? Well,
Cambodge, you had to feel a little bit for him on debut, throwing the new ball, hasn't played much cricket in a must-win test match for India. It seemed a bit of a strange selection. I think he'll be better today. A day of test cricket, once you've got your first day and you've got your first wicket out of the thing, it was a tough ask. What I saw from India is Ben Duckett scored first five boundaries were leg side clips. As a left-hander, that is dream, ball swinging in. So he didn't get it right, Cambodge. But because it's such a long game, because we're here today, they can get it right today. Like, they have to win the first hour. They have to fire in. I would like India, Siraj, Bumrah, the best two bowlers, to go hard early, quickly, and then one of them come off and then bowl the spinner. And then you have the spinner from one end, and you can take your best bowlers there and go really hard at England, because if they don't win this first hour and a half, could be a very long day for them.
Alistair, we're going to let you get away. Alex, it was a very strange day yesterday, because let's just go back to the way India batted. They were faced with some terrific bowling from Archer and Stokes, and for the most part they were pretty manful, and we were looking at this thinking 358, that could be a daunting total, but suddenly it looked tiny.
Yeah, it was strange, wasn't it? And I think Stokes bowled fantastically well and put pressure on India. And it's one of those where the scores we've seen throughout the Test series, you thought, OK, they've got a pretty decent score on the board. But India just didn't bowl well enough. They didn't take advantage of that new ball. And like Cookie just said, a left-hander being able to clip their first boundaries off their legs for their first four boundaries, it's a dream, isn't it? And I think India got it slightly wrong with the ball yesterday. And then once they were both set, once Crawley and Duckett were set, there's no stopping players like that. And I think Crawley, for me, batted so well, and he played within himself, but his strike rate, you look at his strike rate, it's still pretty decent. It's not 100, it's not what Ben Duckett does, but they complement each other so well when they fire at the top of the order. And yeah, India are really under the pump going into day 3.
Let's talk a little bit about Rishabh Pant, because yesterday was one of the most heartwarming scenes I've seen at a cricket match, actually. This entire crowd rising in awe, frankly, at the courage of Rishabh Pant. Because when we arrived at the start of the day, many pundits said, that's it, he's done, he's out for the series. I think we all thought, you can't bat with a broken foot. And in the end, it may be for nothing. I don't know, we'll see. But at the time he came out to bat, all those runs that he made alongside Washington Sundar and keeping England in the field felt precious. It was an amazing effort, wasn't it?
Well, it certainly was, and yet you have to think about it. His comeback from that horrific accident that all of us know about, and yet to then put his body on the line that way. I understand the sentiment, the dedication, why he did it, all of that. But was that a risk really worth taking for his career and for the team's career, team's future? Because, many people would argue that with that kind of an injury, we all knew he wasn't going to be able to get 100. No way. But what he was able to do, yes, he gave Washington the time that he had with him to be able to get a few runs on the board. But it's a decision that he would have taken. I think the vice captain's responsibility. He wanted to show that you go out there and you fight for your country. He did that. But I'd just like to take a minute and talk about what Alex was saying. You see, you take Ben Stokes out of that equation for a little bit yesterday, and India could have got 420, 430. He is the magic man. And I think he's done the damage, and India have to find a way of fighting back. Who will be a Ben Stokes-like figure today is the question India have to answer.
Well, I think someone's got to put their body on the line, haven't they? And Rishabh Pant has shown the way. Shoaib Bashir did, of course, at Lord's and got great plaudits for it. I wondered if there was a little bit of Rishabh looking at that and go, hang on, hold my beer. I've got a broken foot. Don't worry about a broken finger. But Jasprit Bumrah has to, hasn't he? He cannot be managed in this way. This is a series on the line, Alex, and it is on the line right now, and somebody just has to go through the barrier.
Well, do you want to protect a bowler or do you want to win a Test match? I think that's where India are at now, to be completely honest. Bumrah, for me, he has to bowl more. He has to bowl longer spells. Even if he's bowling 8 or 9 overs, look, if he's not going to play that final Test match at the Oval, which it seems to, we all know about it, he might not. He sounds like he's not going to. He's got to bowl more. He is India's biggest threat. He's an amazing bowler. He's one of the best in the world, if not the best seamer in the world. So he's got to bowl more.
Well, memories will go back to the Australia test, the final test, where Bumrah did bowl and break down. I think that's what's playing in their mind. So how much can they push and where do they stop?
Well, we've concentrated a lot on what India are going to do, but let's have a little pause for a moment to look at Ollie Pope, Joe Root coming out to bat. 45 overall ball, beautiful, perfect batting conditions, and Joe Root is, I think, 109 runs away from becoming the second highest leading run scorer in Test match history. When Sachin Tendulkar set that record of 15,900 and whatever, no one thought anyone would get anywhere near it. Joe Root's, 33, 34? This is a real possibility, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's such an incredible batter. He's everything Test match cricket is about, isn't he, when it comes to batting? He's a massive threat. So, yeah, look, Joe Root 109 runs behind. It's not impossible. It could be done. It's a perfect day for batting. We've spoken so much about India and Bumrah. Actually, England just get through Bumrah and they know that, things will ease up a little bit for them and they can cash in.
20 more runs today and he'll go past Jack Callis and into third place, overtaking Rahul Dravid. These are massive names in the game of Test cricket. Joe Root, we're going to reflect on him a lot, I imagine, over the next couple of years, as we have done over the last few, Prakash, but he really is the standout batter of his age at the moment, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is. And I think, if those records were to be broken, I can't think of a better equipped and a more deserving batter to do it than Joe Root.
Well, he's actually walking out now with Ollie Pope as they're preparing to get out to the middle with England 133 runs in deficit. It doesn't feel like an awful lot at the moment, but things can change. They can change rapidly. We might find that the pitch starts turning extravagantly. There's Washington Sundar, there's Ravindra Jadeja, there's Jasprit Bumrah. I can see a bit of bat twiddling going on here. It's almost as if they're practicing the bat twiddle. Ollie Pope's practicing the forward defence with his pink-handled bat. We've got the mascots around, waving flags. Indian team will be coming out very, very shortly. It's a beautiful scene. It's a beautiful day. I've seldom seen Old Trafford looking quite as sumptuous as it is today, with the sun pouring down. It's a lovely temperature as well, about 24, 25 degrees. It feels like we're in for a defining day. To take you through the start of it, let's head up to the box with Alistair Cook and Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, thank you very much. It really is. Looking down here from the third floor in our commentary boxes, it really is a majestic sight. The sun is beating down. There's barely a cloud in the sky. It's a pale blue and, lovely and warm. It is set. The one thing about the perfect batting conditions, and certainly a lot of it feels perfect, the big question mark is that pitch, and we have seen that deteriorate, and certainly much of the post-day press conference yesterday was talking about that pitch and how it is behaving, and so particularly today feels like a very, very important day for England. They've got to get a lead, and if they can manage to do that and put India under pressure in their second innings, then England have a really big chance of winning this Test match, one feels, and they don't want to be batting last on it. So it's all set up for today. The umpires are on their way. They're going through that guard of honour there, waving England flags below us. And over to our right, the Indians have already formed a huddle. They've got their arms draped round each other's shoulders, and there's someone in there giving some instructions about what they're going to do over these next 2 hours. And Joe Root's gone sprinting out, rushing through the guard of honour. He's overtaken the umpires. Good Lord. And he's swirling his arms, he's kicking up his heels. Both arms he's swirling and waving. Ollie Pope now jogging out behind him, kicking up his heels, twiddling his bat and playing a defensive shot. So the batsmen absolutely running out there as if they mean business. They really are. Joe Root is there at the pitch before anybody else, full of intent. He knows how important today is. And don't we all? Morning, Alistair Cook.
Good morning. It's one of those days, isn't it? It's almost too perfect conditions to bat, and that just as an England side, you wake up and you think this is fantastic. You can't take anything for granted, though. You can't think, it's just all in our favours. We're going to bat all day, guaranteed. Nothing happens. Doesn't work like that in sport. They're going to have to work incredibly hard in this first hour. And if you're India, this is it. You'll roll your sleeves up, no matter how tired you feel.
Yep.
They want to stay in the series, and they have to have a good hour and a half here. And you say pick up 2, possibly 3 wickets would be ideal, just to get themselves back into this game.
That was a very long huddle. It's only just broken up, actually. So the batsmen are in position long before the Indian fielders arrive. Very interesting to see who's going to bowl. I suspect surely Bumrah will have an opening spell, but who they choose to open with down at this end, it looks like it's Thakur, which is perhaps a little bit surprising. But anyway, he's taking his cap off. He's going to bowl from this Statham end. I'm looking for Bumrah to see if he's loosening up and getting himself ready. He'll be there somewhere.
This must be a change of enter bowler.
Must be, mustn't it?
Well, you'd have thought maybe Bumrah wants to come in with the wind. You know, he's bowled all at the other end, St James Anderson end where the wind's going, kind of helping his away swinger.
Yeah.
You feel like he's got a bowl. And sure, if you're India here as a captain, who are your best two bowlers? There's no you just keep it simple. Bumrah, Siraj, you're our best two bowlers. You start, and then I would whip one of them off fairly quickly and get the spinner on.
Yeah.
And then you can rotate the seamers from one end. I mean, that's how I'd go about it.
There's Bumrah, who's at mid-on. Siraj is at mid-off, so both the fast bowlers are on the field. They're fit and firing. There's 2 slips and a gully. And the first ball will be bowled to Joe Root, who's on 11, with England 133 runs behind at the moment. And Thakur on his way, bowls a poor ball down the leg side. That's not a great start. It's nicely taken by Jarrell, but that was a ill-directed delivery first of all. And Siraj is coming over and she'll have a quick chat there with Thakur. Bumrah is loosening up at mid-on. Lots of noise out there I hear already from the Indian fielders. They were very quiet yesterday. You get to hear the pitch microphones and so on, and there was no chatter, no enthusiasm at all. But they've started off with a bit this morning. And Thakur cruises in, bowls a better ball that swings in towards Root, who clips that up towards mid-on, and it's fielded by Jasprit Bumrah. Crowd still coming in. There hasn't been the issues, I don't think, that there were on the first day when it took a long time to come in. They've actually closed the main road off behind the ground, which caused a bit of chaos for people arriving by cars and taxis and so on. But it does mean that people walking to the ground can get in easily enough. We've got some Crusaders there, some Knights I see coming in, taking their seats in the stand to the left. Thakur bowls, and there's the first runs of the morning. Clipped away down to deep square leg. Root's going back for the second. He's got his head down. He's rushing in to his ground. And England are away. So they're 131 runs behind at 227 for 2. Excellent opening partnership yesterday with Crawley and Duckett to set the tone, rattling along about 5 and over. And England, if they are busy, they could knock a big hole in that 131 by lunchtime. So that's their plan anyway. 227 for 2. Root now on 13. And Thakur bowls to him. That's just outside the off stump, and he plays that down towards backward point. Jadeja's there. And there's no run.
So how many runs does Joe Root need today to go past? How many more runs does he need to go past?
107, is it?
No, for Kallis and Dravid.
Oh, yes, there's others on the
first
way.
Two, yeah.
Yes. So he's on 13 now. When he reaches 29, he'll be level with Dravid. When he reaches 30, he'll be level with Kallis. If rather than when. And 119 puts him level with Ponting. So he needs 120 to reach 120 to go into second place.
Thakur runs in, bowls to Root, who allows that to pass by outside the off stump. He's whipped his bat out of the way, taken by the keeper there. He's got a couple of slips alongside him. A fine gully. Of course, Ricky Ponting's here. So
to skyfly him in?
I don't think so. Saw him this morning. He seemed on sprightly form. But he's the one, the big target that lies ahead of Root. I mean, they're all big targets, but if he can get up to second place behind Tendulkar, well, that would be really quite something. Root stands there, bat raised, bowls. Thakur, that's played away up to Bumrah at mid-on. Now, he's thrown the ball to the keeper. Let's see what he does. He's trotting up to that end purposefully, as if he's going to bowl from there. Is it anyone else arriving?
No,
he's not. Siraj is coming off from that end.
So
it must be an end changer.
If 6 more balls, then I can breathe easy and say, fine, India.
Yes, I think that makes sense. So they are, by the look of it, going to start up with their main 2 strike weapons. Ollie Pope played nicely yesterday, actually. He can be a little bit skittish and frenetic at the start of his innings, but
he's got to start again, hasn't he? These next 20 balls for him are really important.
He takes guard, Siraj is pointing here and there, directing fielders where he wants them. Shubman Gill, the captain, is at first slip. Big day for him. Yeah, it's challenging for an inexperienced captain, isn't it? I mean, if England do get going, he's got Rahul beside him. He's, I suppose, first lieutenant these days with Pant off the field. But, experienced opening batsman, he'll have some thoughts, I'm sure, about what India should be doing if things do start to run away. And already we've got somebody moving behind the arm there. I can't see precisely. Oh, there we go. Just behind the bowler. Ollie Pope spotted him. Seems to be a Surrey thing, particularly. Alex Stewart was eagle-eyed at spotting the slightest bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Here's Siraj, bowls, and Pope flicks his first ball away out to mid-wicket.
But they should have just let him wait 6 balls. Whoever like Stewart just saying, well, wait 6 balls, because you can do anything you want at the other end, can't you, when they're bowling the other way?
Yep.
Frustrating. But I suppose the Surrey is very similar to here, where you can actually sit in front of the sight screen.
I guess so.
That's maybe why you're always...
Alec could see anything. Alec could see a sparrow settling on the roof of the pavilion. It was extraordinary. Siraj wheels round. He's got the pavilion behind him. Pope also bat raised. Waits now as Siraj bowls to him. He plays that nicely away out to cover. And there's no run. Lovely hubbub around Old Trafford. Pink seats fairly well occupied over to the right side there. 1 or 2 Barmy Army type England flags draped over the hotel there above it. Barbados, one says, with a ram on there. Ashbourne says there's a couple from Derbyshire there. Was Ashbourne Staffordshire? I might be corrected there. In comes Siraj bowls, played firmly back at him by Pope. And there's no run. Don't want to get that wrong. It's Ashbourne, Derbyshire or Staffordshire. But anyway, they're next door to each other. Adjoining rooms.
It's an easy morning, that, isn't it?
It is Derbyshire. Phew. Can't
Easy morning,
Leaky Staffordshire, I think.
Easy morning, isn't it, up there?
Well, it's lovely.
Have a
I mean, you get out of
breakfast,
bed,
yes.
have a quick shower.
And that's
hot
it,
and
you're
have a
there.
breakfast,
You're at the
right?
ground.
You settle in the balcony. You've got your mini bar, presumably. Some red and gold flags up there at the far end. In fact, there's a couple of flags there. 3 flags I don't really recognise.
Is it one of those Greece?
Siraj bowling, and that's firmly struck bat at him by Pope.
Is there one on the left, Greece?
Well, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's blue and white horizontal stripes with a white cross in the corner. You're going for Greece?
I don't know.
It is Greece. Where have you pulled that from?
Thank you very much.
Well,
Where are you going? Well,
I'm suggesting this must be the first. I mean, I'm only putting it out there. I've never seen a Greek flag at a test match before. And actually, what needs even more about it, that's very, very close to where Phil Tufnell's room was during the COVID matches. He was in one of those up there. Siraj moves in bowls, and that's played back to Siraj, and there's no run. We'll have a go at the other ones then.
No, I think you go at the next one of them.
Well, I don't know.
Is the next one the green, white, red, and then like the blue triangle?
I don't know.
Egyptian? I've done it now. I'm like,
well,
here we go. Here he comes. So the computer doesn't really know what he wants to do. No.
Not sure.
You had it. You found it.
Anyway, 2:27 for 2. I think comes Siraj bowls. Oh, it's gone straight through and gone along the ground. Well, I'm just looking to see if that hit anything of Pope on the way. If not, that was a marble. And it's just rolled along the ground.
Wow.
Pope looks rather bemused. I need to have a look at a replay of that, because if it struck the pad and went down, that's one thing. But if that went straight along the ground...
Oh, it has.
It went straight along the ground.
God,
wow.
I've read this pitch wrong. All the reports of it's only just missed the off stump. Like, Lancashire playing here, and it's just stayed exactly the same, rock solid. And I struggled to get a result, but that has missed Ollie Pope's off stump by absolutely nothing.
Look, someone's been to a second-hand flag shop, and they've gone in, like people with fancy dress, and they've said, look, we've got to find some different flags to bring along, because that one next door is Equatorial Guinea.
Oh.
I mean, come on, what's going on up there? So we've got Greece, Equatorial Guinea.
Then I can't read.
I don't know what the other two are. There's a blue one.
One's a rugby club.
And there's a red one with a gold.
Those are Isle of Man, aren't they? 3 legs.
Oh, well, that would make sense from here. Right, we have Bumrah. In he goes. Bowls down the leg side. Flicks away uppishly, but safely. Out towards deep square leg. There's the first boundary of the day. And it's struck by Joe Root. He gets a punch of the gloves from Ollie Pope. Poor loosener from Bumrah.
The timing. How well has he timed that ball?
Yeah.
I know it's on his legs and a full half volley, but he's barely just flicked it and touched it, and it's carried almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It was uppish, but one of those where the bat doesn't turn at all in your hand.
That really pinged that one off. Gave umpire Raza a bit of a fright there at square leg. It's 2:31 for 2. Root's on 17 now. And Bumrah rushes in. It's crucial this for India. They take some wickets, but Root's on the front foot playing this out to Gully. And it remains 2:31 for 2. I mean, when you see a ball like that, and Ollie Pope's now coming down to a bit of gardening in the approximate area that one pitched, I mean, it just shows how important this innings is for England.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't see the wicket like this. I honestly thought it would stay really true for the next for the next 3 days, but maybe it is a bit drier.
Yeah.
And that they've left the county wickets.
2 slips, a Gully. Bumrah again, stutters, moves in and bowls outside the off stump again, one that barely carried to the keeper. 2:31 for 2 as low bounce. I mean, chasing a target might not be terribly easy on the last day.
No.
And we know there's a bit of spin out there as well. So England's plan absolutely today to get well ahead, get a big lead, nail that down, and put India in under pressure. Well, sometime tomorrow, I suppose, if it really went well for England, but we'll see. That's a long way off. In goes Bumrah, moves in again, bowls. Oh, hit hard, exquisite drive from Root. But he just picked out the fielder there.
You feel slightly hard done by, don't you, when you play a shot like that?
Beautiful stroke.
You don't get any runs for it. That in the net, that's 4, isn't it? You think,
yeah,
that's a 4. He's again, timing, this bat absolutely pinged.
It's like Shubman Gill's cover drive, the one shot really that he played in that innings that picked out the fielder. A wonderful stroke. 2:31 for 2. We're a bit annoyed that that's gone to a fielder. He's denied 4 runs. 127 behind. Bumrah again shuffles in. He bowls outside the off stump. Root has nothing to do with it. And it goes through right down by the boots of the wicketkeeper. 2:31 for 2. Still lots of shouting and the words of encouragement out there. Clapping of hands, everything to try and keep the bowler's spirits up, keep his energy up. Harry Brook in next for England, of course. Watching on. Suspect quite a relaxed watcher, I think. Brook, he seems quite relaxed about most things. 2:31 for 2. Bumrah on his way. Bowls. Root plays that nice and late. Jadeja can field at backward point. Ends that Bumrah over. 2:31 for 2. The Root has moved to 17. And Ollie Pope still on his overnight 20. And that end of the over means that people can move around, find their seats, begin the long climb in the case of the temporary stand there.
How many does that temporary stand hold?
Well, that's only, I think, only part of it. Like it's bigger than that for some matches.
Is it?
Yeah, stretches all the way, miles back. We were told one match how many thousands of people were sitting in it, but I've forgotten. But anyway, it does go.
I didn't realise that.
Yeah, it's an immense thing. Thousands of people.
Not much shade, is there?
No, none at all. Some bananas sitting there, I see. So it's tomorrow really is the fancy dress day, isn't it? Siraj bounds in, Bowles, and there's a thick edge that'll get Pope away for the day. Down to third man. It wasn't where he was aiming at all, but a thick edge. And down it goes. So, Paul from Tring, hello, good morning to you. Regarding the Greek flag, there is famously a cricket pitch in the centre of Corfu. There is, because they used to go on little tours out there. Whether it's still being used or not, I don't know, but cricket was definitely a sport played in days gone by. But as for Equatorial Guinea, I can't say. I'm a bit stumped by Equatorial Guinea. Is it an associate member of the ICC, do we know? That Equatorial Guinea? There's Siraj bouncing in, Bowles, and Pope plays out to cover. And there's no run. Yes, 4,000 in the temporary stand, there's 6,000 in the Ashes. So you can imagine how big that is.
I said 4,000.
Yeah, it's immense. This is most important. Is Equatorial Guinea a member of ICC? Do they have a cricket team?
I don't know.
Well, they have. Look at his laptop. There we go. Well, we need to know more about the Equatorial Guinea.
They've got a Facebook page.
Have they? Siraj bowling. Pope calmly on the front foot. There's that carefully to Jaiswal, who's fielding in the covers.
No updates for more than 5 years on the Facebook page.
That's a shame.
It says, we are a cricket-loving community based in Equatorial Guinea. We believe cricket is not just a game, but a lifestyle.
Right.
You agree with that?
We would love your participation, it says. Not even sure, I'm going to show my absolute ignorance here, which is no surprise. Not even sure where it is. I mean, it's somewhere in Africa, I'm guessing. But, and somewhere near the equator, I suppose. In comes Siraj and Bowles, and that's flicked away off the pads. Down to long leg it comes. They've taken one. And that's going to be it as the throw comes in. 235. Right, so if you find Uganda and then go due west, quite a long way, I suspect, to the coast, you strike Equatorial Guinea.
Yeah, that's quite a tricksy journey, I think, through the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yeah, I think you do it by foot.
Yeah, I reckon you might be better off going by sea down the...
all the way around.
Down the west coast.
Right, so you go through the Congo and, south of Cameroon. Right. A bit warm playing there, I should think, isn't it? There's Siraj bowling short, cut over gully. Down to third man boundary. Runs coming at a good pace for England here this morning.
It's how many runs Joe Root scores in that third man area. This one he was played a bit of uppishly in terms of over gully, a bit more bounce than Siraj. But there's another 4. And he's getting closer for that one shot to take down 2 legends with one shot.
Yeah. He looks like a man on a mission today, and he was from the moment he went out to bat. He sprinted out there. Siraj bowls, and he covers up. It's mindful of that one that shot along the ground earlier. Plays that up to cover. And there's no run. Well, it's fascinating what you learn, isn't it? I mean, just by being at a cricket match. But, anyway, we must learn more about Equatorial Guinea and its cricket team.
If you'd have said what I'd have spoken about in the first 20 minutes of our stint, I don't think I'd have...
But flags catch your eye, don't they?
They do.
You see them draped over the railings. But, we still haven't identified the red one yet.
That's the Isle of Man.
What, I thought it was
2 red ones.
Oh, right. What's the blue one?
The blue one's a rugby club. It says TOTRUFC.
Oh, okay. All right. But that's the Isle of Man with the 3 legs, yes. That makes sense. I'm sort of a bit puzzled by Equatorial Guinea and Greece. Has there ever been a Greek person to have played Test cricket? It goes Bumrah. Bowls, pushed away out to point.
Hasn't Marcus Stoinis got some...
Well, I don't know. We'll find out. John Trikos is, of course, is Egyptian. We've had John
Stoinis
before.
got a little bit of Greek heritage.
Oh, in the women's team, okay, Tash Farrant was born in Athens. Maybe that's Tash's family up there.
They're not listening to us, are they? Because they've been waving and get some messages in and what.
There's Bumrah, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Pope. Do you have any Greek test?
Well, there was Xenophon Balaskas.
Excellent. Of course there was.
Who we mentioned earlier this summer. South African leg spinning all-rounder in the pre-war years.
Right.
He was born in South Africa but to Greek parents. Later ran a sports goods shop in Johannesburg. Where my dad used to buy his cricket kit when he was a kid.
Did he? Well, what a small world. There you are. Oh, well done, Cookie. Marcus Stoinis.
I'm on fire today.
Greek heritage. He was born in Perth, though. It's Bumrah again. Played away down to backward point. Sam Konstas. Was he born in Greece? Oh, Greek heritage again.
Finding Greek heritage. Anyone else? What about Nick Pothas? He sounds South African. Nick Pothas, he sounds like a Greek.
Another Greek contender? Well, they're everywhere. They'd formed quite a decent team, actually, wouldn't they? Nick Pothas, yes, there he is. Anyway, perhaps that somehow solves the mystery of the Greek flag, or it merely clouds the issue, I don't know. There's a chap up there in a white shirt, anyway, with the Greek flag in front of him, as this next one is pushed away out to backward point. And there's no run.
You're getting bombarded by...
Your early correspondent was right. There was and still is a cricket ground in the centre of Old Corfu town, but sadly some of the playing area has been lost to a large car park. When we were there last year, there was a game in progress to play with a soft ball to afford some protection to the parked cars. Thank you, Simon, listening in Dublin. I think the cricketer used to take tours out to Corfu every year. They'd go. I think CMJ and co would go heading out there, enjoy some sunshine and play a game. And in Malta as well. I think they sort of do that whole area, you know.
Well, Pothas played for the Greek national team in 2012.
There's Bumrah. Oh, that's a good ball. It's appealing for a catch, or at least he was. Some lift there. Pope this morning has had one that's shot along the ground, and then one that really has climbed quite considerably, like that one.
Yeah, attracting all the good balls.
He is. Bumrah's still wondering whether he's edged this, having been the victim himself of an appeal-less DRS out yesterday for a catch behind. He looks like he's determined that he might get his own back.
Yeah, I wondered why he stood there, because they didn't get in any huddle. He just walked back to his mark and then stopped at the umpire and turned around. He was I would say 30% convinced, wasn't he?
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Bumrah bowls on the off stump, studiously played again by Pope out to cover, and there's no run. So an eventful 20 minutes. We've learned a lot of geography in the meantime. 2:40 for 2. View from the Boundary Day today. Lovely guest coming at lunchtime. Looking forward to that very much indeed. But for the next 20 minutes, you'll be in the company of Alistair Cook and Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, just looking at Nick Pothas playing for the Greek national team of the T20 European Championship in 2012. So, yeah, and you've got another fact, haven't you? Daniel shouting at me about Greek cricket.
Well, I played in Crete. They've got a couple of grounds in Crete. Agia Marina, they've got a lovely ground there. But I was going to throw a name in, which Zoltz will like, I think. John Trikos. For very good reasons, because he played for both South Africa and Zimbabwe, I think. And he had a lot of distance between test matches, didn't he? He comes up quite a lot in quiz questions.
No.
So far this morning, England have added 15 runs in 23 minutes in 5 overs. Siraj is into Root, who gets struck on the pad. The ball plops out into the offside. There's no runs. It's picked up in the covers.
Yeah, he was born in Egypt of Greek descent. His father born in Lemnos. He's 78 years old now. He played for South Africa in 1970 in their last 3 test matches before their exile from international cricket. And then he played for Zimbabwe in their first few tests in 1992. And that was the subject of yesterday's TMS daily quiz, as put by Alistair Cook to our listeners. The longest gap between test appearances.
Well, there you go. Good for the Greek flag, eh? As Siraj is in, and Root just tucks this into the onside but picks out the fielder. It's a forward square leg. There's no run.
Maybe that question That's why they come. That's why
It might have been it. It might have inspired the flag.
The answer, well, John Traeger has the longest gap, and the number of, the years and days, many fans of Richie Benaud impressions, 22 years, 222 days.
You are joking me.
Between his Test appearances.
That's ridiculous.
You can get
Feel free to give it a go if you like.
No.
Siraj, 2 slips of the gully in as Root just guides this, as he's wont to do, to gully the ball at just back of a length, a little bit wide of the off stump, but there's no run.
Every weekday morning there is a new question on the TMS Daily Quiz available via BBC Sounds.
Oh yes, what's today's question?
Well,
do you have to go to BBC Sounds to get it?
He wants his clicks.
Right.
He wants his clicks, doesn't he? He wants all
to get it, but it was to do with Duckett and Crawley both being out, having reached 80 but failing to reach 100. The fifth time England have had both openers reach 80 and be out before 100. It's related to that as an issue.
Siraj into Root. And Root just gets a thick inside edge to one. He plays rather casually in a way, actually. It just goes into the pad, now into the offside. Fielded in the covers. Root on 21. He's 9 runs away from becoming the 3rd highest run scorer of all time. That's correct, isn't it?
No.
That'll tie him with that.
That'll tie him in 3rd, won't it?
It'll tie him with
Time in 3rd, so still, strictly speaking, 3rd.
31st, 31. He'd be 3rd on his own, overtaking Dravid when he reaches, equaling Dravid when he reaches 29 and Callis when he reaches, if he reaches 30.
John Scott's been in touch. I'm going to attempt the name in a minute as Siraj. In down the wicket comes Root and struck on the pad. They love it. They've gone up for the appeal. Not out, says the umpire. He's a long way down, but I wonder if they're going to review this. They're getting together. The wicketkeeper Dhruv Jurel was very interested. Gave it a double bounce. They've got plenty of... Well, they've gone for it. OK. We'll come back to John Scott shortly.
Did he have one at Lord's, which was exactly the same?
Yes.
And it was a lot closer than
it looked.
Than it looked in real time. But
TV umpire to director.
So hits.
We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
So Root advanced to Siraj to what looked like a pretty straight ball.
Nice and slow.
No, that's going down the leg side, I think.
Okay.
It's hit him in front of middle and leg.
Would like to see the outrage when it's ready.
He must be a long way down.
But he is a long way down. He's nowhere near the bat. That's not going to be an
Gap
issue.
between bat and the ball. Flat line. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
Height won't be an issue.
I think
that's
on that
quite low. It's hit below the knee roll.
Picture, it looks like. But what's the nip? There is the nip.
Not out. Pitching outside of impact in line. Wickets missing.
There you have it. Missing by some margin.
The freeze frame. If you freeze frame hitting where
that's out. Yes.
It's absolutely dead. But the actual nip was quite a big nip from Siraj. So as soon as you saw that initial replay from the front, you did think it had to be going down.
It did also keep a little bit low, though. Something to keep an eye on. John Scott, on the subject of Greek cricketers, says regularly had Kostas Thagame play for us. Oh, Kostas the game. You see, I'm trying to read it as if it's Greek.
He's just done you there, hasn't he?
He's done me completely.
And so is Henry. Look at Henry. He's very happy with himself.
Kostas the game. Please, people. Trying to navigate DRS decisions and bad puns all in one go. Siraj is in. Root defence. A ball that just comes back into him, full and straight and into the covers. No run. 244 for 2. Root has 21. Pope 25 at the end of the over. Peter Hatzoglu was somebody that Ali Mitchell suggested. The Australian leggy.
Who played? Yeah, actually
has a very odd action.
Yeah, I think he played one game in the PSL where I commentated on.
Oh yeah.
One of those random selections from someone who picks. As in, like, just flown in for one game when they were out of the tournament, which seemed a bit strange.
He's not a Test player, but Ari Karvelis. Oh yes, he plays for Sussex. Has played for the Greek national team.
I'm now not trusting Henry at all.
I'm not trusting any names that I'm reading out from here on in.
I did like how you tried to do it in a Greek accent.
Having studied a bit of Greek in my time, yes, I did. The E It gets pronounced, you see.
You're quite happy to show that off, weren't you? And then it's kind of...
And then it came back to bite me.
Yeah.
It cost me the game. Here's Bumrah in again, and this is just guided to Gully by Pope. A ball that's just outside the off stump, back of a length, and he just finds Gully with it. Where are we at?
Must play for Surrey, mustn't he? Because you guided it, then that's a guide. If it's playing for anyone else, you just said poked out.
That's correct, yes. Yes, we have very different verbs for Surrey batters.
Yeah, slightly. It was one of those where he was a bit uncertain. But with Bumrah now, from this end, with the wind coming from the offside to the leg side, you are dragged into playing. I know it's not much wind, but you know that's going to aid it. So you'd much rather play it than not play it. Certainly on a slow wicket as well.
The fourth over of Bumrah's spell this morning, tucked into the onside by Pope, a full straight ball, and he gets it to the right of Siraj at mid-on, gets a single, moves to 26. So we kind of know, third over. So they're at, that intrigues me. So is this not the seventh over of the day?
Yeah, Thacker bowled the first over.
Right.
Change ends. So
to change ends, I'm sorry, yes.
Bumrah bowled the last over yesterday from the far end.
Of course,
Anderson
of course. So England kind of know that he's got this over and two more. That seems to be the part of the problem of India's approach, perhaps. Two slips and a gully in place. Root on strike and defends a fullish ball deep in his crease into the offside. And it's fielded and the covers no run.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he hasn't got that zip.
Hasn't quite.
Whether Laws took a lot out of him. He's operating around the 82, 83 mile an hour mark, where throughout the series he's been at 86, 87, maybe even a bit quicker in certain spells, and that makes a difference, doesn't it?
Siraj is trying to buoy him up here because he realises how important this spell is. Now, for some reason, Spider Cam, yes. Spider Cam's a bit of a menace, isn't it? Was there Spider Cam in your day?
Right at the end, I'm trying to think whether it was for Test cricket, but there's only a bit of, I think it was around a couple of games.
And now Bumrah's distracted by something. The game's gone into abeyance for a while.
You just kind of forget which foot he needed to take off from, which actually, if you listen to Stuart Broad, apparently happened quite a lot.
It did?
Yeah, he said one of his spells, one of his great spells, he couldn't remember whether it was left or right to start.
Bumrah in again outside the off stump, well left by Root through to the keeper. Didn't get up that much, around about knee height. Yes, you do want to set off on the correct foot, don't you? I mean, it's somewhat fundamental to bowling, isn't it?
And also probably when it, like for Bumrah or all bowlers, it's all just natural, isn't it? And then actually when you do suddenly have to think about it, what do I actually do? And also his run up as well, which is all jittery. It looked like he just stopped and...
Interesting stepped approach, doesn't it? And there's the walk, and then he goes into the stutter, and then he's up and he's in. Short, pulled around the corner by Root, down to long leg for a single, takes him to 22. 246 for two. England have been very measured in their approach this morning. I think they're very aware that this hour or even session could be the moment that they finally break the series. India have shown magnificent resolve. You'd say that on the balance of play through much of the series, they have been the stronger team or more productive team, but they are facing a very important inflection point in the series now. And England so far have not tried anything fancy as Bumrah is in and Pope just, it's this up in the air and it's landed in no man's land. That has popped on Pope and it's hit the edge and it's gone up in the air and gone to sort of where a short gully would be. There is still oddness in the pitch. Pope has got away with that. I'd like to see the replay of that because that seemed to have popped from nowhere. But it's the end of another Bumrah over, the third of his spell.
It's also Pope is attracting all the balls.
He is, isn't he?
He's had about two which have risen, one which has rolled, and then this one. Still waiting for the replay. It always happens to be the last ball of the over, doesn't it? The TV do whatever they have to do, and we're still waiting for it. But how that's not gone to anyone?
I lost sight of where it went.
Gully for it's almost landed at kind of where the footmarks on another pitch are, just around there. But Gully's deeper. So, for Pope's slash, he's been deeper. So if he had been at a normal gully, maybe he would have had the time to do it. But you think that was in the air for quite a long time for no one to get anywhere near it.
Siraj in. Down the wicket comes Root, and he has a little waft at one outside the off stump in the channel. There's no run. Have we got a very corpulent moth in here? What is this animal that we've got on the window? You're bucolic and rural, Alistair. What is it?
Well, Vorney's walking in, he'll save me, but I'll go moth.
Go moth? Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a moth.
It's the wrong time of day for a moth. Right. Yeah, Root played that on the walk here against Siraj. And then aimed that guide sort of through second slip gully region, which he's wont to do, and missed it completely. And Siraj is in again. This is defended on the offside by Root out into backward point on the front foot. There's no run. 2:46 for 2 the score remains. Michael Vaughan's in. Is he able to identify the genus of species that's flying around in here?
Morning, Dan, morning everyone. It's a moth.
It's a moth.
Yep.
It's a big moth.
Yeah.
It's no ordinary moth.
It's gone. See ya.
Oh, yes it has. Out the window. England have been pretty watchful so far today. Just the 21 runs scored in 35 minutes. Siraj into Root, who defends, gets a thick inside half of the bat. It squirts the short square leg. It's picked up. There's no run.
Well, it is the kind of pitch that India really should fancy. I mean, there's a little bit of low bounce. That ball is bouncing as well. We saw that ball to Ollie Pope off Jasprit Bumrah. It flew. And then spin should come into the equation.
We've had a couple that are kept low as well.
But England have got a great chance if they bat the day. I mean, they trail by 112. They've got such a deep batting line. If they bat the day, they're going to get over 300, aren't they? You'd think that's pretty much series done.
Well, this is the opportunity, isn't it? As Siraj in to Root. The bat raised, he drives without timing into the covers, and it's picked up. There's no run. This is why today has felt so significant, hasn't it? From the moment we woke up, you kind of knew that India, who have fought tenaciously, I mean, emblemised by Rishabh Pant yesterday.
Well, there's just a visual on the TV screen of Bumrah talking to Gambhir, Morné Morkel, and one of the other coaches, and it's quite an animated discussion.
What do you think it's about?
Well, maybe it's tactics of the kind of fields that they need on this kind of surface, but
Siraj, and he goes for a funny waft again. Does Root again trying to guide that in his favoured position, backward of square on the offside, gets nothing on it, no run.
I've just been watching Bumrah's paces, and this morning he's been 83, 84. He got on over at around 85, but he's not at the 88 to 90 that we've seen him in the past. So I just wonder if he's either tired or he's just not got his rhythm. But it's the kind of pitch now that if you're India and you wanted to choose a pitch to play England on, it's probably this kind of pitch. It's not got a great deal of pace anymore, and there's a little bit of tweak.
And there's up and down. Siraj, top of his mark, scurries in, 2 slips and a gully. Root on strike. Gets another one that pops a bit, and it squirts through backward point. Now there's going to be a run out here. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and there's a terrible mix-up. Root is safe, and he gets through for the single. Pope wanted the run. Root wasn't really watching or listening. It was Pope's call. The ball went to gully, was then thrown at non-striker's end and missed.
Yeah,
miles out.
Yeah, and the ball flew off a length. It really did bounce to Joe Root. The 50 partnership from 97 balls, so they've played nicely. But again, there was something that Zach Crawley said last night in an interview where and it's very unlike the Baz ballers to, and it's not negative, it's just talking real. And he said in his interview, it won't be easy batting last. And I think we're seeing an indication of that right now, that we've seen one that's scooted along on the deck, and we've seen one that's bounced. And that's why I say India are out of this test match.
Well, it's not what we were expecting, was it? Off this pitch, particularly. That really has popped. And from the end that Siraj is bowling, the Anderson end, we've seen a couple keep low, and now we've seen a couple pop. And there was a terrible mix-up there. If Jadeja had hit the stumps, he would have been out by miles, and he's actually gesturing to say, why was nobody at the stumps? Because he had time to throw it to a bowler or a fielder. Root survives. He's on strike now for the start of a new Bumrah over, and he lets one go by outside the off stump.
He also threw it very quickly. He didn't really balance himself. I watch a lot of baseball. You see them take their time and then hurl it.
Get a solid base.
If he maybe waited a
had 3 stumps to aim at.
There was someone running into the stumps.
So a let-off for Root, you'd say. But there are signs of capricious behaviour from this pitch.
Even that last ball that he left just went a little bit lower.
Bumrah in the 4th over of his spell is in to Root, who lets another one go by, and that one comes through a nice height, around about waist height through to the keeper.
And you think this ball is now into its 55th over. We haven't had any ball changes, have we? The ball changing game seems to have dried up a little bit. Just on moths, Dan, you know a lot about everything. What are they for?
What are moths for?
Yeah.
It's a very interesting existential question you ask, Michael, and one that I don't know the answer to.
That's remarkable.
Yes, I mean, are they for gathering around streetlights? I don't know.
Well, that's generally where they hang out, isn't it?
Maybe Andy knows what moths are for. As Bumrah is in, this is pushed into the offside of the front foot by Root into the point region. No run.
To give butterflies a superiority complex.
I think it's a bit of that. Do you think
they get on with the butterflies?
No, I think they rarely meet because moths are nocturnal, aren't they?
Okay.
Which is, unfortunate these days for moths.
They always look like they're in a bit of a panic. Not calm, aren't they?
No. Often weeping as well. Have you ever seen a moth bawl?
It's a bit early for that.
Here's Bumrah in short, pulled out towards deep square left for a single. And Root moves to 24. 2:48 for 2.
It's not enough. Bumrah's speeds that Michael mentioned. His average speed in this innings, sort of 83.7 miles an hour. 83.9 miles an hour, and that's his slowest in a test innings as recorded by the ball tracking data since February 2021 so far.
In February 2021, had he come off the back of test matches? Was he in the middle of a series? I wonder if it's the workloads that's the issue, perhaps. Bumrah is in now. There's time to Pope, and Pope gets a short ball again. Second one running, and he's pulled that away out through deep backward square for 4. There are 2 fielders out at long leg and deep square leg, and he's got hold of that really nicely. A rare boundary this morning, and England's 250 comes up. 252 for 2. Just seeing that again, he was right on top of the bounce of that.
Well, I will say that this innings by Ollie Pope has been as controlled that I've seen him play for a long, long time. He played nicely at Headingley, but it was just a little bit scratchy at the start. It's that forward defence. I've seen him play more balanced forward defence in this innings than I have in any previous innings. It's been rock solid.
He's been working a lot on that, hasn't he?
Good signs.
Bumrah in again. And Pope, plays at one and misses outside the offside. The moment you say that, Michael.
It's not my fault.
Well, you say that. It's time for me to go, but before I do, Jeff Roberts in Northampton's been in touch. He says, although I know nothing about moths, surely, if it was so big, would it not be a behemoth? Good work there. Good work. I'm going. Prakash Wakankar has come to join us with England on 252 for 2.
Well, I'm glad Prakash is joining. We're talking animals because I overheard a conversation next door during the TV highlights about Prakash having leopards in his garden or tigers.
Not in my garden.
No?
But
Phil said it was in your garden.
Well, in the vicinity of where we moved to in the south of India, in the hills of the Nilgiris, as they're called, it's the largest biosphere. 3 national parks converge in that district. So there have been increasing spottings of leopards more often, but the occasional tiger as well in that area.
But not in your garden?
No.
So Phil's...
Not yet, mercifully.
He's kind of put a bit of mayo on that.
Yeah, it looks like that. Siraj in, defended. It is an area, Michael, where they've actually advised people in the community that we live in to look after their pets, particularly if they have dogs, because there have been a couple of instances where the leopards have come into the compound and sort of made off with dogs. That's something we've got to be careful about. Siraj?
Wasim Akram. He's here today, he rang the bell. He's sat next to Mike Watkinson, actually, the ex-Lancashire and England player.
2 slips, gully, backward point, cover mid-off. Siraj Rushes in bowls, and this one's played away on the onside, not for runs. England started at 225, so they've added about 27 runs. No real trouble except the odd one that's shot through low. And then there was that run-out chance. The question really is, what was Washington Sundar doing? And did he not think of being able to get to the wickets? I mean, in a situation where the Indian bowling hasn't really been penetrative at all, it's these half chances that have to be converted, one would think. But at the moment, it's all England. 252 for 2. The 56th over in progress. Bright sunshine here at Manchester. Siraj bowls and it's glided away. Jadeja pounces on it from his position at backward point. Makes sure there's no run. Pope on 30. Root on 24. And Shubman Gill in India looking for some inspiration, some spark that could trigger it. That potential run out might have been that moment, but that's come and gone.
Yeah, there's been one or two deliveries that could easily have picked up a wicket. So there's one that bounced to Ollie Pope or Jasprit, hit the top edge of the bat, and it just ballooned into a space. There's one that kept low that just missed the off stump. But this England, but I think they know that obviously Siraj and Bumrah are the key. Get rid of those two, then run scoring might become a little bit easier.
Siraj in again, close to the stumps, bowls and Root glides it, or tries to, but won't get past Sai Sudarshan, who's at the gully, and there is no run. A little bit more discipline, as you would expect from the two senior bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for Shubman Gill, it's how he works his attack after that. I mean, Jadeja looked threatening yesterday. He got no ball to spin. Sundar hasn't bowled a ball yet. I think he got 4 for not
Strange,
many,
isn't it?
at Lords. And obviously Cambridge on his debut, and Shardul Thakur. Shardul Thakur has just looked. He's looked nice to face throughout the series when he's played.
Yes. He's only military medium, and when conditions are not helpful, I don't think he really will be penetrative. There's Siraj into Root, gets up and pushes it away square. Jadeja rushes in, but they will comfortably take the run. 253 for 2. Fair bit of conversations in the Indian press about the fact that Gill's captaincy seems to follow a sort of set pattern, and that there isn't enough creative thought, maybe is the word that I've read, certainly in a couple of places.
Well, he's only 4 games in, so I think it's very early to judge. But you could go that the selection is very safe, not playing Kuldeep Yadav. That's not just down to the captain, that's the coach, the management.
Absolutely right, I think. Here's Siraj in. Oh, that was again just shot through below the bat. That one is anywhere in line with the stumps. It'll take a brilliant eye to get some bat on it, because that really just went all along the ground virtually.
Yeah, well, I think England know that they're going to have to work very hard here because of that. I mean, we're only into the first few overs on day 3, and I can't imagine that it won't get worse over the course of days 4 and 5. So England know that they're going to need a decent lead.
We've had a lot of emails from Michael about Michael's question on the purpose of moths, including this from Peter Story. Dear TMS team, thank you for entertaining commentary. Moths are great pollinators, amongst other things. However, it is important to note that wasps have no purpose on Earth other than to pester us when we're eating al fresco.
Yeah, good point, Pete. Good point, Pete. Yeah, wasps. I mean, is it harsh? How do we get rid of them?
Don't have the faintest.
Tough job, that.
Bumrah in. And nicely played, but cut off by Jadeja, so there will be no run. Remains 253, just the sun just slipping behind some light cloud. But it's been a wonderful morning here, bright sunshine, people have come in numbers, England on top, something that the crowds would love to see. India have to find a way to break through here.
England have been quite smart with the clouds this week, haven't they? When they've bowled, they've brought them back in, and when they've batted, they've kind of just had that remote control.
Yeah, they had them on a string, haven't they? Pull the curtain.
It's a hell of a skill to have that, if you can get that right as a team.
There's Bumrah in again to Joe Root bowls, and Root solidly behind it in defence, out towards Shardul Thakur, no run. I know it's been talked about a lot, this morning, a little bit yesterday as well, Michael. This particular session, the next one maybe, seems to be the one where England could go from being, very, very combative, India fighting sort of shoulder to shoulder, fighting against each other for every moment, and then this seems to be the time where England have a great opportunity to just pull away and create a significant distance between the two teams. Bumrah, 2 slips and a gully wait. He goes into bowl to Joe Root. He bowls, and Root plays it beautifully, right on top of the bounce and on his toes, and eases it to point for 4 runs. What a lovely shot that is.
He's just 2 away from going 3rd on the all-time list. I would say of all the strokes that Joe has played and the runs that he's scored, I think this is his trademark. A little back foot punch, square of the wicket on the offside, and that forces the fielder to stay on the boundary, so there's going to be a gap now, square of the wicket, for an easy single.
Or a fine dab to 3rd, which is completely vacant. Andy.
That ties him with Rahul Dravid, 4th on the all-time list. 1 more run will tie him with Kallis. 2 will take him into 3rd place on his own.
Bumrah moving away from us now into bowl, wide of the crease a little bit. Bowls, and Root is going to get there. He's going to get 1, so he's now past Dravid, and this one, no, there isn't the second, because Jadeja's got the ball and they don't want to take that arm on, quite rightly so. 258 for 2.
And then he'll chase down an Aussie in Ponting, and then he'll chase down one of your own, Prakash Sachin.
Tendulkar.
Do you reckon if he goes past Sachin, the BCCR will produce a 5-match series against Germany for Sachin to come out and get a few more?
Well, England did play Zimbabwe, didn't they? So I mean, we can keep looking at this and talk all day about it.
10 matches really, in Mumbai for Sachin to go past against Germany and Italy.
Italy, they've qualified, haven't they? Bumrah bowls and helped round the corner by Pope. Comfortable single. Ball fielded by Jaiswal.
Well, I have to say, Prakash, Bumrah's just looked okay, hasn't he? He's looked quite nice to face. He's not got that oomph off the surface like we saw at Lord's, where he bowled that incredible spell on the 4th morning. So what Ben Stokes got out of this surface when he was bowling about 87, 88 miles an hour, Jofra Archer. It's just that pace that Bumrah's not managing him to get up to around that number.
Yeah, he's been below his best, shall we say. This Bumrah into Pope, bowls. And Pope's looking for that gap, finds Sai Sudarshan in the gully. 259 for 2.
Prakash, can I just say hello to a family that have come from Huddersfield today? Andy Mack and the crew, Caroline, Rory, Rowan, and their mate Harry are just sat just to our left, I believe, underneath the point, that big red box.
Right.
Hello to them. A full family day out at the cricket.
And the kind of day they'd hopefully enjoy with England right on top. So Evan has emailed us saying, regarding wasps, in fact, wasps are more important pollinators than bees. There are at least 150,000 species of wasp, and perhaps 3 times that many. Only a handful are actually a nuisance to humans.
150,000
varieties.
Are they all annoying?
Well, he seems to think a very few of them are annoying, and well, it's living with nature, I think, is the key question. I'm sure Andy will have some expertise in that area as well, because he seems to know a lot of things about a lot of things. There's Siraj bowls, and Pope works it to the right of Washington, who fields and still awaits the chance to bowl. It's been 57 overs already.
Well, I don't really know a lot about a lot of things. I just have access to the internet, Prakash.
Well, what's it called? Chat
GPT?
It's pretty good, isn't it? I see quite a few people using that these days.
Including for homework, I'm told.
Oh, I'd be good at school these days.
259 for 2. There's Siraj in bowls, and just a nice looking drive, but straight to mid-off. There is no run. Bumrah hurls the ball back at the keeper.
Yeah, I always think you can judge a pitch where, in terms of ban, it becomes a little bit tricky. That there's not many balls going down the ground. Not seeing many kind of down through mid-off and mid-on, and you know that when you see that, the batters can just play through the line of the ball with a lot of confidence. I think it's It's a little bit tricky out there. A lot of square of the wicket shots, waiting for that short ball. That's where both Pope and Joe Root have managed to score a boundary.
Siraj runs in purposefully, passes umpire Rana, played away to mid-wicket and no run. But this is where I think the importance of the innings, the partnership really between Crawley and Duckett last evening, and India's sort of underperformance with the ball has set this up beautifully from an England point of view, because if it's difficult to bat on a pitch and you've let the openers really get off to flyers, that has put added pressure on this Indian bowling attack, which has already been weakened by whatever you call it, fate, bit of injuries, niggles, and obviously at the end of it, selection also playing a part, one thinks, as Siraj turns and comes into bowl at us from the far end. And this one's worked fine, but it'll go to Shardul Thakur at long leg, who will do the fielding and limit the scoring to a single. 260 for 2. And that'll now bring Joe Root on strike with, what is it, one more run to go level with Kallis.
No, he is level with Kallis.
Oh, okay.
On
So
third.
one more to go. Undisputed number
third.
2.
Kick Jacques Kallis off the podium. He will have to return his bronze medal to the ICC.
Wow. You kicked him off, have you?
Yes, Siraj turns to come into bowl. Joe Root, upright, bat raised, waits, and it's worked away nicely. And that is the run that now puts him undisputed at number 3. There's only Ricky Ponting and Sachin Tendulkar ahead of him. And I think both Rahul Dravid and Jacques Kallis, such great players in their own right, will be applauding, because it couldn't be happening to a better person. Not that I know Joe personally, but what I've seen of him as a fan and as an observer, he just comes across as one of the finest.
Just kind of raised his hand, but at the minute he won't be thinking of that. He knows at 31 on this kind of pitch isn't enough for his team at the minute.
Ever the team man.
A few bananas on the party stand today.
Siraj into Pope, and Pope defends up on the onside. There will be no run.
I think today, I mean, yesterday I thought the party stand got going. It's I get a sense on the Friday it's when it's its peak. Later this afternoon, I saw. I was in town this morning. Actually, there was plenty walking around, coming to the cricket. They looked ready.
There we are. 13,290 runs to Joe Root. 13,378. So that's less than 100 runs. That much I can say.
Yeah, he needs to get to 120 in this innings to surpass Ricky Ponting in second place.
Yeah, and look, he's got them in 157 matches at an average of 50.92.
There was on Indian TV this morning, there was a stat that came up about if you take away the highest score in a series, or in every series from Joe Root, so you take away his biggest score of the series, he still averages 38.
Ooh.
Pope and Crawley, if you did that, they average 18.
There you are. It's consistency. Hello, thanks for their brilliant, as always, commentary. I just wanted to inform Michael Vaughan about the purpose of wasps. Like a lot of insects, wasps play a critical and important role in our ecosystems and food production. They control pest species such as aphids, which would attack and decimate crops if left unchecked. More on that in a moment. As change in bowling, Anshul Kamboj has been brought into the attack, and it's the first one pushed away on the offside. They also have a rich and exciting natural history that is fascinating to study in its own right. Keep up the good work, Dr. Harry Civita, is it?
Civita, yeah. A bee researcher from the University of Bristol, Harry. Dr. Harry. That sounds like a great job, doesn't it? Researching bees.
Thank you, Doctor.
My daughter went to Bristol Uni. She didn't study bees.
Mention bees. Anshul Kamboj. Thick set, well built. Strange sort of an action, really. Comes in bowls and advancing down the pitches. Joe Root playing it away to the mid-wicket area. And before Karun Nair, who seems to be on the field for someone.
Yeah, where's the spinners, Prakash? I mean, Anshul Kamboj is on his debut. He's got that one wicket, and he's he's one of those consistent line and length bowlers that looks to me like he needs a bit of action, a bit of seam movement or swing.
Well,
when the ball's 59 overs old, surely the captain has to turn to spin.
Oh, he's probably thinking, just give the lad a couple of overs, see if he's got anything. He can make something happen. Here's Kamboj again. Up he goes, bowls, and driven firmly up the ground. And you can see, you were talking, Michael, about driving up the ground. We haven't seen a lot of that, but already.
Oh, the one thing I'll say about India, they haven't done the research well enough here at Old Trafford. There's two things that play a big part at Old Trafford. It's real quality spin, not played Kuldeep Yadav, or pace. And Prasidh Krishna bowls 10 miles an hour quicker.
Yeah.
Now, this style of bowling at the Oval in a week's time, when sometimes swing and a bit of seam and carry through to the keeper, I get it, but on an Old Trafford wicket, you need a bit of extra pace.
In comes Kamboj, bowls. Again, just a step forward from Joe Root, pushed back to the bowler.
77 miles an hour.
Doesn't really make the cut.
I think they've picked him because they felt at number 9 they needed a few runs. He didn't get any, but he's a batter. He's bowled a no ball as well. He's a batter that can get you maybe a 20 or a 25, and I just think that's such a negative way to pick your bowling unit. You've got to pick your best bowlers for the pitches that you're going to be playing on.
He's a gritty customer. He's hung around. He battles with the bat. Not that he's going to score you any big scores, Kuldeep, but he's sitting in the pavilion at the moment. Kamboj bowls, driven through the offside. There'll be runs here, probably 4 of them. There's a chase on between Jadeja would have been the only man get there. He does, and limits it to 2. But lovely shot again. And 2 more to the total. 2 more to Joe Root. 266 for 2.
And even that ball there, it doesn't race away, does it? It just comes off the bottom of the bat. Lovely drive from Joe Root, but it's just looks a nice bowler to face on this pitch.
Well, he's got a choice of 2 of them, isn't it? Shardul and Kamboj.
Oh, you've got 2 spinners as well that you could...
And one of them hasn't bowled a ball in the game so far. Here's Kamboj. 5th ball of this over to Joe Root. He's in, he bowls. Defended. Back along the track for the bowler to field. Siraj gives the ball a rub. Tosses it to Shardul Thakur. 59th over will commence up, will end, so that's 21 overs to the new ball. And the man who took 4 wickets at Lord's hasn't had a ball yet. There's Kamboj in to bowl to Root. In bowls, Root once again steps out, just a skip down and defends, seeing the ball just back of length. And there will be no run. That's the end of the 59th over. The deficit now is in double figures. It's just 92. Pope 32, Root 35. And India seem bereft of ideas.
Yeah, they've got okay, but England have fought hard. They've known that hour they had to win and see off Bumrah and Siraj. They've done that. Drinks have come on, and like throughout the lot of the series, Ollie Pope's run off. He's gone for a comfort break. A lot of the batters are running off at drinks. I needed a comfort break when I was back. Maybe I didn't drink enough.
Possibly. Well, there's going to be a double change here in the commentary box as drinks are being taken on the field. Jonathan Agnew is all set and standing by, and Michael Vaughan is making room, or has made room, for Phil Tufnell. Good morning, Tuffers.
Yes.
And a quick word from you, and then I'm handing over to Jonathan.
Yes, morning Prakash, morning everyone. Beautiful day here at Old Trafford, watching Joe Root pass milestones and get himself up to the list to, what is it, 2nd now, isn't it? 2nd? 3rd
at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you know, he ran out to bat this morning.
Yeah.
Literally ran out, and he was out there ready to go. I mean, he's been like a man on a mission today.
Yeah, absolutely. No frills, no fuss.
No.
Just got about it. I was looking at that list actually. I had the privilege actually of playing against most of them. And I know, you know, I reckon he's one of the best, you know.
Yes, definitely.
I really do. You know, I know, you know, where he is in the league obviously says that, but just, yeah, fantastic. And just,
he's the best England player has been for a very long time.
Absolutely.
All-round game.
Yeah, just consistency.
Yeah.
He had that little dip, didn't he? But the only dip was when he wasn't converting 50s into 100s. Not a bad dip, that, is it? But team man, you know, Big smiles out there he had today, and I'm sure he was well aware, and just went about it in a lovely way.
Well, he's enjoying a drink. They're all having a bit of a... Spectators too, standing up, stretching their legs. Umpires in conversation there as well. Ground staff wandering off with the usual assortment of sort of the gear that they need these days for maintenance of the pitch.
Lots of buckets.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. There's a chap will walk off with a plank of wood, a pot of paint.
Yes.
There'll be a broom and a bigger bucket. And
yes.
It doesn't matter where you are. Yeah. That's the apparatus.
Yeah, the tools of the trade.
The tools of the trade. Absolutely right. That's what I'm looking for. Right, we're all wandering around. Umpire Tucker's saying, "Come on, get a move on," and quite right too. I would like a clock on a drinks break, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, counting down.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have it on the in the IPL, don't they, for the drinks break?
Yeah, it's a great. It should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
It should be like 1 over. No, 4 minutes.
Look at the 3 England chaps just wandering off having a chat.
Have a nice little stretch of the legs. Yeah, but do you think if just get moving? It's up on the screen. You get a clock for all sorts of other things.
Yeah.
And it's up to the umpires, isn't it, to get it going again. Anyway, they are breaking up their little drinks break there. That Indian, what's he got there in that enormous plastic bag?
I don't know.
What is that? He's got
a tape and finger
plastic bag,
yeah,
with a sort of a funnel on the end, and he's carrying it off.
Looks like a bagpipes.
That's absolutely what it is. Like cradling the bottom of it. I don't know what that is.
I don't think it's motivational bagpipes.
Looks like a bagpipe.
That's a bagpipes of the day.
Oh,
that's a lovely haunting sound. We're in the church, and it was a lovely sound outside. I think it might have been a lone piper.
Yeah, lovely.
Sort of footling away outside the church in Melton Mowbray.
Footling?
Footling.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, well,
blowing.
I don't think it necessarily is the term for playing a bagpipe.
Oh, isn't it? No.
Footling is sort of just... footling. 2:66 for 2. We're underway again. And we've got Pope getting an inside edge there, and gets a couple of runs though down towards deep backwards square leg. So Siraj there holds his head in his hands. He's still running in. He's been going for an hour. You just wind him up, don't you? And off he goes. But I'm amazed I haven't got a spinner on.
Oh, can't believe it.
No.
Washington Sunday bowled us out. What did he get at Lord's? 4 for 20 odd.
Well, 4 for nothing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 4 for 22.
Yeah. Hasn't had a bowl this game.
No.
And it started to turn a bit. I can't understand it.
No, I can't understand.
And that's not just necessarily Shubman Gill's fault. I mean, surely there must be. Well, there might have been a little message run out by the backroom staff. Skip. That's give it a spinner and go.
Got a spinner on. But at the moment it's still Siraj plugging away.
Yeah.
He's running towards us past the portly shape of umpire Raza. Bowls short outside the off stump, hit hard, but straight to the fielder at backward point. And it's Jadeja there, who again might have had a bowl. He got a wicket over the one that turned yesterday.
Yeah. I would definitely be, looking at the old skipper.
Yeah.
Rolling the arm, catching his eye.
Yeah, but you'd be in the deep somewhere, so it'd be quite hard to catch
waving
his eye.
there, big banner.
Yeah, you'd be a long way away.
Yeah, give us a go. It's not as if it's they've ripped a couple out. Might be a change of pace time.
Here's Siraj again. Bowls. Oh, another one that's shot along the ground. It's got an edge. It's wrapped Jarrell on the finger and is running towards the boundary directly below us. It will be retrieved. Siraj has got his hands on his hips. Again, it's one of these to look at. That's hit the very, very bottom of Pope's bat. And so far, he's had 2 that have flown. And I think this is the second one he's faced that's shot along the ground. And it requires the replay to make sure. It kept very low.
Yes, it did. You don't like seeing that. Get your runs in the first dig, I think. England will be thinking to themselves.
Yeah.
We don't want to be scuffing around out there, batting last, trying to knock off a couple of hundred.
It's almost like putting chalk on a snooker cue there. That was right on the end.
And there's obviously just some little patch there, isn't there? I don't know if it's a crack or, I don't know, bit of a dusty patch. When it hits it, whoosh, goes under.
He's on 36. England are 88 behind. Siraj comes bounding in, bowls, and Pope gets right forward, head over the ball.
Yeah, he's played that well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Looks a lot more assured on that front dog.
Well, they're putting a deep square leg out now, so to try and put in Pope's mind at least that he might get a short ball. Try and deter him from getting quite so solidly onto the front foot. That's part of the plan. He might not bowl a bouncer, but if the batsman thinks it's possible he's going to get one, he might be a little bit tentative in getting quite so far forward. That was the plan anyway. Suraj wheels round, sight screen behind him, Pope's over his bat, so deep square leg, a deep long leg, still 2 slips and a gully. Suraj runs in, bowls, Pope drives out towards extra cover, beats mid-off, and it's running away over the boundary. It's had quite a lot of rain actually over the last 3 days, but still no chance there for Bumrah, who rather escorted that off at the end. 4 more, a good shot that. Pope goes to 40.
Yeah.
It must be hard, you know, when there is this indifferent bounce. And Pope's had a couple that have, say, shot along the ground. He's had 2 that have really bounced at him.
Yeah.
To just be secure about your footwork and how you're playing, and still having confidence in the pitch, although it's betrayed you a couple of times.
I suppose you've got to just try to put it out your mind, haven't you?
Yeah.
Play everything on its merits.
Suraj again, bowls short this time. There is the bouncer, and he's pulled it without timing that. And they get a single to that man coming in off that deep square leg boundary, who keeps coming now. They're not going to bother with him out there for Root, but in fact it's the end of the over. 275 for 2, so there's 20 overs till a new ball. Root has 35, Pope 41, England are 83 behind, and we've got 50 minutes to go till lunch. And they could be within 30 by the lunch break. View from the boundary today, as I've mentioned.
Lovely.
Yeah, someone who I'm actually really very keen to meet.
You're not going to tell us, are you?
I always like to keep it up my sleeve. I don't know why.
Just keep us.
Well, it's become a sort of. I know. You don't like to give it away too early, do you? But anyway.
Oh, okay. You seem quite excited.
Oh, very.
Oh, okay. I might hang around and listen while I'm having my lunch.
Well, actually, I think you know this individual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Question of sport, I think. Featured a few times. Be amazed if not.
Well, it's not Sue, is it?
It's not Sue.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not Sue. I don't think she's ever been on this programme, actually. No. 275 for 2 then. And we've got Cambodge running in, bowling outside the off stump, a lumbering sort of a run.
Yeah.
And Pope allows that by.
I don't know about you, John, but I think he gets mixed up with his feet, you know. About sort of...
With Cambodge?
Yeah, about where he is there. What's that, 10 or 15 sort of foot away from the thing. He has this terrible little sort of... can't quite get my feet right.
I was likening him to Pankaj yesterday. Do you remember Pankaj?
Pankaj?
He played Pankaj Singh, wasn't he? He played a couple of tests. It took him quite a long time to get a wicket.
Oh, yes.
It was 2014, was it? He had a sort of similar approach. It's quite a heavy tread. In he goes again, bowls on the off stump. That's played down to mid-off. I think he played 2 tests. He played the first test. That was Alistair Cook got a standing ovation at lunch, and he walked out and returned unbeaten, which was quite rare in that time for him.
Yeah.
And then I don't think he got a wicket in that test match, which was at Southampton.
That's right.
But he struck here finally.
Yes, that was Southampton was the 3rd test of that series, India having just won at Lord's.
Yes.
England then thrashed them at Southampton in the 3rd test. Pankaj Singh 0 for 146 from 37 in his maiden test innings.
Hello.
That was it. Cambodge bowls short. They called for a catch behind. India want it. Umpires saying no. It was a pull shot to ball that wasn't quite short enough. And I don't think they're going to review this, although Cambodge was keen. So Pope didn't quite get the length right of that. It's flicked him on the arm by the look of it.
Yep.
275 if 2. Just say. I mean, he actually flicked his arm there, didn't he, to show that actually hit me on the arm. Shouldn't you, if the umpire gives it not out, just start flicking the edge of the bat or look at the edge of your bat? So they burn off a review.
Well,
don't you think?
It's all about,
just look at the edge of the bat. Or look at that mark. There's a mark to come off. Do it like that.
Bit of bluff, bit of double bluff, yes. But
that's come off the arm.
Yes, tricep.
Cambodge bowls. It's tucked away down to mid-on. So our old friend Pankaj,
yes.
he got 0 for a lot.
0 for a lot, then 0 for not so much, 0 for 33 in the 2nd innings, and triumphantly at Old Trafford in the 4th test. India all out for 152. And he picked up the wickets of Root and Butler, both in the 70s, finished with 2 for 113. And that was the end of his Test career. So
I saw a Pankaj shirt the other day.
Really?
Yeah, going around here, yeah.
No.
I suspect it's a bit of a collector's item.
Oh, yeah.
But no, he did.
2 for 292, so average of 146, which is about 1.5 Agnews, I think, isn't
That's worse than mine. In goes Cambosh and bowls. Oh, that goes past the inside edge. A bit of an airy drive from Pope. And a missed off drive. Well, that is reassuring.
If memory serves me right, Sir Alistair was under a bit of pressure there.
He was.
Yeah.
And he got a standing ovation. I think he was about
47.
40 not out when he walked off
At lunch.
at the Rose Bowl. And they were all up applauding him.
Yeah. Old Tino was there in the box, wasn't he? Plodding around.
48 got out, he was.
Oh, yeah.
He was what?
48 at lunch.
Yeah. Cambodge over the wicket, bowls, and he comes charging down the pitch there, turns it away to mid-on. Siraj, I mean, he's bowled for an hour, and he's still got all that energy, and he's given overthrows away.
Buzzers.
There's 5 going on here. Not quite sure why Siraj did that. And in fact, look at Shubman Gill has got his arms outstretched, saying, "Why did you do that?"
Yeah.
Siraj, he came bouncing in from mid-on. He's irrepressible. He's got a huge amount of energy. He's very keen, but he hurled the ball there, unprotected stumps, and Shubman Gill is looking daggers at him.
Yeah.
Because there's 4 overthrows plus the one that they ran. So a nudge to mid-on produces 5 runs, gratefully received.
Yeah, it never looks great, does it?
No, I
never
don't know
looks
why.
great.
Oh, it's one thing to be aggressive and everything else, but I think for a moment he let the ball go there. I think he realised he might have boobed.
Oh dear. Keeper didn't make much of an effort though, to be fair.
No.
Didn't help his mate out.
No. Oh, we've got spin.
Ah, at last.
Jadeja's coming on.
Yeah, might have been 3/4 of an hour too late. Or an hour.
But we are. He's bowling from the end from which he dismissed Crawley with a ball that did turn.
Off the posh stuff.
Yeah.
Even though it was a slightly sort of open face, wasn't it? It wasn't a forward defensive. He sort of glided it.
He did a bit. So 78 behind is the situation with 8 wickets left. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. Now we've got Jadeja. Very straight approach. Comes in, bowls, and Pope punches the first ball back at him. It's quite an unusual approach because usually spinners come in on a bit of an angle, don't they?
Yeah.
Spinners, but he's absolutely dead straight.
Yeah.
Comes again wearing his sunglasses. Pope forward. There's a slip. Rahul took a very good catch.
Yeah, you usually have a bit of a banana.
Yeah, so just get yourself sideways on.
Yeah,
just rotate.
Puts you in the position early.
Yeah. So no, he just strides in, bowls very flat.
Yeah.
Tucks other way to mid-wicket.
Doesn't take too much out of himself, does he, Jadeja? Even though you've got to have a strong arm and a strong wrist to get it down. He bowls it quick, doesn't he?
It's a close contest between him and Chris Gale.
Yes.
Who actually bowled with the less effort. I think Gale wins, actually.
Oh, absolutely. Hands down.
Jadeja bowls. Hope steps towards the leg side there, looking to drive to mid-off.
Still haven't seen poor old Washington. What's he done wrong?
I don't know, he must have upset somebody.
Oh, beautifully at Lord's. Had us in all sorts of trouble.
Jadeja again on the leg stump, hits the pad. Picked up at mid-wicket. It is a bit bizarre.
Yeah, you don't usually get Joe Root bowled by an offie.
No.
No, that seems to have been forgotten about.
Jadeja and Pope steals a single there. Bumrah's quite deep at mid-off.
Looking a bit weary in the fielding.
But yeah, he'll keep the strike at 281 for 2. So 77 behind. Root 35. Pope has 47.
The third over in a row. Pope's taken a single off the final ball, including the one that was then hurled for 4 extra runs by Siraj. Joe Root in the course of this innings has passed 1,000 runs on this ground, the first player to make 1,000 test runs at Old Trafford.
Average of 66.
67 now, it's gone up a bit. 1 century, which was a 254 against Pakistan in 2016.
Tremendous innings, isn't it?
7 other 50-plus scores, including this. Sorry, not including this one yet. It's not reached 50. But
where's his most favoured ground? Would it be Lord's, perhaps?
Cambodge is continuing, and he's bowling to Pope, who's on 47, who's in bowls, and Pope plays up very late, looking to run the ball to third man. There's no one down there, but hits gully. Well, I can drop a bit of a hint about our lunchtime guest.
Oh, yes,
I didn't see that 200 because I was in Rio doing the Olympics.
Oh, Olympian.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, there's a hint.
All right. Oh, okay.
I mean, look, there's quite a few people.
There was. There's quite a few in the camp.
Well, there
in
are.
The Olympic Village.
There are. However, it's a little...
Cricket, well, obviously cricket fan.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That narrows it down a bit.
Cambodge runs in solidly, tucks away to wide mid-on. Siraj is there now. He'll keep hold of the ball, I suspect. Yeah, he's not going to throw it away this time. And Pope takes another one. He goes to 48. He's played nicely. England 76 runs behind.
Yeah, in terms of Joe Root's most productive grounds, total runs at Lord's 2,166. He's sort of played a lot more games there because he plays 2 matches there a year. In terms of average of the grounds used regularly, averages 68 at Trent Bridge, 5 centuries out of 750 plus scores, 67 here currently, 1 century out of 850 plus scores. We've been very consistent at Old Trafford, which is that 1 big century.
Keeper standing up now to Cambodge, goes lumbering in, bowls, that's turned away down towards backward square leg.
But you wanted your first test.
Well, take a single. He's running a long way for the keeper to be standing up at the stumps. I mean, that's a lot of effort, isn't it?
It is. I don't like it.
Etishumuddin, he was another one who appeared from nowhere.
That was Pakistan in 1982.
Correct.
I think they had injuries and he was playing in the
Lancashire
Warwickshire
League.
Leagues or Birmingham.
I think he was in a league.
Yeah.
He was a big lad.
Yeah, he had played a bit of Test cricket, had an amazing first-class record, but didn't look entirely primed for Test cricket.
No, he didn't. I think he enjoyed his time in the leagues. 283 for 2. Cambodge again runs in bowls. Oh, that's actually very nicely taken. Well, he's dropped it actually in the end, but it did cut back, and that might make Jarrell retreat.
Yeah.
Because that's come cutting back. It's hit him. Must be very difficult standing up to the wicket. I mean, just whatever pace it may be, but
oh, nicked it.
He did nick it, didn't he?
Yeah, that would have been Rego standing back.
Yes.
So that will make Cambodge very, very angry, I should imagine. Yeah, little inside edge.
Would it have carried this question? It's be interesting to see more about it.
You would have thought so.
Well, I don't know. It was an inside edge, wasn't it? It might have gone down. Let's have a look.
Oh, okay.
It's actually hit the glove, I think. Cambodge runs in, bowls outside the off stump, chopped away for a single. Pope goes to 49.
Perhaps he's just put an extra couple of miles an hour because
it does make you do that, doesn't it? If the keeper stands up, says, "Right, come on, Cambodge," and he's running in 30 yards, isn't he? And the keeper's standing up.
Right, I'll show you.
Might make you bend it. Well, Gower kept wicket for us once in a championship game.
Did he?
Yeah, I thought he just fired one down the leg side buys. He kept going though, determinedly. I mean, David Gower keeping wicket.
Oh yeah, must have got bit grubby, you know.
Well, he didn't move.
No, oh okay.
Cambodge moves in, bowls outside the off stump, steered away. No, it was an elegant performance.
Yeah.
If he didn't actually bother moving too much of it, wasn't absolutely straight at him. But I don't know why he kept wicket now, but he did anyway. First class match. 285 for 2, Root 66. No, that's his number. Root. Where's it gone? It's gone off the screen. Andy, give the scores. 285 for 2. How many has he got? He's got 37. Root 49. And there's all sorts of stuff on that screen that I can't read. 285 for 2. Thoughts from you, Tuffers, and then Alison's coming in for the next 20 minutes, and I shall be back for the view from the boundary.
Yeah, getting along nicely. Perfect start to the day, really, for England. You know, they didn't want to let India back in with a sniff with a couple of early wickets, and they've ridden that sort of opening burst from Bumrah and just going about their business today, Ali.
Hello, Tuffers.
Afternoon.
Yep, his partnership worth 88 now. It has been a steady stand. Joe Root ticking off that milestone as well.
Yes.
A lovely moment, wasn't it? A single that you sort of felt the ripple began to roll around the ground as people realised what that single meant for the greatness of Root in his career. Right, here is Jadeja, left arm around with the spin, tickled into the leg side by Root. fractionally behind square on that leg side, goes through for 1.
Well, they're a very knowledgeable crowd at Old Trafford, aren't they? She said you did feel it sort of.
I know a lot of people are
The
listening
understanding of
to
it,
the commentary as they
Well,
sit
absolutely.
and watch as well.
Oh, of course.
It's a lovely way to absorb the cricket when
Yeah.
you're live in the ground.
I should hope so.
286 for 2. Pope on strike on 49 as Jadeja comes around. The wicket is forward. A forceful shot up towards mid-off. Takes the single that takes him to 50. A controlled 50 from Ollie Pope. 93 deliveries. Raises his bats to the crowd. And in this series, was he passed 50, went on to make 100 in the opening test of the series off the back of his 100 against Zimbabwe as well. Ollie Pope, England's vice-captain, doing a great job out here, and England are only 71 behind now.
Yeah, and a slightly different kind of innings from Ollie Pope. You know, usually he's a run-a-ball kind of guy, isn't he? And sort of, a bit skittish, but he's looked very measured and just dialed it down a bit. And obviously realising, England want to get
Root forward to Jadeja, it strikes silly points and there's no run.
a lead in this first innings, So, yeah, good cricket smarts, I think, from Ollie Pope.
Batted beautifully in partnership together.
Yeah.
Results will give us the full details in a moment. Root is on 38. Slip, silly point under the helmet. Jaiswal is there at extra cover. Jadeja with his sunglasses on around the wicket, and Root is forward this time. It squirts away through the vacant point region out to the deep. There's protection on the boundary. Kambodge moves into field and Root takes another one.
Yes, 93 balls, 6 fours. It's his 25th 50-plus score in Test, 9 centuries amongst those. Is just his 4th in 32 innings against India, 200s amongst those.
Jadeja in again to Pope, drives again up towards mid-off, another quick single taken, and this is Bumrah who flings the ball into the turf in front of his feet. And they're running well here with the ball going to mid-off, setting off quickly, putting the fielder under a little bit of pressure, making sure they get those singles. So end of the over, 289 for 2. England is 69 behind. Pope now 51 not out alongside Joe Root.
Well, it's all part of that sort of wearing down process, isn't it? Quick singles, making 1s to 2, used to hate it in the field, things not going your way, flat pitch, and there's, run your ragged, all trying to pinch things and overthrows, it all helps.
Well, the rate England are going,
yes.
By the time they go into lunch, that deficit will have been severely dented.
Yeah.
They began the day 133 behind, now just 69 behind, and still just over half an hour to go until the lunch break. So it's been all going in the right direction as far as England are concerned so far. India began the day just realising, knowing that if they had a good morning session with the ball, if they could get a couple early.
Well, they had to win the day. They had to win the day.
Yep.
India, that's what they would have been thinking, and that's been sort of squashed a bit. I mean, they're still not out of it, but, fantastic start with the likes of Brooke, Crikey Smith, Stokes, all sitting there just waiting to come in and really pile on the agony.
England do bat deep and they're in the box seat at the moment. Here is Kambodge again with the keeper standing up, and Pope awaits. Kambodge is in full and straight, driven back into the pitch past the bowl. Another quick single taken. Siraj with the throw, misses the stumps. The dive put in by Pope at the non-striker's end.
Oh.
Again, good running, good fast, sharp calling, responding. He's all right, isn't he, Pope? He's got up, shaking himself down. He's having a little word with the umpire, Rod Tucker, here at the non-strikers.
He grabbed a bit of his hamstring there, but I think it was all right.
To say, there's one thing about taking quick singles, but you don't want to do it if you're going to pull a muscle in the process.
No, not on a flatter.
Root settles over his bat. One slip and then a gap to maybe third slip and gully as Kambodge is in. On, off stump, going back. Root forces it out to the covers, no run.
I suppose the next thing will be the new ball for India, won't it? That's what they'll have half an eye on. Perhaps that might be their, let's get ourselves to this new ball and then really try and bust open this batting line of England. But it's still a few overs away.
We're only in the 65th over, so there's a lot of overs for England to score some runs first.
It is.
The game might have got away from them by the time that new ball comes around.
Yeah, you've got to play in the here and now, and I just get the feeling that Shubman Gill might be scratching his head a bit here.
Well, where are India going to find a wicket from? Because these two are batting so beautifully together. The partnership's now up to 93. Root on 39 from 85 balls. And Kambodge is in outside the off stump, taken by Jarrell, standing up with the helmet on. saw vision of Rishabh Pant leaving the ground yesterday, heading out to the team bus with the moon boot on.
Yep.
So, I mean, goodness me. I hope we get to hear from him at some stage during this test match, just to hear and understand what pain he must have felt or maybe didn't feel, injections that he'd had to go out there and be able to stand and deliver in the way that he did. And there's incredible moments of dramatic theatre.
Yeah.
As Root waits again, Cambodge moves in full straight, defence from Root, angles it into the onside, and there's no run. You hope he hasn't done any further damage to himself.
Well, no. I must admit, my heart was in my mouth a bit when the boys started bowling sort of in swinging Yorkers, because that could get really messy if it had got another one on it.
Amazing courage to go out there and do it.
Absolutely. That must have been in the back of his mind as well, you know. We're not silly, us cricketers, you know. Can do all sorts, you know, splintering and, you know.
Root faces up to Cambodge. He runs in now past the umpire. Now right arm over, fuller delivery, driven by Root. Out towards the covers, finds a fielder though. Another dot ball. Yeah, he would have wanted to do it for the team. I guess all the adversity that he's already faced with coming through a near fatal car crash, to him it's probably
walking apart.
In comparison, I mean, your mental approach would have to be, well, if I can come through that, I can come through this.
Yeah.
Let's wish him all the best for his recovery, because he's an absolute entertainer in the game and so important to this India team as well.
He just always sort of delivers in one way or another, doesn't he?
And vice captain as well for this side. Cambodge in now. Root allows one to go past, and Jarrell is keeping well there up to the stumps to Cambodge, whose pace is dipping below 80 miles per hour. Here, as it's the end of the over, 290 for 2, and England is 68 behind. The Greek flag is still being proudly displayed on the hotel. I'm surprised, Tuffers, there's not an Italy flag, because Italy qualified for the Men's T20 World Cup for the very first time early next year.
Excellent.
Which is quite something.
Yeah.
A number of Australians in there. We were talking about how many players of Greek heritage there are in the world. And of course, we named a couple of Australians earlier, didn't we? Marcus Stoinis and Sam Conster. So the Italy team's led by Joe Burns, who's got Italian heritage.
Yeah. Be a nice tour.
It would be, wouldn't it? I think they had a pre-tournament camp in Rome.
Oh, lovely.
Bit of time for sightseeing first.
Absolutely.
I think it's a bit of challenge around. Well, so many of the European countries who are establishing associate members of the ICC aren't flush with facilities and grounds. So the game, they hope this will be an inspiration piece to try and grow the game and increase funding, of course. New over, Jadeja into Pope. He's forward, a flick of the wrist up to mid-on. Another quick single taken, shy at the stumps, back to Jadeja's end, and they're safely through. But they keep turning over the strike with very good rapidity here. Knock and run, singles to mid-on and mid-off, which should be single saving positions. Deep Dasgupta has joined me. Well, Deep, what are you making to the session so far as Jadeja is in again to Root, driving with more force this time, out to the deep, and finds a fielder, moves in from the deep cover boundary. Another single, turning over the strike, compiling the runs, the deficit only 66 now.
These two have batted really well. For India to get back into this game, it is imperative they win this day. Obviously, the first hour and a half hasn't been India's. And credit to these two batters out there.
Jadeja in. Pope squirts away out towards backward points. Fielded by Sundar. And Pope says no to the single, quite rightly.
And India's strategy has been absolutely baffling. Jadeja comes into bowl after, 75 minutes into the day's game. Washington, we still haven't seen him. This is over number 66.
Jadeja moves in. Pope looking to drive once again. And finds Karan Nair, who's under the helmet, but he's retreated from his silly point position back to more of a short extra cover catching position. Jadeja sunglasses on, mop of curly hair in. Root presses forward, but it's dribbled off an inside edge and then into the ground to be picked up by Jarrell. He didn't know immediately where that had gone. Allowed for a little bit of excitement momentarily from behind the stumps. It actually go between his legs, it did. So pressed forward defensively, and it bobbled back between front and back foot. Jadeja moves in, and Pope lets that one go into the gloves of the keeper, and there's some turn there. A little bit of an ooh and an ah from Jadeja and from Jarrell. It ends the over. 66 behind, with England 292 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that strategy, it's kind of, got stuck in that template of, the mindset, oh, you're playing in England, so you have to go with your seamers. Spin is your last option or not an attacking option. But these conditions are very different. It's warm, it's bright, and the pitch itself, we saw Jadeja get some help yesterday when he got the wicket of Zach Crawley as well. You see those cracks appearing, and it's a dry surface. So you've got to change accordingly, which unfortunately we haven't seen that from India. We still haven't seen it. Washington Sundar Bol picked up 4 for the last test match, last innings.
It's curious, isn't it? Instead, it's Kambodge continuing from the Statham end outside the off stump, flashed away by Root out towards deep backward point, where the fielder waits for the ball to arrive, scoops it up, and another one taken, 293 for 2. Yeah, Washington Sundar yet to be used at all. To say, if you're listening to 5 Live last night, Deep, have you listened to this
yes, I
Settling
have.
the Score Ashes programme?
It is wonderful.
It is spine-tingling,
wonderful.
isn't it? The BBC Philharmonic Orchestra in collaboration with 5 Live, and all the commentary moments from that incredible, iconic 2005 Ashes series. It's available on a podcast now on BBC Sounds. So I would highly recommend downloading that and having a listen, as Kambodge is in here to Pope, full driven back past the bowler, beautifully along the ground all the way for 4. There is no stopping that. Almost took a coat of varnish from the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was that straight.
Yeah, he's really batted well, in control. The balance has been very good. Been talking about his head falling over, but in this innings, he's managed to get that balance going, that head a lot straighter. It still does fall over a little bit, but then he's managed it really well. A beautiful shot, well balanced again.
And it's now 100 partnership results between these two.
Yes, in 28.1 overs.
Kambodge moving in once more. Pope's on 57, and Kambodge moves in past the umpire. Pope forward defence towards Jaiswal. Picks up cover. Jarrell is jogging down the pitch from his keeper's position. Puts a left arm around the shoulder of Kambodge as he's walking back to his mark. Siraj now moves in as well and gives him a pat on the shoulder. Now, how many messages is he getting there? Maybe mixed messages from 2 or 3 of his teammates, but
I believe his job is very, very simple and straightforward, is provide that control to Shubman Gill. Just bowl in that channel and be economical.
Kambodge bustles in up past the umpire. Bowls to Pope, a little straight. Pope hoits it aerially. Backward a square, there's a fielder there. Manages a sprawling stop, one-handed on the boundary as Pope comes back for the second. And there will be some applause down there. It's a good effort from, is that
Karuna
Nair who's there? Yep. In front of the hotel, where that Greek flag and the flag of Equatorial Guinea draped over the balcony.
And the other one is Isle of Man.
The red flag.
The red flag.
With the, what is the emblem in the middle? So we got a close
3 legs.
The 3?
The 3 legs.
Ah, yep. And then a rugby club flag between that and the Equatorial Guinea flag, which is green, white and red with a blue triangle to the side. Full, whipped off the pads here by Pope. Backward of square, takes one, comes back for the second. Throw comes in back to the gloves of Jarrell. And with that, England bring up the 300 this morning. 301 for 2. They resumed their overnight score of 225 for 2. It has been all England this morning. And we've always felt this could be a pivotal day for one team or the other to take the initiative and try and make this match theirs. And at the moment, it's going in England's direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, initially I thought it'll be a quick burst from the fast bowlers from either end, and then we'll get to see Jadeja in quicker than what we have so far.
England are 57 behind on first innings. Kambodge in here, left alone this one by Pope, taken by Jarrell, standing up to the stumps, almost toppling over there. Pope as he came forward. End of the over though. Pope 61, Root 41, 301 for 2 and 57 behind. With that 2005 series, Deep, I was remembering back to being at the Trafalgar Square parade.
Nice.
The day after the famous victory at the Oval. And I listened back to some of the audio. There's a clip of me within that programme right towards the very end. And even it's amazing the things you forget. And I was describing the people who are wading through the fountains in Trafalgar Square. I had a vantage point sort of up, not quite up Nelson's Column, but sort of on plinth number 2, I think, so I could get a view over the heads of the throng of the crowd. And I was describing someone in full cricket whites who was wading through the fountains. Now, Washington Sundar's just done some stretching deep down here, so that might indicate he'll get a bowl here before lunch. In the meantime, somebody is disturbing the batter from behind the bowler's arm. The motion to sit down. Root settling now.
Just on Ollie Pope's 50, I'll come to off this ball from Jadeja.
Jadeja around the wicket here to Root, forward, strokes it out to Covert.
And perhaps more evidence of a more restrained approach from England. 93 balls, his third slowest, joint third slowest test 50 in terms of balls faced to reach 50.
He's on 41 then. Jadeja moves in once again. A little dab by Root. Gently, past first slip, running away towards the boundary. Sundar is after it. Root's coming back for a busy 2. And the throw comes back into the gloves of Jarrell.
The 2 slower, both in the 2019-20 season, when he made his first Test century in South Africa. So a lot of his, most of his Baz ball 50s have been in under 70 balls. So uncharacteristically restrained so far, very precise.
Precise is a good word for it. As forward he comes again, very correct in that forward defence, up towards extra cover. So technically correct. I think when he's in this mode, scored so many of his runs in a technically correct way with flair and flourish. Just a bit more of a jab this time, forward but no run. Towards extra cover. Gill comes down to pick up. Jadeja, ball in hand again. Shirt untucked, a ruffle of curly hair, sunglasses on, into Root, forward, angles it out towards backward point. Sundar is there to field. And will it be the next over that Sundar comes on?
I hope so.
20 minutes until lunch on this third day. England are 55 behind. They've gobbled up this deficit during the morning session. Worked square here. And a chase back for Jaiswal from mid-wicket. Root sprinting back for the second run. The throw's a good one into Jarrell, but Root equal to it and put in the quick turn of pace to get back. 305 for 2. Root on to 45. It's the end of the over then. Sundar is removing his cap and moving forward. Deep Dasgupta, that's going to please you. And then Daniel Norcross is joining you in commentary.
Yeah, finally. And this is over number 68, 69 now. So a little surprised, but anyways, he's in now. The other thing is, I'm sure a lot of people will be talking about Shubman Gill and strategically he got it wrong. But then obviously you've also got to say he's got people around him. You got guys on the field like KL Rahul, senior members, and obviously you've got the bowling coach Moni Morkel, you've got Gautam Gambhir. I think it's a team strategy and not just the captain, so it'd be a little unfair to just talk about Shubman Gill and the strategy.
Well, he's done a bit for the seamers as well, hasn't it, today? Perhaps a little surprisingly. We've had a few that have gone low, there's been a few that have popped up. I mean, it does seem strange that a man who took 4 wickets in the last innings that he's bowled in has been left till this point, but he's in now. Right arm over the wicket into Pope, who clips his first ball away out to deep mid-wicket for a single and moves to 62, a full ball on around off stump or so.
The other, I guess, individual that India's missing is Rishabh Pant, because he's kind of Shubman Gill's sounding board, and him not being there behind the stumps and that leadership that he brings to the table as well from behind the stumps, letting the bowlers know, letting Shubman know what he thinks.
Yeah, I mean, he's inexperienced in his captaincy as Washington's in again. On the reverse goes Root, and he gets this away down to, well, deep third for 4. It's a wonderful shot, really, really well controlled and fabulously timed. And that takes Root now to 49.
Oh, that's a superb shot. Waits for it. It's not premeditated, that reverse sweep. He actually looks at the line, looks at the length, and also plays the field beautifully, because there was a deep point. Now it's more of a wide-ish third rather than deep point because of that shot.
Yeah, he's given himself a nice big gap through point if he wants it. He goes back in his crease and he accesses precisely that spot, runs 1 and brings up his 50. 50 from 99 balls. It's been a very controlled innings from Joe Root. On the way, he's passed 3 greats of the game in his pursuit of Sachin Tendulkar at the very top.
It is the 104th time
that he's reached 50 in Test cricket.
Yes.
37 centuries amongst that. And that takes him clear of Ponting and Callis into second place most 50-plus scores in Tests.
It's quite an achievement. 104 times. There's Washington's in again. This is nicely worked by Pope up to mid-on. Siraj fires at the stumps, misses, and Pope is home. It's been a feature of Pope's running, actually. He's hit the ball to mid-on, mid-off and run quickly.
And also picked the right fielders as well. It was Jasprit Bumrah a while ago. Now it's Mohammad Siraj. So they've done really well. I mean, good awareness from Ollie Pope. Talk about Joe Root. I mean, he's a legend himself, isn't he? He's already there amongst them.
Well, he is. He's out in third place. He's facing up now. And he taps this into the onside, but it's picked up at short leg on the bounce.
The only player with more Test 50s than Joe Root, Sachin Tendulkar, had 119, 51 centuries and 68 other 50-plus scores.
Washington in once more. Just defends this, does Root, deep in his crease, pushes into the offside. There's no run. 312 for 2. How many came off that over? Is it 6?
7.
7. Root has 50. Pope has 63. I was going to try and work out, but I can't, how many times Root has raised his bat now, because of course he'd have raised his bat at the 50, the 100s, the 150s, the 200s, the 250s. Do you fancy that task? You don't, do you? And then you've got to get it when he walks off as well.
That I can't, won't do and can't do.
Well, you won't, will you? Right, so the deficit now just 46. It's been England's morning. We said it's a pivotal time in this Test series.
Because now England's got an opportunity to kind of bat India out of this game.
Yeah. If they bat all day. Jadeja in. This is driven by Pope. Full ball on off stump, but straight to short extra cover. There's no run. So there is a new ball available in 11 overs. But Bumrah's felt a little bit down on speeds. Just hasn't quite happened for India today. Jadeja in and fires one in faster and flat and defended by Pope into the offside. No run.
Yeah, we might not see India take that new ball straight away. There's a seamers bowl pretty long spells as well.
Jadeja in. This is slapped away through cover point down to Bumrah at deep backward point. They'll get a single. Bit more width on that occasion. Pope to 64. Talked a lot about how he's looked a lot less skittish today as Pope. Roots look rock solid, but there is still some assistance in the pitch. Jadeja in, forward comes Pope and defends into the offside. There's no run. 313 for 2. 61 miles an hour. Yes.
Yeah, bowling way too quick. He's got to slow down. Obviously he'll get into his rhythm.
He's in again, and Root just taps this into the onside, but fires short mid-wicket. There's no run. You get through the overs quickly.
Yes, that he does. That he does. But also he bowls quickly initially, and then once he gets into his rhythm, because natural pace is quite quick.
Here he is once again, defended from the crease, strikes the pad, but a bit of bat involved as well. No run. End of the over. 313 for 2. 45 the deficit. Pope 64. Root 50. There's lots of live cricket across the BBC today, not just on TMS, of course, on BBC Sounds. We have 2 new streams available, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3, and today you can hear Yorkshire, the side with the most county championships to their name, against Surrey, the 3 times in a row champions, on Sports Extra 2, as well as Derbyshire against top of the table Leicestershire, who've taken 6 wickets. They need 4 more to cement their position at the top of that table on Sports Extra 3, and just go to Sounds, where you'll find these streams next to Sports Extra, well worth checking every day. The game between Surrey and Yorkshire looks to be drifting to a draw. Nottinghamshire also. Hampshire have managed to avoid the follow-on, so that looks like being a draw. So there's every chance that we'll go to the last set of county championship matches with just 2 points between the leaders Surrey and Nottinghamshire in second place. You've done it. Zoltz has done something amazing. Okay, bear with and I'll explain what. Washington Sundar in, forward comes Pope, pushes into the offside. Root wanted a run that isn't there. So you've calculated that Joe Root has raised his bat 164 times in Test cricket on the basis of raising it every 50, 100, 150, 200 and 250. He's never got a 300.
Nope.
As well as walking off?
No, not as well as walking off, Daniel.
Washington is in. Forward comes Pope, defends back to the bowler, no run. So I suppose we add the extra 104 to that, do we? To get 268. But in the midst of his innings, he'd have raised his bat 160.
But what about walking off at the end of a day's play or the end of a session?
Good point. If you don't factor that in, this is slightly short. He goes back into his crease, Pope, and tucks it into the onside out to deep mid-wicket. They get a single. Pope to 65, 314 for 2.
Yeah, so of his 104 50-plus scores, 67 between 50 and 99, including this one, 22 between 100 and 149, 9 between 150 and 199, and 6 double hundreds, 2 of which were over 250.
Nice. Down the wicket he comes and drives this straight through mid-off, in the air for 4. Good use of the feet from Root. Came dancing down. They're not going to let Washington settle here. 318 for 2.
Yeah, he started bowling a little slow this over, was bowling at 58, 59 miles an hour, and got this opportunity to step out and put some pressure. Wasn't too far from Washington Sundar's outstretched hands, but would find another boundary. And I was looking at kind of mid-off. It's quite wide-ish, Shardul Thakur there. And for an off-spinner, you expect him to be a lot straighter.
Washington in again. Forward comes Root, stretching, reaching for the ball and pushes it to point. There's no runs. Fielder comes around to his left. 318 for 2, the deficit 40. England started the day at 225 for 2. 93 runs have been added in pretty much 25 overs. So not going at the Bazballian rate. Washington in again. This is tucked into the onside once more, up to short mid-wicket or wide mid-on. There's no run. As Shubman Gill does the fielding. 71 overs gone. New ball available in 9 overs time. 10 minutes to go till lunch, so probably 3 overs. That might give the seamers a little bit of chance to rest up. There's a danger, of course, it can go round the park. But
exactly, and that's what I'm thinking. And the spinners just started bowling today, so it's not that they would be tired or they've bowled a lot of overs so far. So, yeah, I guess I want to continue with the spinners for a little bit longer and not take that new ball straight away.
There has been one alarm for England. Pope was dropped off Cambodge. Keeper standing up for the stumps. A very, very hard chance as Pope just takes the first ball into the onside from Jadeja, just straying on the pads and manages to pick up a single through square leg. 66.
I wouldn't call that a chance, would you? Off the
close.
gloves, yeah, bowling at 80 miles an hour, somebody gets a glove and the ball was heading down and Anshul was standing up to him. So, yeah, I
sort of hit him, really.
Yes.
Yeah. Jadeja in. This is defended by Root, rather crabbily into the onside. A full ball on the pads. No run. I mean, that's the nearest that India have kind of got. Well,
that is true.
I say that. There's been a couple that have kept a bit low, and there's been a couple that popped, and there was a run-out chance for Jadeja when there was a mix-up earlier on as Root defends full ball back to the bowler. And when Jadeja had the stumps to aim at, perhaps just released the ball a bit too quickly. Jadeja really does fire through these overs. Bowls, and it's been beautifully late cut for 4. Wonderful shot from Root. Just goes back into his crease, waited for it, played it really late, almost through sort of third slip with great timing. Picks up 4 more, goes to 58, 323 for 2.
Yeah, ominous signs for India now. Joe Root, the last over, stepped out and hit down the ground. This time deft touch using the pace of Jadeja and a little bit outside off stump.
Jadeja in again. He drives as Root into the offside, but can't beat a packed field. Around about point, no run. The horrible thing there from an Indian point of view is that ball did nothing. No. It came on, it did nothing either way. It was just put away. As Root goes deep in his crease and defends into the offside, where Washington does the fielding at point. End of the over, that took about a minute and a half. 323 for 2. The deficit 35, Root 58, Pope 66.
Yeah, also the conditions, like you said. I mean, first half yesterday, first session and first half of the second session, when England were bowling, it was overcast, the ball was doing so much, maybe a little too much at times. But then as soon as India came out to bowl, the sun was out, it was nice and bright, nothing much happened. And I was having a chat with Anshul after the game, Anshul Kamboj. I was like, what happened there? I can understand you being nervous, but It's like we saw the first session, the ball was doing a little too much, so we thought it would do the same, but it didn't. And they kind of attacked a little too much, tried a little too much to pick wickets.
Yep. Well, they went very full, didn't they? As Washington starts a new over, forward comes Pope, defence into the offside, picked up at short extra cover. No run. Yeah, I mean, they were obviously searching for the movement that England had got, but it just didn't work. And I think you said they sort of looked up at the scoreboard after 20 overs and, oh no.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, it's 80, 85 already.
Yeah.
Maybe 100, I guess, by then.
Washington in, forward comes Pope, just dabs the ball into the offside, just behind square, and will get an easy single, goes to 67, 324 for 2. They have been unfortunate with the conditions in this match, haven't they, really? I mean, when they batted on the first day, there was a bit around. It was a gamble from Stokes, but one they were expecting. But yesterday, the contrast was so stark. It was like 2 different days.
True.
I mean, everyone around here was saying it felt like such a long day, and it sort of was, because it was 2 days in one. But England have made the most of those conditions. 324 for 2. Washington in again to Root, goes back into his crease and taps a single into the onside, just in front of the square, out to Bumrah. A deep square goes to 59. What's the partnership now? Was it 197 they came together?
Yes, partnership now 128 in 34.2 overs, so 3.7 and over.
So they've been going at not a pedestrian rate, but somewhere nearer where India were batting at. That opening partnership was what got England off to the flyer. Washington into Pope, drives into the offside, can't beat extra cover. No run.
He's not getting a lot of turn, but he's definitely getting a bit of drift away from the right-hander.
Did we not have that stat? I think he had the most drift of anybody in the CricViz database. The ball that got rid of Stokes, you remember?
Yes, that's right.
In the Edgbaston Test match. Here he is once again. Forward comes Pope, defends back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, because he's got a really good seam position. His seam is kind of upright, so he gets a lot of overspin.
Is that what creates the drift?
The drift, yeah.
It's sort of like slow swing. Because he's in again, he says drifts once more, and is driven into the offside. They're going to get 2. It's gone square of the wicket, and that deep third, who was there for Root's reverse sweep, has not moved. For Pope, he picks up 2 more, goes to 69, 327 for 2. At the end of the over was probably 1 over left in the session, but with Jadeja bowling, you never know. Yeah, we're just seeing that drift.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But then again, if he's getting that drift away from the right hand and he's bowling that line outside off stump, he doesn't have the feel for it. He's just got 4 fielders on the offside and 5 on the on. I mean, if he's not getting turn and if he's getting that drift, might as well get 5 on the off and 4 on the on, maybe another one in that point region.
That's something, sort of thing that Rishabh Pant might have been saying.
Exactly. I think definitely missing Rishabh behind the stumps. Not in terms of keeping. I think Dhruv Jurel is a very good keeper himself as well, so not in terms of the skill per se.
I hope he's getting some of his presence. I mean, he's done an awful lot of keeping.
That's true. Last test and this one.
Yeah. Well, it sort of reminds us of Jadeja in the World Cup in 2019, who starts a new over, forward comes Root and clips the ball into the onside, gets a single through square leg, moves to 60. Because Jadeja seemed to be fielding for almost the entirety of that World Cup, and yet when was he selected eventually for the semi-final?
Did play in the semi-final, almost pulled the game round for India on this ground against New Zealand after the top 3 had all been out for 1. But
you're basically outraged that any Indian team takes the field without Jadeja, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. You consider it a crime against cricket?
I do. But I also think he confuses their selection because he's a frontline bowler. And I think that we've seen him leave Ashwin out in previous tours, Kuldeep out on this tour.
Just playing both, you mean?
Well, I think there's games where you could play Jadeja basically as a specialist batter and a backup 6th bowler.
Yeah, that makes sense. But looking at this team management, it seems they want batting at 8. And that's the reason we haven't seen Kuldeep, even though from the first test onwards we've been going on about Kuldeep.
They've got to take 20 wickets as Jadeja comes over the wicket this time, and a reverse sweep by Root isn't perfectly executed, but will bring him a single as Bumrah trots in from the deep third boundary. Moves to 61. It was Pope. Moves to 70. Brings Root on to strike.
So he's coming over the wicket. I wonder if there are... I can't see footmarks.
Not a
outside
lot,
the
is
leg
there?
stump. Yeah, I didn't see much. The open stance now, Joe Root.
Well, he goes on the reverse and he sweeps this nicely through point. It's being pursued by Bumrah. He's gone around there rather exhaustedly, and they're going to get back for 3. That wasn't really what Jasprit Bumrah needed to do today after his bowling stint. But he hit that absolutely square, did. Root moves to 63, 332 for 2.
It's an interesting shot. It's not actually reverse, it's switch. Because
Oh, is it? Did he switch
yeah,
hands?
exactly. I think he did. At least he got his back foot, which is his right foot, in front.
Yes, he was sort of playing left-handed entirely, wasn't he? As Jadeja's into Pope, who pads this away with the angle of the delivery now outside the leg stump. Colin Granger, by the way, has a question for Zoltz to work on over lunch. He won't like it. This is driven by Pope up to mid-off. Oh, he wants a run. Root does not. A mistake by Siraj means that Pope can certainly get home, and England could have got a run. But Root was rooted to the crease at the non-striker's end. Pope just wanted it.
Yeah, I think what put Joe Root off that single was Jadeja running across him.
Right, this should be the last ball before lunch. Jadeja into Pope, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. 332 for 2, 74 overs gone. That is lunch. England have faced 28 overs today. They've added 107 runs. Pope has 70, Root has 63. It has been their session. There's been a couple of alarms, the occasional run-out chance, a very, very hard caught-behind chance. But other than that, it has been England's morning, and it could be a pivotal morning in the Test series because they are now just 26 runs behind. Ben Stokes, I can see, is applauding his batters as they come in. They're in a very, very strong position to take a stranglehold over this tightly poised series. Before I come to you, Deep, I've got to set Zoltz this question from Colin Granger so he can start working on it. Can you calculate how many miles or kilometres, if you prefer, that Joe has run to achieve his latest record?
What, just his runs or his teammates'
I'd
runs?
say all the runs while he's there. It's a team game, Zoltz.
But his teammates' runs don't count to his record. So I could do his runs, but
But he's been out there running. I mean, if he didn't run them and he got run out, then he wouldn't have got the runs he got later.
So do I have to count like when he's run past the stumps?
I think you make an allowance of about an average.
Well, he scores 100 and runs off celebrating.
Yeah, look, it's tough. No one said it was going to be easy, but somebody did this before for Alistair Cook, and they did it overnight, and they came back with an answer. Your predecessor on this programme refused to do it. I think you need to be better than that.
I think he was right.
So that's lunch, 332 for 2. Pope 70, Root 63. As I say, it has been England's morning, Deep, and
yes.
Well, now we keep saying the next session's so important. There is a new ball available in 6 overs time. How crucial is that potentially going to be? Because they've got to find wickets from somewhere.
Yeah, that is so true because they've got to find wickets. As of now, it doesn't seem like that. The way both Joe Root and Ollie Pope has batted, they've batted beautifully. A lot of control. Have pieced this innings really, really well, these two. But yeah, a little baffling, as we've said before, the choice of bowlers to start with and go on right through this session. But yeah, in a very strong position and an opportunity to bat India out of this game and maybe out of the series as well. And so yeah, India's got to be careful.
The players are in the middle, the sun's shining, 332 for 2. England in a very good place indeed. And let's start the commentary with Prakash Wakanka.
Thank you, Agus. So as you just heard, bright sunshine and the first ball after the luncheon break. Sudarshan. Played away on the onside. A little bit of a misfield by the captain, who was at a straightish mid-wicket. They'll run 1. So it's 333 now for 2. And England almost there, almost having wiped out the deficit for the loss of just 2 wickets. A few more runs to get now. Trail only by 25, England. Here's Washington to Pope, bowls. Pope works it on the onside. Sai Sudarshan fields. It's still a 5-4 field. There's a slip. There's a man down at third. Man in the covers, wideish mid-off. That's the offside field. There's Washington is up again, bowls to Pope, who leans forward, pushes to Gill, who fields at a straightish mid-wicket. Shot on the drive, and there is no run. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a man deep back with a square, and an orthodox straightish. So 2 men really in the eye line on the onside. And it's a very good afternoon to Michael Vaughan, who's just slipped into the seat alongside me, driven back to the bowler. There is no run. 3:33 for 2.
Afternoon. Prakash, your team, they're in trouble.
Oh, I think that's putting it mildly, isn't it?
Yeah. They've got a new ball due in 5.2 overs, and it's quite clear it has to work for them.
That's the last hope, really.
Yeah.
As Sundar comes in again, bowls. Driven firmly up towards Shardul Thakur at mid-off. Easy single, 3:34 for 2. And yet, I think what was very surprising was for 70 overs, the man who took 4 wickets at Lords hadn't got a ball. So there's been some slightly baffling captaincy, I would have to say. We all agree that it's early days and captaincy takes time to evolve and develop. Good ball from Sundar, worked away nicely by Joe Root. Sudarshan will run around to field, another run to the total. 3:35 now, the deficit a mere 23 runs. And in the position that England find themselves in, I'm certain that their intention will be to bat once, bat as big as they can, and then try and knock over India in the second innings, which will be a huge test of the Indian batters' temperament just as much as it will be of anything else to even stay in there, stay in the game, as it were.
Yeah, it's not been an easy day so far for England. England have played really well. I mean, it helps when you've got the master out there in Joe Root, but Ollie Pope's played with great technique, and that forward defence that's been a challenge for Ollie Pope, he's played it with balance today. And there was some balls. There was the odd ball that bounced and the odd ball that kept low, but they've really, particularly that first 40 minutes, Siraj and Bumrah, I think England knew that was India's big chance, and they worked really hard to come through that spell.
Jadeja starts a fresh over and glided down fine. It's going to be a chase for Washington. He'll get there, but not before Root comes back for a brace. 3:37 for 2. Root advances now to 71. And Shubman Gill, captain, under pressure, significant amount of pressure to find a way through this England batting. Jadeja bowls, driven out towards mid-off. A little bit too firm almost, that drive, so chance for a single cut off by Bumrah. He's fielding at a wideish mid-off. Jadeja in again, Root defends solidly. Not much help from the pitch. Yes, we've seen the odd one keep low. In fact, a couple of them were very close to the off stump. There's one that bounced up. Possibly the only real chance, if you want to call it that. Not that it went to hand, but it certainly drew a false stroke. Worked away nicely this time off the back foot. It's going to run away towards deep mid-wicket. Anshul Kamboj behind it. I don't think he's going to get there. No. He was struggling to run through to get to the ball. 4 runs wide of mid-on by Joe Root. Lovely shot, just clipping it through the onside.
Yeah, and what you don't see is there's just a little look from Joe Root just before the ball was bowled. He knew that the space was there. There's no spin now. And he just goes right back and just whips it with his right hand through the gap. Kamboj he has a big dive. He nutted the phone.
Here's Jadeja again. Quicker, ended, no run. 3:41 for 2. 4 overs after this one before the new ball will be available. And as Michael just said, even though it may end up being not enough, that's the only chance. Jadeja bowls, and this one's driven. Finds Sudarshan at cover, not timed well. No run. It's been a dominating performance, absolutely.
Yeah, me and Andy were doing some just a little bit of digging on Jacob Bethel, who's a young cricketer in the England squad, and he just it was overnight. I thought he just didn't seem to play any cricket. So I asked Andy to look into Jacob Bethel from the 1st of April, so the start of our season. Went to the IPL, and he was a part of the Royal Challengers Bangalore. He didn't come back to play against Zimbabwe, so his slot went back to Ollie Pope, and we were discussing, it's such a big moment potentially in his career so far, that if he'd have come back and played, I'm sure he would have kept his position at number 3.
Washington starts a fresh over and he's got him. He's got Ollie Pope. Outside edge. Another very good catch by KL Rahul. What was Washington doing for 70 overs is the question a lot of people will be asking. But there's a wicket there. 341 for 3. Good knock by Ollie Pope. And he edges one to slip.
Well, it's remarkable that it took so long, but it's the drift. We saw this at Lords and the drift away, and Ollie Pope's just looking to that offside. There's a space square of the wicket. It's a brilliant catch. KL Rahul. And I guess, with England still 17 behind, that second new ball due in a few overs, and you've got someone like Harry Brook going out there. This is the moment that India potentially can get back in the Test match, but he played well. Ollie Pope. He'd be disappointed with that because that's a mistake. When you've worked so hard against Bumrah and co, and you've had to fight, and it gets to 71, and you make an error. That as a player, that used to hurt me more than getting out for 0 to 10 because you're vulnerable. But when you're in and the pitch is pretty flat and you're facing a spinner that's not really spinning it, and he knows he's made a mistake, that'll hurt Ollie. Going back in the dressing room, here comes Harry Brook.
Well, we should see some exciting stroke play now. But as Harry Brook is walking out, you mentioned Bethel and the IPL and so on, Michael. Look, is it fair for me to say that amongst the various other things that Ben Stokes has done so well, the fact that he decided to completely deprioritize anything that was going to come in the way of his getting fully fit, getting the right rehab, getting enough practice or whatever, fitness, etc., to get ready for this big year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is part of that story. So the decisions that players make at whatever stage in their life to choose one over the other, because that's a constant debate now.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who decided that Jacob would stay at the IPL, and I know there was these contracts and deals done with the BCCI. I'm not sure what was the case, but Jacob has certainly missed out. And I think I'm right in saying from April the 1st, Andy, Jacob Bethel has faced 246 balls.
254.
254 balls from April the 1st. So April, May, June, July. 4 months of cricket, he's faced 254 balls, and I'm not sure how many balls he's bowled. And have you got that number?
244.
So he's bowled 244 balls.
Well, Harry Brook, first ball and ready to face Washington. And again, just holding his line, defended on the offside.
So that's a young cricketer that and I know England do things differently these days, but surely he'd be better off playing a bit of cricket at that age and spending a bit more time out in the middle.
Washington in again, bowls, and Brook defends, Gill fields. But surely the ECB, I mean the mother body has the option, isn't it? I mean, in all franchise cricket, I thought that was a given, that if the country needs you, then you have to go back and play, isn't it? One would think that's the way it should be. Washington bowls and it's pushed away square, no run. Jaiswal fields, 341 for 3. The last man out, in case you just joined us after lunch, is Ollie Pope, just fishing at one a little bit outside the off stump, nicking through, and smart catch by KL Rahul. He's taken 2 good catches there. And Sundar in again. Ooh, that went straight through, past the outside edge of Harry Brooks's bat, just looking to run it down.
Well, to the right hander, the only way that Washington Sundar is going to get you out, unless you play a really bad shot, is the outside edge, because that's what he's bowling for. He's got a big gap at cover point. He's basically saying to the likes of Harry Brook, oh, try and hit it square of the wicket. I'm going to try and drift it and find the outside edge.
Sundar again. Bowls, tossed up this time, and he drives it back. Washington fields off his own bowlings. That's a very good over by Washington Sundar. Haven't had the chance to say that about India's bowling for a long, long time, but that was a very, very good, successful over as well. 341 for 3.
Wicket maiden for Washington Sundar. Ollie Pope's final figure 71 from 128 deliveries with 7 fours, and the partnership with Joe Root 144 in 38 overs. And all 4 of England's top 4 have reached 70, which is only the 3rd time England have done that in Test cricket. The first time any team has done it in a Test in England since the Lord's Test of 1993, when Australia's top 3 all made centuries.
Jadeja in with a fresh over, driven to mid-on. Kamboj fields, there's no run.
And their number 4, Mark Waugh, He's bowled Tufnell for 99.
All right. For 99. Yes, Jadeja in bowls and driven straight to Sai Sudarshan, who fields. There's no run. Remains 341. 17 runs is the deficit now for England. And then on, they'll be putting further pressure on India. Driven this time to extra cover. Fielded by Gill.
Just looking at Aggers to my right, he's having his lunch. It's like it's Fishy Friday. Fish, chips and mushy peas for Aggers.
Jadeja in bowls, fires it in. Work down to short third or...
Thumbs up as well from Jonathan to my right.
Looks tasty.
Very happy.
Jadeja in again, bowls. Swept powerfully. No chance whatsoever for anyone. Just rams into the boundary cushions at square leg. Beautiful sweep shot, totally in control on top of it.
Yeah, he's been waiting for this. Just a little bit more loop. Pure balance from Joe Root. Front of square by about 15 yards. Towards the party stand. That group of bananas, you see them?
Yes.
Just there. 8 or 9 bananas.
Jadeja bowls, pushed away quietly, no run.
What do you come as, Prakash, if you come in fancy dress?
I don't think I ever have. I might
if you had a chance to choose, what would you come as?
Cricket bat might be a good idea.
Come as a bat, I like it. Yeah, we get a big candle.
Exactly.
Yeah, just your head would just come out the handle.
Make me look a little bit taller than I actually am.
Or was it Harrow? Size or size 5?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, I don't see many cricket bats. That's a good idea.
3:45 for 3. Washington Sundar about to start a fresh over, the 79th of the innings. It'll be interesting to see if Gill is going to take the new ball. You'd think he would have to. I don't think there's much of a choice there when it's available. Sundar bowls, quietly pushed away by Brook to get off the mark. And that'll take the total of 346. Well, 2 legends of Lancashire cricket here, of course, on the first day. Stands named after them, Sir Clive Lloyd and Farooq Engineer. Wonderful to see them being recognised. Once bowled on the leg and middle stumps, worked away to mid-wicket by Root, fielded by Gill.
There's no sign of that sweet shot that we saw Joe Root play at Lords to Washington Sundar, where he's bowled round his legs.
That's right.
He's not...
Just put it away.
Yep.
Sundar in again, bowls and leaning forward. Pushed away quietly, no runs. 346. What's been a bit baffling really has been talking about Gill's captaincy. He's picked the off-spinner, Washington, to obviously bat. This one's driven up the ground towards long on for a single, and then doesn't get him to bowl for 70 overs. Very, very difficult to understand. Kuldeep Yadav, sitting in the dressing room, must be wondering what he needs to do. Saw him during the lunch break come out and just stand where the umpire is, sort of looking at the pitch, maybe saying to himself, what would I have made a difference? We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll see how this game pans out.
Yes, Sundar bowls, driven nicely by Brook for a single.
Maybe, India win from here. It'll be an incredible comeback, but I'm not saying it's not possible. But if they lose here, you'll probably see Kuldeep at the Oval.
You might see Abhimanyu Ishwaran as well. Who knows what goes on in that team management. I think Gautam Gambhir will, I'm sure, come out at the end of this game and will face the press in his old normal over-aggressive style. Defended this one on the onside, fielded by Gill.
What's his relationship like with the Indian media?
Testy.
It's tasty.
Oh, yeah. He's, it's been the case now, honestly, Michael, with so many of the immediate previous captains. I mean, Rohit Sharma, I think, was probably the most, what should I call it, had probably the best relationship, relatively speaking. Dhoni wasn't great either with the media. I think there was always this thing about, we don't really want to hear what you're talking about. You guys don't really know what you're talking about either. That's been the approach, I think, for a while now. In that sense, maybe because he's new and maybe he's a bit naive. I think Shubman Gill's been, Virat Kohli wasn't great either. Shubman Gill's been really proactive. I remember in previous tours, we have almost never got to speak to Virat Kohli. I think it was one time when you might have sort of almost dragged him and Agar's got a word in, but otherwise, and Gill's been there every single time, win or lose, right up there. So I don't know if that's going to change. I find it hard to believe that it will. Jadeja bowls pushed away on the offside. I mean, think about it. Even today, we don't have an official statement on the nature of Rishabh Pant's injury. I mean, I think everybody knows what's happened, but no one's seen a formal statement other than to say he had a sore foot and will bat in the, depending on team's requirement. Next one's pushed away again quietly on the offside. Sudarshan fields. Jadeja is in his 18th over, 1 for 69. Comes in and bowls and cut away nicely, but straight to the man at short third. That's Sundar, no run.
Well, Jasprit Bumrah surely will take the second new ball. I'm just interested to see what end he chooses. Will it be the Jimmy Anderson end or the Brian Stone? I think there's been more low balls from the Jimmy Anderson end.
There have been. Siraj on both occasions swept very nicely down towards Shardul Thakur. Shardul made an interesting comment at last evening's presser as well. He said, whether I bowl or not is for the captain to decide. I was ready to bowl 2 more overs, but captain decided that I have to stop, so I stopped.
Well, that's pretty much the way cricket goes, isn't it? The captain tells you when you're going to bowl and when you come off.
Jadeja bowls pushed on the offside. They're not necessarily something that you want to broadcast, I would imagine, in a press conference, but, you know, I guess when you're not doing well, some parts do come out, some arguments do emerge. There's Jadeja now into Joe Root, leaning forward in defence, back along the pitch. The ball rolls, Jadeja picks it up. 349 for 3. Brook is on 3, Root is on 76. Man out after lunch. Ollie Pope caught KL Rahul. Very smart catch off the bowling of Washington Sundar. Right then, new ball is available, but at the moment it looks like Washington Sundar is going to continue.
Well, maybe just for this one over, and then they'll take it straight away from the Jimmy Anderson. And where is Jasprit? Oh, he's just going out there to mid-wicket. Skipper's just having a word with him.
He's looked off colour, hasn't he? I mean, by his own lofty standards. Not that he's bowled badly, but he certainly hasn't had the edge that we've seen in earlier innings. Is it the body? Is he tiring? Is it something else? Guess we'll never know. Washington with a fresh over to Brook. Down the wicket he comes, he's gone, he's stumped. Washington Sundar has struck the second time after lunch. Harry Brook came down the wicket. Washington just getting that ball to drift away again. And Dhruv Jurel makes absolutely no mistakes. So 2 quick wickets there, 349 for 4. Washington strikes.
Well, it's the drift, and I'm amazed by the attempt of the shot, really, when you know that there's a bit of drift there for the off-spin. There's no spin, and he's played for a ball that's going to be spinning back, and it goes straight on. Lovely piece of bowling. He sees Harry Brook going early and just dragged it back a little bit. Washington Sundar, so that's 6 for, what's he here, 2 for 20?
2 for 22 to go with his 4 for 22 at Lords.
So he's 6 for 44, and he bowled in the 70th over. I mean, well, it's still a chance here for India, because England have made 2 mistakes. The Ollie Pope mistake, and now Harry Brook, and now with Ben Stokes walking out there against spin. I would keep spin on. I wouldn't be taking the second new ball to Ben Stokes. Not yet. Keep the spinners on.
Just marking out his run, Washington, to bowl round the wicket. I suspect he's going to do that with the left-hander. The England captain walks out to a very, very warm reception, as you'd expect. He's been, in my book at least, notwithstanding the other significant contributions from both sides, has really been the man of the series so far for me. The man who's made things happen whenever the opposition has looked to go ahead.
Yeah, he's been exceptional. He'll know that he could do with a score. Got a good average here at Old Trafford, over 50, average of 35 overall in his Test career. He's only 109 runs away from 7,000 Test match runs, which is remarkable for an all-rounder.
Indeed. one of those really charismatic figures in world cricket and obviously in English cricket. It's players like this that change the game, and that's where you think about people like Kallis, you think of Richard Hadley, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan. These names straight away come to mind. The great all-rounders of the relatively recent past who've made such terrific, just gives so much more balance and options, doesn't it, Michael, into the playing 11 every time.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the key, Ben Stokes, for the balance of the side and also the mentality he brings as a captain. It's fantastic.
Washington to Stokes, and he comes forward. He's got a slip and a forward shot leg. It's fielded at shot mid-wicket by Kamboj. The field for Stokes, then a slip, backward point, man at orthodox cover about halfway to the boundary, extra cover and mid-off halfway to the fence as well. That's the offside field. Washington bowls. Stokes leans forward, full face of the bat.
Yeah, that's better. Ben Stokes has a habit of staying back to spin. Those first two deliveries press forward nicely.
Right foot slightly askew, waits for this one's tossed up again, nicely leaning forward, the bat meeting the ball with the full face nicely. Washington's bowled well. Just watching the replay of the Brook stumping again. Passes umpire Tucker now as Washington goes in wide of the crease, bowls to, and strikes him on the back pad as it goes through, but obviously missing leg stump. 349 for 4.
And beautiful. Well, you can look at Ben. He's almost over-exaggerating with that front foot movement now. It's like almost planting. That's why they've put a silly point in place. Just got to be careful here, Ben, that he doesn't plant too soon.
Last ball of the over from Sundar, bowls and goes back and defends with the full face. So that's the end of the 81st over. 349 for 4 it is. Stokes is yet to get off the mark. Root is on 76. A word from Michael Vaughan, and Dan Norcross is all ready.
Yeah, I'm just seeing who they're going to carry on. It's going to be Jadeja. I think that's the right decision to Ben Stokes. Probably try and give Joe Root a single. That's what I'd be doing if I was India now. I'd spread the field and say, Joe, you can have the single. We want to be bowling to Ben Stokes with our spinners. Afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, a couple of quick wickets. I mean, England's still on top, but it's got India back in the game, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is what Shubman's doing. Mid-wicket goes back, mid-on's just going back. So there's plenty of singles there for Joe Root.
And not taking the new ball is also doing wonders for the over rate, which is a rare thing to say. Jadeja into Root, and Root drives into the offside, out towards deep point. Picks up a single, the 350 is up, and Root moves to 77. I mean, this is a fascinating test in many ways, but one of the reasons is our chum Shield Berry is around, isn't he?
Yes.
500 test matches.
500 squad following England.
Yeah, well, I think he's attended 500 tests.
I did see a camera downstairs following. Is that what the camera's there for, following?
I think so. I think he might be the most test matched man in the box.
There's a lot of test cricket that Shield has watched.
I don't know who could possibly have got anywhere near that.
Like you must be. What are you at?
About 150 or something, I think. Yeah.
Fair way off Shield.
I mean, yeah, a long way off. Long way off.
It's a lot of cricket, 500. How long has he been going, Shield?
As Jadeja is in, and thick edge from Stokes squirts down towards the deep third boundary. They've run one. They'll come back for two, and they should get a third, but they haven't.
I was just saying,
with a boot.
Yeah, but Ben Stokes to Washington Sundar pressed forward to Jadeja has a habit of going right back. I just want to see this length of what he went right back to. I think it was just too full to go back to. They haven't got a mid-off.
It's curious, isn't it, the way Stokes has been playing spin of late as Jadeja is in. He's clipped away nicely, but straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run as Jaiswal does the fielding. He's not been exactly certain in his movements, has he? Jadeja in once more, defending on the front foot. That's a bit more like it, getting the foot right out to the pitch of the ball and defends on the front foot. There's no run. He went through that phase we're being reminded of it at Headingley when he tried to reverse sweep his way out of trouble as he drives straight back to the bowler, full face of the bat. There's no run. You're looking curiously at something.
Looked like a back foot no ball. That.
Oh, okay. Keep your eye on that. It's Stokes Fields defends again into the offside. That does pretty much everything, doesn't he? And there's no run. So there was 3 off that over. 352 for 4, Stokes 2, Root 77.
It's very rare that you see a left-arm spinner bowling to a left-handed batter and he's bowling quite wide outside of the off-stump without a mid-off on a pitch that's not spinning a lot. I guess in India or in some pitches that turn square, it's quite a good option. But it tells you that India don't feel that Ben's going to get out to the ball.
Yeah.
They feel that he's going to play from his crease, go back and
maybe reverse.
Yeah. Oh, they've got the backward point on the bow. There's a third on the boundary for Ben Stokes for that reverse sweep.
Washington's going to continue, having picked up the 2 wickets since lunch. And he's not really spun it, but he's drifted it a lot. And he's in again. He does drift slightly away from Root, who defends on the front foot. Pushes to Jadeja, who's fielding close at point. And there's no run. But we haven't really seen it turn at all, have we?
No, there's been no purchase, just that drift.
Washington in again. Short, straight mid-on. It's driven past that mid-on to the left of him, up to long on. Siraj runs in from the boundary to field, and they get one more wild throw, but they won't get an overthrow. What are they showing us there on that screen?
It's the Harry Brook stumping, how he goes quite early and he goes a little bit scissor feet, so his left foot was down to the leg side. So his left foot went down the offside, right foot kind of went behind himself.
It's dangerous for a right-hander to advance upon Washington because of that drift, isn't it? Silly point in place now for the left-handed Stokes and a slip. Stokes comes forward and defends solidly to that silly point. There's no run.
Yeah, he's got a natural good pace going here, Washington Sundar.
And he comes once again. And that's just tapped into the onside by Stokes. He thought of a run and he sends Root back. Bit of confusion there.
You don't take a single to Jadeja. He's the one on the Indian side that you've got to be careful with.
It's a very curious action Washington's got. It's like he's sort of grappling with a marmalade jar and trying to open it and finding it difficult. He's in again. Down the wicket comes Stokes and gets a thick inside edge. It squirts the short square leg. Jadeja fields again, no run. You know what I mean? There's sort of hands twisting and moving as he comes in. It's a fair display. What he'll want to do, though, is he's going to want to drift it away from the left-handed Stokes, isn't he, with a slip in place. He's in now. Stokes defends again solidly on the front foot.
I'd say it's good bowling. He's just trying to clip that front pad. Very smart bowling.
Can you quite believe that we haven't seen him until about the 70th over? End of the over, 83 gone. England 353 for 4, Root 78. Stokes has 2. You can have a look at those wickets that have fallen on the BBC Sport website and app. Just go to the live text, you'll find them there. And today at the test is on BBC 2 and iPlayer from 7 p.m.
Sundar has 2 for 7 from 5 overs since lunch, and that's stumping of Harry Brook, the last England batter to be stumped in a home test. It's Johnny Bairstow by Alex Carey at Lord's in 2012.
So when was the last moral stumping? This is guided away by Root to backward point. There's no run.
Well, that was Zach Crawley earlier in the same game.
Right, okay. Jadeja in the attack still from the Anderson end. And Root comes forward and defends. Everything's gone very quiet out there at the moment. Just defends it to point.
Well, you get in this position as a batting unit that you kind of want to play for the second new ball because you know you've got to have 2 in batters for the second new ball, but
they don't like taking it. As Jadeja is in again, this is pushed into the offside on the front foot.
Well, ever Ben's out there, you're not going to turn to the seamers. As long as you're keeping Joe Root like quiet and he's not hitting you to all parts, I think it could be a while before they see that second new ball.
Jadeja pops a fuller, flatter ball, which is defended by Root to point. This time, no run.
I guess a couple to the boundary from Ben, they'll go, okay. Thank you very much. We'll go to Jasper.
So have we had 10 overs now since lunch as Jadeja bowls? It's swept away by Root out through deep mid-wicket. Fielder is after it, ought to get there, but does... Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I think has just about saved it in the end. Cambodge, who's not having the best test match. He was quite slow and lumbering to the ball, and when he got there, it squirted under his body and very nearly plopped onto the sponge. But did they run 3? Or are they going to check to make sure?
Yeah,
they did run 3.
Yeah, but he didn't make a great effort of that. And India have just had this little period. I guess they get Ben Stokes on strike with the fact that they've run a 3, but it was a bit of a fumble on the edge, and it was an awkward dive.
No, he's done that. I think he's done it safely, so it should just be the 3. Yes, was it a dive? It was more of a fall, really.
Oh, got a short-legged leg slip and an orthodox slip to Jadeja, Ben Stokes.
So what will Stokes do? Will he reverse? Let's see. Comes forward, pushes into the offside and takes the single. He goes in front of square, and Cambodge is going to move to his left to field.
He got a bit of a cheer from the party stand for stopping that one.
3:57 for 4. England 1 behind. Stokes has 3. Root 81.
There they go. They've had a bit of lunch, they've had a bit of liquid, and I think this is the start of what will be a very loud afternoon.
Feels that way, doesn't it? The sun shining. England on top at the moment. So have we had 10 overs in the 32 minutes?
We have.
10 overs.
Old school.
In 32 minutes since lunch. So that means we're probably actually up with the rate. Speak it softly. Washington's going to continue to Stokes with a silly point and a slip in place. A backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off. Washington's in, goes back into his crease and punches off the back foot up to mid-on. And there's no run. 3:57 for 4 as Michael Vaughan takes a break.
Can I say that?
Alistair Cook has come to join us. What have you found? What are you passing Andy Zaltzman? Washington in again. And that's defended on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I've got a very, very strange stat.
Have you? Okay.
How much relevance, I don't know.
Okay, well, we can decide. Washington in again. Stokes defends, going deep in his crease and pushes back towards the bowler.
Just on before that, surely. Now, India, after this over, you'd probably go new ball, wouldn't you? You've had your little dart 2 spinners, and then you can quickly go back to Jadeja and...
I think Michael wants them on for a little longer while England is sort of not going anywhere, but I don't know. Yeah. Well,
but they're so used to bowling new balls as well, aren't they? They bowl a lot of new balls back home.
Yes.
So
they bowl white ball new balls a lot, don't they?
So I think you go hard for Bumrah for 4, Siraj, and then you go straight back to these 2. They're the 4 bowlers you feel are going to take the wickets.
Has Washington bowled unchanged since he came on now? So in his 9th over. So he must have come on in the 66th?
69th.
69th, so. Here he is again. And Stokes drives firmly, but hits silly point in the leg. He's wearing padding, and it bounces off to the bowler.
I used to field there. You got all your pads on the front, and yet you still turn around to expose your back of your legs where you got no padding.
Yes, it's a very good point. That it's just instinctive, though, isn't it? Run away as Washington is in. And that's defended on the front foot back to the bowler by Stokes. We're just in a sort of cat and mouse situation at the moment. At the end of the over, you can give me this.
I was going to start, but then Sundar gets through his overs fairly quickly. So
they both do. Yeah, they're both at it today.
I'm learning as a broadcaster.
Here's Washington in to complete the over. Stokes defends into the onside, but picks out Jadeja at short mid-wicket. No run. 3:57 for 4. Stokes 3. Root 81. Fire away.
I might have something for Zach Crawley.
Oh, right, okay.
He might need to build some hotels. Because with the grounds with a Hilton on site, he averages 80. All other grounds, he doesn't have a Hilton on site, he averages 26.
So that includes Headingley. Because Headingley has a hotel, but it doesn't have that make of hotel.
I apologise for saying it twice, but...
Yes.
Yeah, so...
Other hotels are available, but just not here.
So 7 test matches, 700 runs, averaging 80. Another 51 grounds, 51 tests, he averages 26. So
Right.
I'd get planning permission involved, Zach.
Get his dad involved as well, I think. Yeah.
I assume the one here is named after Malcolm Hilton, Lancashire left-arm spinner. Took 1,006 first-class wickets at 19.
Did he? Why has he passed me by, Malcolm Hilton? When was he
He
playing?
only played 4 tests, so it was a period of great spin for England. Played in the sort of post-war years. So up against Laker, Lott, Johnny Wardle, various others.
Yep. Here comes Jadeja to start a new over, and he beats the outside edge. Is he? I think so, yeah. And it just lands, in the end, out of Dhruv Jurel's gloves and onto the floor. Root on 81, England still 1 run behind. Jadeja in, and goes back into his crease as Root defends. There's no run.
Also, I think you just thought India want to bowl the harder ball with the spinner as well. They might grab a little bit more out of the surface.
Because we've not seen much in the way of turn.
No, well, both wickets have fallen from lack of turn.
In comes Jadeja, and that strikes the pad. Is it going down? It's going down leg side. I think so. The umpire agrees. They're not going to refer it. They only have one referral left. They burnt one with Siraj. It went way over. It was going way over the top.
I mean, we haven't seen really any balls turn from Jadeja, so whether this has held enough. They're trying to work it into that big gap into the leg side against the spin, the so-called spin, and missed it.
In he comes again. And that does turn ever so slightly to the offside, but Root pushes it into the leg side and Jadeja fields.
Just looking at that replay. No, that wouldn't have hit fourth.
No.
Leg stump.
Just drifting down. He liked it though, did Jadeja? He beat the inside edge, which was something, as Root drives up to mid-off, who's very deep. Bumrah, and picks up the single. And the applause is because England are now level with India on 358, but they have 6 wickets in hand. Root up to 82.
And it does question why Mr. Gill, Captain Gill, waited for so long to bowl Washington when he's got 9 overs, 2 for 23.
It does seem extraordinary. I mean, Shardul, Kambodge, they've had a fair run out. Actually, how many overs has Shardul bowled?
6. Just 1 today, the first over.
Jadeja into Stokes, who pushes off the back foot into the offside, but finds point, no run. And that is the end of the over. Another one passes by. 358 for 4. Stokes 3. Root has 82. And the scores are level. I'm going to make way for Alison Mitchell, and then Andy Zaltzman's going to speak.
Oh, I've got a question about Ravi Jadeja, Alistair. In this series, averaging over 100, just 4 wickets in the 4 tests so far. Overall in England, averages just over 50 with the ball. His overall test record's fantastic. 327 wickets at 25. He's done pretty well in Australia, pretty well in South Africa in a couple of tests, and in West Indies. Why do you think he has struggled particularly in this? Because you faced him here and you faced him in India.
Well, when the ball starts turning for Jadeja, it becomes a totally different beast.
Here is Sundar in now to Root, works into the onside. There's no run.
Because he doesn't have too many variations. It's kind of the same ball, very subtle, wicket to wicket. And if it is not turning, which England's not really renowned for much spin.
Sundar approaches the crease again to Root. Off stump, defended out to the offside.
At certain, last series when we played, the last series I played in 2018, the ball nipped all over. So actually, there wasn't much spin really bowled for much of it. So I just think as soon as that ball does turn, and kind of that pace in the Indian wickets, you can bowl into the wicket, and you can get something out of it.
Root pressing forward again, fuller delivery from Sundar. Stokes a couple of paces out of his ground, but no run.
In England, it just kind of skids on. So that's his real threat, is the fact that he bowls quickly into the surface, and if it's turning out of it, very hard to play. But if you bowl into the surface and it just skids on in England, you've got to go up and down. Remember Graham Swan, how he bowled.
Washington in again, or straighter, whipped towards the leg side, towards mid-on, straight to the fielder. Top ball.
Real flight, lots of spin, lots of drift. You can't just bowl up and down. Really, that's what I would say with Jadeja. Not much variation. I would love to see him bowl a bit slower in England, try and get a bit of that grip out, get the ball to grip on the surface a little bit more, but it's not really in his DNA.
Washington in, flatter, angled in on the pads, whipped away into the leg side by Root, able to take a single out to Jaiswal in the deep. Root ticks round to 3 now. 3:59 for 1, so England are now 1 run ahead of India, having drawn level but losing 2 wickets immediately post the lunch break. And India thus continuing with the spin because of that. Try and keep that level of control and try and create a little bit more mayhem in that England dressing room. They would not have been expecting to have lost 2 so quickly. Silly point in place here, well in front of Stokes' nose, as well as slip, full driven into the ground, out to the covers. And Bumrah is there to field in the deep. He bends down, lets the ball come to him. Another one is taken, and the throw into Sundar, standing right over the stumps there. And Bumrah having to be a little patient here before he gets that new ball. 360 for 4 after 87 overs of the England innings. They're ahead by just 2. The fourth umpire's having to be patient as well. He came down 7 overs ago with the brand new ball, and he's just sitting patiently on the dressing room steps, waiting till he gets his come on. So Root 83, Stokes with him on 4, and those 2 wickets that did fall. Ollie Pope, well worked 71 in a stand of 144 with Root. Prodded at 1 by Washington, delivery from Washington, and taken at first slip by KL Rahul. And then Harry Brook shimmied out of his crease to a shorter, wider ball from Sundar to miss and be stumped by Jarrell for 3 from 12 balls. Stokes facing up 3 around the bat. Over the wicket now, Jadeja fires one in quicker, chopped out past the umpire standing at point. Stokes takes 1, and that's all it'll be. Fielded in the deep and the throw sent back in.
Yeah, the only danger of this for India now is that when you do take new ball, Ben Stokes has played 24 balls. He feels settled at the crease, so they still have 2 bites of cherry with Ben Stokes. I would definitely take the new ball next over.
It's a danger, isn't it? How long you persist with this plan now. Forward comes Root with Jadeja, rolls it out towards the covers. It's tempting to stay with it, but the longer Stokes is out there, the more his eye will be in by the time he comes to face the quicks. KL Rahul leans forward at first slip. Forward comes Root, driving down towards deepish mid-off, where Bumrah waits. Root goes through for the 1, throws the ball back into Jadeja, and the field will shift around for the left-handed Stokes.
That's a little bit. Stokes has got out. Was it 3 times a spin in this series? So that'll be also in the back of Gill's mind. Keep these both spinners on, but
over the wicket, Jadeja. Stokes whips the wrists around to work it to Jaiswal. He's there at mid-wicket. He fields. Sunglasses on. Sai Sudarshan is there under the helmet at short leg. Gill is at leg slip. KL Rahul in position at first slip. And Jadeja with his mop of tousled hair brings Stokes forward defensively, and Jadeja will field off his own bowling, skipping across to his right-hand side. Stokes 26 balls now for the 5 runs. England 362 for 4. Able to start building a lead now, but they know that at some point they're going to have to face Bumrah with the new ball. So it's a question of when. Stokes off the thickish outside edge into the ground. He was looking to turn that through the onside, and the ball squirts down towards deep third where Karan is fielding. Stokes through for the single to end the over. Washington Sundar's coming jogging back in again, so they are persisting by the looks of it, Alistair, with spin.
Is that right? Is there only 48 overs left in the day?
I guess we've had a lot of spin,
normally,
so things have gone quick.
Well, I can say normally we start the last 2 hours with 48 left. We're all going to be not halfway through the day yet. We're going to be well through the overs. What's going on,
Don't worry. We'll have the quicks will come back on, and it will all slow down again. We've got this timer on the scoreboard. You can see it now ticking up to 30, 31. Well, it's just disappeared actually as soon as I said that. But that is the shot clock, I think it's called. Has it got a different name than that? But it's the timer to ensure that the bowler should be ready to bowl the first ball of the next over within 60 seconds. But there, we just had the substitute fielders run on and deliver a drink. Now, Bumrah is warming up. He is doing some air bowls down in front of the big grey hotel at mid-wicket. So I'm not sure what happened. I haven't yet seen anything happen when the timer ticks beyond 60 seconds, either the Lord's Test match or this one. Sundar in here to Stokes, who's back in his crease and defends.
Is it for the umpires to be aware of it, so they've got something to refer to if as they feel.
Well,
like.
by the letter of the regulation, I suppose it's taking into account what the delay is for, which again is maybe a little bit subjective, isn't it? But they're meant to give a warning if it goes beyond 60 seconds. Sundar is in a little bit more air forward, reaching his Stokes, takes a single. Gill is there in the covers to pick up. I think if it can happen twice within 80 overs. If it happens a third time, then a 5-run penalty can be applied. But who is keeping track of the judgment call as to whether the delay is on the part of the fielding side or the batters? Not quite sure.
Well, that one was Root and Stokes.
Yes, they were having a drink.
And it is fair enough, but you still want the umpires to say quickly. It just looks a better look, doesn't it?
And you'd like to see substitutes kind of sprint on with a drink, deliver the drink and sprint off.
Get on the spikes.
Washington in here to Root, forward, flick of the wrists to turn the ball to Shubman Gill there at mid-wicket. He's trying to gain and keep hold of a sense of control now, this England innings, having taken those 2 quick wickets. Can they find another one and prevent Root and Stokes from settling together? Down the leg side, that time from Sundar. Quick single taken by Root. He's found the gap to the right of Bumrah, who cuts it off. They come back for 2. Good running. And England 366 for 4. Joe Root well into the 80s here. And it makes you start looking again at the list of all-time Test century makers, because Root, having already passed a milestone today, passing both Dravid and Kallis, he's right up there at the top of that list as well. And it's Sangakkara, isn't it, who is in his sights there. Sundar in, forward. Root works another one. Will he turn it into 2? Of course he will, because he's easing it just wide of Karen Nair, has to chase back.
So clever and so skillful, being able to manipulate the ball at just so low risk, and that's what separates him for spin. And into the spin there was a fuller ball, so he can go into the spin, find a gap, get 2. Another one was across the line into a gap.
Going back this time, plucking it off stump. It's a dot ball though. He wanted to access the offside, didn't quite get it away to end the over. So Root on 88, 368 for 4. England's lead is a slender 10 at the moment. 6 wickets in hand, but they lost Harry Brook for just 3, having seen the end of Ollie Pope for 71. So those 2 wickets falling for the addition of just 8 runs. I think, Alistair, we might be dispensing with spin here. And Jasprit Bumrah has indeed walked in from the... Oh, hang on. No, he had walked in from the deep and he had given his cap away, and now he's taken it back. And he's retreating back into the field again, down to mid-on. So we are having a bit more Jadeja.
This depends what end maybe Bumrah wants to bowl. But I think that they should definitely take a new ball now. I don't know what this partnership it is.
It's 19 in 8 overs and 5 balls.
Yes, they're just starting to build again, I think. Disrupt England's rhythm.
This is a feel you've got to have as a captain, isn't it? Out there to judge and make these calls.
Yeah, and he could look like a genius by keeping Jadeja on here. And you almost felt like he kept Washington Sundar on because Bumrah wanted to bowl that in. And then he got a wicket, so then you kind of forced into, not forced, but then it looks like a good tactical move to keep the spinner on. But I feel like Ben Stokes just found his feet, found his rhythm against the spin. So change it up, but you'd hope he's going to bowl, from an Indian point of view, tactically, get the seamer on this end.
Stokes is on 7 and Jadeja is in. Stokes outside edge, but is there some pad there as well, because there was a strangled appeal. The ball dropped into the ground just to the left of KL Rahul, who's there at first slip. But it wasn't convincing from Stokes. Slip and a backward short leg in place as Jadeja's in. He looks to sweep and to sweep hard, and he does. Siraj is on the boundary, a deep backward square, a tumbling take, very well done, gets to his feet and throws the ball back into Jarrell, who, as he backs off to gather the ball, almost backs into Ben Stokes as he came back for the second. A good piece of fielding from Siraj, and a roly-poly take on the edge of the boundary.
It's the word of the summer, isn't it, with Rishabh Pant, roly-poly sweeps. Roly-poly and stop. Roly-poly sweep, roly-poly stop.
That was maybe more of a commando roll, that one. The sideways roll. Over the wicket again and sweeping again is Stokes, well in front of square this time. The fielder is there though. It's just the one. Thrown back in front of the large grey hotel with the bright pink seats in front. England 371 for 4. Eke the lead out to 13. And now Root back on strike. So Root's got 37 Test hundreds to his name at the moment. And the 38th would take him level with Kumar Sangakkara, who has 38 and is 4th on the all-time list. Reverse sweep attempt from Root, and he connects beautifully down to the boundary for 4. That is sheer class. Perfection with the execution, and it moves him into the 90s. England's lead up to 17, and Root 92 not out.
There's just so many options he has against the spin. Very hard to tie him down. I always use the word, and I keep using it, about being risk-free. It's amazing how consistent you can be if you've got scoring shots which seem to be risk-free. Obviously there's an element of risk of every shot, but just seems to take the right option so often.
Forward he comes, presses, and the ball rolling up towards mid-off. Jaiswal picks up. Well, talked about there's the century list, there's the all-time run scorers list. Began the day needing 120 to pass Ricky Ponting, who was in the ground today. Jadeja in, whipped away down towards mid-on by Root, takes another one.
Was that 120 more than he had, or when he gets to 100?
When he gets to 120,
yes.
He'll overtake Ricky Ponting. Another landmark says 104.50, which puts him clear second on the all-time list. He was tied at 103 with Kallis and Ponting. He's Sachin Tendulkar's 119 is ahead.
Incredible stuff.
Jadeja moves in again here to Stokes, goes back, plays it up the pitch. And when hang on, Jadeja missed the ball and they're going to scamper one here. Well, he was standing right in front of Joe Root at the non-striker's end, stuck out a hand in front of him, but just missed the ball completely, and it went then past the umpire, ran away halfway back to the boundary, and they've scampered one. Don't see that very often. 378 for 4, that is the end of the over. Now the fourth umpire is poised on the boundary edge with a brand new shiny ball wrapped in cellophane. We've now had 90 overs of the innings. Root's 93, Stokes on 11. England's lead is 20, and the ball is being brought out to the middle.
15 runs from the last 2 overs, 9 off the bat plus a no ball in that over, 5 off the previous over. I think that was from basically the moment you said you thought they should take the new ball. Now, a couple of extra overs of spin, 15 runs.
There you go. Takes a captain to know these things, doesn't it, Alistair?
I don't want to take any credit. I was just pleased with my morning Greece flag. That's enough for me to say I'm going to have a good day.
So from the point which the 80 over mark was reached, Zolt, it's been like 2 wickets for how many runs of those 10 overs?
Just 1 wicket. There were 349 for 3.
Right.
Brooke was out to the first ball of the 81st over. So that's 29 runs since then.
For the 1 wicket of the 10 overs. Right, well, it's Siraj from this end, from the Statham end. He'll be running away from us towards the pavilion. 2 slips and a gully in place.
They haven't taken it yet, though, have they? I don't think.
Not actually. Siraj still here with the old ball.
He's doing the good old stuff like Aggie would do back in his day. One with the old to loosen up.
So you see Mitchell Stark do this quite a lot with the Australians as well. Have one. Not even a whole over, just a couple of deliveries it might be.
Aggie is saying 3 to me.
Right, 3 balls from Siraj and then the newie. Right, well, let's see. Rod Tucker's
He
got
won. I'm going 1. Modern day 1.
So deep square is back, fine leg back. So Siraj are back to pace, but still with the old ball. Pushed across the left-hander, defending up to Jaiswal at cover. Siraj walking back to his mark. No sign of that new ball as yet.
There's a hint of something across Ben Stokes. Yeah, I actually, on this I don't mind him because I saw Gill give Siraj the warning at the end of the over, so he hadn't had any time to get loose at all. But yes, they're working on that ball shining. They might look at it and think, well, this could reverse a little bit.
Stokes awaits, looks to come down the track to Siraj. Works him into the onside, will come back for the second. The throw will come into the keeper's end. And it's a comfortable 2. Stokes up to 13, 380 for 4, the lead 22.
Right, they've got to change.
They'll have to go the new ball now.
Right.
If I was a bowler here, and the opposition batsman's just danced down the wicket at me.
Well, he's now having a conversation here with Rod Tucker, and there we go. The ball is raised in the air. The brand new ball is being taken. And Jayaswal, who had the old ball, returns that to Rod Tucker, who then flings it away towards the boundary edge. And Siraj has a brand new Duke's ball in his hand. 380 for 4 then, at 90.2 overs. Can India make some further headway, or will this ball start to ping off the bat?
There's always the risk of the hard ball, but most bowlers would rather bowl with a new one.
Yep. Siraj bounds in. Oh, and it struck Stokes and he's down on his knees. Well, that has floored him in a very uncomfortable part of the body. Leaning forward in some pain, and Siraj has taken an extra couple of paces in his follow-through as well, I'm sure, just to check that he's all right. Maybe.
Well, he got hit at Lords as well, so he had a few days off for recovery. And you can see on the mark of his trousers, there's absolute bullseye.
Well, that was one delivery with the new ball, and now you might say 2. 380 for 4. Stokes is on his feet. Joe Root went down to check he was all right as well. He's back down, crouched on his haunches, sort of bouncing the pain away, I think, at the moment. Just taking a moment before he gets to his feet again.
I say there's half the crowd who know exactly how he feels.
A few hands to faces from all those onlookers. Well, that was the first delivery with that new ball, and Siraj rushes in again to Stokes down the leg side this time and through to the keeper. Stokes looked to follow it to try and whip it away. Walks a little more calmly down the pitch, tapping away.
Just a hint of swing, isn't it?
Yeah,
hint of swing back into Ben Stokes. Not massive hoop by any stretch of the imagination, but just a hint back in.
Important passage of play, you feel this. England work their way through the new ball. Can these two build a substantial partnership and extend the lead? Jamie Smith due in next. He's been in fabulous form in this series as well. Stokes awaits and Siraj goes in. Full inch swing maybe. Bat and pad. Out towards square leg. Stokes coming through for 1. There was bat involved. 381 for 4 now. I mean, Stokes with the bat, he's been absolutely superb with the ball all series, but no doubt want to make a big contribution at some stage with bat in hand, because he's been getting starts without really capitalising.
Yeah, just been a little bit short of that batting rhythm. Before the beginning of this series, he had batted once or something in first-class cricket this year, so...
And the Zimbabwe test, might have thought would be a chance to get some runs under the belt and have some time in the middle, but only one innings there for England with the bat, and he made a 13-ball 9. Root is on 93, facing up again, and now against the new ball. Siraj moves into him, full driven by Root, out through the covers. There's protection at deep backward point, and they come back for 2. Root moves on to 95, 383 for 4. England's lead up to 25. It's the end of the over. So, Alistair, 91 gone. India have that new ball available, and they're using it. I want to make some more inroads, and Joe Root 5 away from another 100. Bit more from you, then Jonathan Agnew.
Just a classical lean on push drive from Joe Root. There's the control and the class, and it's all just summed up in, and just happy to take 2. Aggie, how are you?
Oh, a very good lunch. Fish and chips on a Friday, you can't beat it, can you? 383 for 4, so the lead is 25. Stokes 14, Root 95. The new ball taken, and inevitably Jasprit Bumrah will bowl from the far end, the Anderson end. There's 3 slips, a gully, and he's loosening up, holding a ball or 2 there to the fielder at mid-on. So Stokes still sucking in some air after that nasty blow, but he's okay. Bumrah, sun shining, is on his way now. Stuttery start, flings himself into the first ball, which Stokes tucks away down to fine leg. It's come very fast, it's very fine, it's come for 4. Bumrah, it's actually quite often the case, certainly in this match, very off target with his loose now.
I think it's twice so far. And I think both times there, the first ball's gone for 4. Nice clip showing, I suppose, the danger of a new ball. It just flies off the bat. But India have to strike now.
They certainly do. 387 for 4, so England lead by 29. Bumrah again comes prowling in past the umpire, bowls to Stokes. That's on the leg stump as well. Turned away squarer this time. And they'll come back for 2 there. That's followed by Cambodge out there lurking in the deep. 389 for 4, so the lead 31. And Ben Stokes moving up fluently now onto 20s, doing some gardening. Beware, I'm sure, having seen there's only a couple of balls to Ollie Pope keep very low. Little marbles, really. 1 or 2 have bounced. So he's not had anything untoward as yet, and Bumrah from round the wicket again swings his arm. A hop and a skip and a jump, and he comes in and bowls to Stokes on the back foot. Let's get 1 there. Siraj fields in the offside. 390 for 4, halfway through the 92nd over of England's innings. Sun beating down. Say it's lovely to see a large crowd like this basking in the warmth. Lots of hats on and pastel colours, whites and light blues and so on. Occasional pink. Lovely sight. Great sound as well coming through the windows. As Root now on 95 waits for Bumrah. Here he comes. Root stands up tall, waving his bat, and outside the off stump, keeps low, but just about carries to the keeper. Now, Root has looked absolutely up for this. Well, from before a ball was bowled, when he sprinted out to bat, beat everybody else out there. He literally ran from the boundary edge to the middle. Bring it on.
Yeah. And opportunities like this on it. He'd have woken up this morning. First thing he'd have done, looked out the window. How much cloud? Oh, none.
No.
What's the pitch like? Pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay, isn't it? There's just that one or 2 that have misbehaved. Bit of spin. Bumrah bowls. Oh, that squares Root up. Thinks about a single. Stokes says no.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 1, isn't it? Really, 2 have kept low, and a couple bounced to it, and they all went to Ollie Pope.
Yes,
he must have felt. He must have felt a little bit aggrieved by it. But in general, this is a lovely pitch to bat on.
Yeah,
and there's so many starts. Again, in England's top order, 350s, 4 at the minute.
That no ball.
It was.
The late call, 391 for 4. He bowls a few of those. He's always pressing that front line. Here he comes again, bowls to Root, who turns that away towards square leg. Won't go for 4. Well, they'll definitely get 2. Jadeja is running around from long leg. They'll throw that back again, and now Root is in proper striking distance of yet another 100. Ricky Ponting looking on a bit anxiously, I would think, in the box next door to us.
It's more inevitable, though, isn't it, whether it's today or tomorrow, or
he's going to get
that oval.
Yeah,
there's no escape, Ricky. I know the feeling. He's coming.
Well, you had it all last year, didn't you? 393 for 4 then. Joe Root on 97, 3 away from his 38th Test century. Bumrah bowls to him as full. He clips it away. Siraj will stop it though, as he feels a little wearily there at mid-on. So he dropped his right hand, and it didn't come out of the middle of the bat. It was in the slot. I think Root would be cross that he missed out there. He could easily have clipped that through the leg side for 4, but as it is, he will be on strike. He's on 98. And you'll be refreshed as well, because the players are going to have a drink. So 4th umpire wanders out. Root's got his helmet off, resting his treasured bat actually on the helmet. He's taken his gloves off. Looks like he's going to swap those over. Ben Stokes also having a drink, sweeping back his hair. Umpire Raza wanders over. It's quite stately progress. Umpire Raza collect his drink, and the ground staff go about doing their business. Cookies away. I must say thanks again to Sarah Story for dropping in. Dame Sarah, of course. Lovely lunch chat. And she's also doing a tremendous job here as president of Lancashire, and of course everything else that she does. But wonderful stories of her dedication to sport, really. I mean, all sport and the training and so on that often goes unseen, doesn't it, Tuffers? And then there you are, you've got a gold medal around your neck.
Yeah.
People say, oh, OK. But they haven't seen what's gone on.
No, far from it.
The length and length and length of the swimming pool that she swam.
Yeah.
All of that. Anyway, she reminded me of that bit of a nightmarish experience on Question of Sport. We were in the same team.
Did we not win?
I don't think Sarah and I were at our best.
No. Were you on my side or Dorset?
I was on your side.
Oh, well.
It was one of the live ones.
You let me... Oh, right. You might have let me down, John.
Well, I did.
Sorry.
I did. But anyway, we did arrange that day that she was going to come on Test Match Special. So there we are.
You see.
We've caught up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a great job. I mean, I was saying, the old presidents back in our day, I mean, there were old buffers who would potter about and you wouldn't see very much, you wouldn't have a clue who you were.
No.
But she's getting really stuck in with especially the women players here at Lancashire. A great motivator.
Well, a great role model as well,
exactly.
For the ladies as well. As you're talking about desire and effort.
Absolutely. I know she's a very driven person.
Yeah. And handy. I'm surprised we lost because I used to always look down. I think you might have jinxed it. I always used to win with Sarah. She always came on and knew her stuff as well.
Does she?
Yeah, I used to look at the old roster when I get in the morning. Show 2, show 3. Oh yeah.
Well, she'd have all the athletes. She'd have cricket.
Yes.
Cycling.
Yes, absolutely.
She would have all of that, wouldn't she?
Yeah, it was.
Very good to have on your team.
Yeah.
But not that evening, unfortunately.
No, well, I think.
I don't know. I can't remember what happened. But
you didn't get any rhythm, John. You didn't.
No.
Get any
No, I think I got the cricket one wrong again. It just kept happening, didn't it?
JP Duminy.
Yes, that was a bad one. That was a bad one. This one I got wrong as well.
What's the JP Duminy question?
He'd been commentating on...
Who is it?
He'd been commentating on a week beforehand, and then the picture came up, and he was, I know.
It was a South African you could hardly see. You could only see his jumper and a helmet on and a left-hander. And I went Albie Morkel knowing it was wrong. You'd never let me forget that. I was on the other side to Tuffers on that one. That was a TV one, I think, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
But I did pull out of the bag.
Go on.
The Centurion at the Oval. Can't remember how the actual question was framed. But the answer was an absolute rip snorter, I thought. The answer was John Crawley.
Right.
But I can't remember what the question was now. Well, Adam was there. Adam will remember what it was. It was one of those where you're actually very tempted to say Graham Hick.
Well, they both made hundreds against Sri Lanka at the Oval in 1998.
Well, they must have been the score or something.
Oh, okay.
And I plucked, but they weren't given. Was it Graham Hick or John Crawley?
What went Merley bowled?
This one just came out.
Oh, so we did get some runs first dig, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, loads.
450, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Siraj on his way. They've had a drink. He bowls outside the off stump and Root went to cut. He's on 98. The ball flashed past the edge of the bat.
That last over by Bumrah went for 11, which is his joint most expensive of the series so far, and there have been 31 runs in the last 4 overs.
I was just having a look at the paces of Bumrah there. 79, right?
Really?
And very low 80s as well.
Yeah.
Might not quite be right.
Root. He's on 98. Stokes has done a bit of gardening there for him. Now Root's over his bat. 2 slips a gully. He needs 2 for his 100. As far as bowls trim. Oh, good ball actually. Oof. That moved away and Root had a little nibble.
Yeah. Gone fishing.
Yeah. 394 for 4. England lead by 36. They'd love to get it up to 170, 200, wouldn't they? That might have been greedy. 150.
Well, got some batting to come.
They have, yeah.
Get through this period. New ball, always going to be tricky, worth a wicket or 2.
Yep.
Just get through that.
Yep.
Likes of Smith, Dawson, these guys, 20s and 30s.
Siraj rushes in, bowls. Oh, good ball, that bounced.
Oh, where's that come from?
Well, that completely defeating a man on 98. And he's swayed out of the way, he's got a smile on his face. I think England won't mind seeing this, obviously, but they're in a good position and put India under pressure, but that climbed
Yep.
He went. Siraj is admiring that on the replay screen over to our left. You like the look of that?
Little pat on the back for himself.
Yeah. Well, he's bristling. He always does, isn't he? He's full of aggression and hostility.
Superintendent Siraj. He is.
Oh, right, I didn't know that.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Siraj, on his way, runs in bowls to Root, who turns that into the leg side, or rolls up to mid-on. And picked up there by Washington Sundar, who, well, he's like the invisible man. Comes on, takes 2 wickets.
Where's he been?
He's a nice bowler, actually. He does get some drift, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's why I thought that Brook dismissal was a little naive.
Yeah.
He's that kind of bowler that wants to kind of rush it past your outside edge, even if he is an off-spinner, isn't it?
Yeah, wasn't a great shot.
No.
394 for 4. Root. On 98. Siraj runs in, bowls to him. Oh, he's hit him on the pad. He missed out there. That's 2 times now, and it almost rolled into his stumps. So there's 2 leg stumpish balls there that Root could just tuck away, but he missed out on that one. The ball thumped into his pad and then went quite close to his leg stump. Siraj did hit the leg stump, not quite.
No. I've seen that happen when it hits that sort of bottom bit of the thigh guard and it sort of deflects.
Rolls back.
Yeah, deflects it back onto the stumps. Oh yeah, he'd be kicking himself there.
Yeah. Just a little flick away down to fine leg, that would do. 87 miles an hour, that ball from Siraj.
This will be his number 38, won't it?
Root waits now. Siraj bowls to him, a tempter outside the off stump, lets it go. So, well done, Siraj. Root was not going to get it that over. 394 for 4. England lead by 36, and Root has lost the strike now on 98. Big night tonight for the social networking, the Test match special.
Well, yes, there you go, all round to Miss Hartley's.
Yes, it's an interesting evening. I mean, it used to be a barbecue evening.
Yes, I think she might have nearly burned down the block.
Well,
on a couple of occasions.
I mean, I think possibly her fellow tenants, or whatever they are in this tower block, thought that maybe the balcony on with a barbecue on it, that wasn't perfect.
No.
Might have been 2 implications.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, no, it's not a barbecue night.
Oh, so
anymore.
what is it then?
Well, it's a pizza night. I said, oh, great,
What, making them?
Get the dough in, so what time are you going to get back and start making that? No, ordering it in.
Oh.
So I said, right, do you want us to bring some paper plates? I mean, no, eating out of the boxes.
Oh, it'll be good fun.
394 for 4. Stokes. We've got a change of bowling. Cambodge is on his bowls, and it's driven hard up to mid-off by Stokes. So Bumrah there with a new ball lasted just 1 over.
Yeah, perhaps a change of ends.
Might change ends.
Or, as I said, his speeds were really let down.
No ball, that one as well. I'm not sure how much warning he'll have had of this, old Cambodge.
Bumrah's off the field.
Yeah,
he looked a bit stiff there.
Yeah, he didn't look right, did he? Just didn't look his sort of effervescent self.
No, he's just marked his run up again there. A pretty sure sign that he wasn't ready for this. Keeper at least is standing back. He was standing up to him earlier on. And Cambodge again, this big burly figure, runs in, elbows jutting out. He's there now, and he bowls to Stokes outside the off stump. Just floats through to keeper. I was looking at the speed gun on that one. 76.
Even you and I might have been just looking at it behind the line of that one.
Well, I don't think I'd have been backing away.
No, me neither. Might have been trying to get a bit closer to it.
394 for 4.
He might have been in my arc, actually.
Really? Well, that time you were in.
Well, absolutely. People still talking about it.
Ruthless mood at the Lords.
You mostly.
Cambodge on his way past the umpire. Bowls on. Stokes has charged him and thrashes it past him. Well, he ran in a long way and let the ball go, and then watched it whistling past him. Umpire Raza jumped out of the way. 399 for 4.
Could have run Joe Root out, the non-strikers there. I think he might have got a boot on it.
It didn't quite get the middle of the bat, did it? But he.
Have a look at Joe here. Ooh, might have just got back.
That brought the 50 partnership up in 13 overs and 1 ball.
Stokes over his bat again. He certainly sent a message out to Cambodge here.
Yeah.
He's running in past umpire Raza again. Bowls on the leg stump. Stokes tucks him away. They'll get a single, which brings Root down on strike.
Here we go.
He's on 98. The crowd's ready. We're all ready for this. The 400 comes up. So England lead by 42 runs. They've got 6 wickets left. They've got Joe Root on 98, not out. He's checking his guard. Cambodge is returning to the start of his run, which is a long way away. In fact, he's marking it out again up there. It's never a good sign, that. I wonder why he didn't do it this morning. He marked it out. It's something like rather delightfully old-fashioned about that. I mean, now it's tape measures and pots of paint, isn't it? That was measuring it out and a scrape of the boot. Cambodge on his way. Bowls to Root on 98. He's there, and Root stands up and plays one that bounced a little. Played into the offside. Didn't quite time that. He goes away and inspects his bat.
Making us wait a bit here, Joe.
400 for 4.
Well, there's no rush.
No.
Still got a couple of days left.
Plenty of time. Rahul's polishing the ball. Underarms it up to Siraj at mid-off. Cambodge is up to the start of his mark now. It's a long way. That's the longest run up in the match, isn't it? Anyway, he's there now. Root on 98. Cambodge lumbers in. He's there now, and he bowls to Root, who lets that go through outside the off stump. A good look at that one. Root's got a smile on his face. He's enjoying this.
He's been smiling all day.
Yeah.
I've been watching him. He's been really enjoyed the battle with Siraj. Great big smile on his face, even when a few were taking off to him. I suppose, why not? You're in the form of your life. You're in the prime of your life as a batter.
Yep.
Enjoy it.
Ball returned. Joe Root, a few taps with his bat. Looks up. See Cambodge lumbering in now. Here he comes. He bowls to Root. It's short outside the off stump. It's steered away only as far as gully. And there's no run. 400 for 4. Root on 98 and not on strike. Stokes 26. Men out today. Hope for a very nice 71. He was caught at slip off Sundar Washington, and then 4 overs later or so, Brook was stumped coming down the wicket to Sundar Washington for 3. 400 for 4. Change of sport at tea time, a guest.
Sorry?
Not listening.
Sorry, I was just looking.
Checking your social media.
I'm terribly sorry, John. What was that?
I said we're having a change of sport at tea time.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Go on.
Probably someone else has been on Question of Sport.
Oh, wow.
Siraj bowls, a ball that swings into Stokes, clips it away off his toes.
Fielded.
Very well fielded there at mid-wicket. He hit that very nicely. That's Jaiswal fielding there.
Change of sport.
Yeah. Well, we're in Manchester, aren't we?
Football.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's been on as well.
Having football tea time, yeah. Not very good at football. I find it's not. Yeah.
What position would you have liked? But you could have been a good goalie, tall.
I never played football at school. I feel really missed out.
Yeah. Nimble. Winger. Quick.
Well, we played rugby and hockey. 400 for 4. He goes Siraj, bowls, swings in. Stokes gets a thick inside edge, and Root wanted a single there, but again Jaiswal beats him to it, and his hand on his head there. But,
you're having a lovely time, aren't you?
Oh, I love it.
I love chatting on his sport.
Interviewing people.
Yeah.
He's been in this box before.
Right. Any other clues?
Well, the only thing I can really remember about it is...
It's not David Beckham.
Is it David Beckham? No. No, it's not. 400 for 4. Siraj again. Stokes on strike. He runs in bowl. Stokes drives to mid-on, prolonging the agony here as far as the crowd is concerned, and probably mother and father Root, who'll be watching their son move on to another 100. 400 for 4. What I mainly remember last time, because the football knowledge was sketchy, was he was involved in adverts for hair shampoo.
Oh, okay.
Which I think he was, wasn't he? Adam, yes, he was.
Okay.
400 for 4. Stokes on 26. Siraj bounds in, bowls to him. He's flicked that away straight to Jaiswal at square leg. Oh, he looks frustrated there.
Yeah, his middle 3 lovely clips off that front pan.
Couldn't get it away.
Hair shampoo.
Yeah. Cricketer as well.
Gary Neville?
No.
Phil Neville? No.
They've both been on here.
Oh, it's not a bad guess.
Those good guesses. I mean, Phil was the main cricketer. Wasn't
Yes, he worked very good.
Yeah.
Beat all of Atherton's records and stuff, didn't he? Or something?
He played here with Andrew Flintoff, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
In goes Siraj, rushes in now, bowls to Stokes, steers into the offside. They're going to get a single, which will have Root on strike for the last ball of this over. 401 for 4. Now let's see if Shubman Gill brings the field in here. Puts a bit of pressure on. Stokes is wandering down. I mean, he's been here, 37 times before, hasn't he? So I don't suppose he's terribly anxious.
No.
But 100's 100.
Still want to get it done.
Exactly.
The heart rate will be slightly higher.
So it's on 98.
Clip off the hip.
Feel that's likely, don't you, through square leg?
Yeah.
Or that shot square through the offside. Big gap there.
All swinging.
One ball in the over. Root waits is on 98 not out. Siraj rushes in, he bowls to him, he turns into the leg side, but he's only going to get one. Which brings him down on strike. So surely, in this next over, he'll reach the landmark. 402 for 4. Stokes 27. Root 99 was England lead by 44 runs. High cloud, but beautifully warm. And the crowd settling in. I mean, 1 or 2 going down the gangway down there, so they're going to the bar. I mean, why would you do that? You've got Joe Root on 99. Well, I suppose actually, if you think about it, the queue for the gents is probably a bit shorter now.
Yeah, it might be a good sign.
What are you laughing at?
Hi, cloud. I thought you were saying hello to the clouds.
I'm not quite that. I haven't quite lost it to that extent yet. If that ever happens, just lead me away quietly. Now concentrate. He's on 99.
Sorry. Yes, come on. Oh.
Right, the crowd expectant. Field set tight. Cambodge.
Here we go.
On his way. Root on 99. Here he comes now, past umpire Raza as there he bowls, and there it is, flicked away down towards fine leg, it's gone for 4. An ill-directed ball, and Joe Root has just helped it away to reach his 38th Test century. He's got some unfinished business as far as the all-time run-scoring record is concerned, but he's well on the way now. His 38th Test 100. He kisses the badge on his helmet. He looks absolutely delighted. He's been on it all day. He ran out to bat this morning. He beat everybody else out into the middle. It's been Joe Root's day. Ever from that moment, he's felt he's just really hungry for this. Humble man, raised his bat, says thank you. And they're loving it up there. Well, all around the ground they're loving it, but obviously more obviously in the temporary stand to our left. 406 for 4. Cambodge on his way again, bowls to Root. It turns out towards mid-wicket. Another run.
Oh, that was a good sing-song.
Yeah, it's good, wasn't it? 406, in fact 407 for 4.
Yeah, well played, Joe Root. Just seems to get better, doesn't he?
What a lovely ball to get though.
Oh, 99. Just glance at old Cambodge's done him a favour there.
Absolutely. You float him on down on the leg stump and he's just nudged it away. The lead 49.
Just gets better. The appetite's still there, isn't it?
Yes.
Loves the passion for scoring runs. Loves it. Just loves batting.
Well, he's still got plenty of time, isn't he? I mean, he's 34. He can go on playing for ages.
Yeah, another 5 years.
Tell you what, talk about the queue for the gents. I wouldn't go now because everyone's coming down. They've seen their moment. There's queues going down the gangways there now. So hanging on for that moment. 407 for 4. And Stokes gets an inside edge. And it runs down to fine leg. If that did something untoward, but it certainly rather inconvenienced England's captain. 408 for 4. Have a look at this one. Cut back a little bit, but almost threatened to hit Stokes again. He's having a bad time at the moment in that department.
It's got a nice little red mark just exactly where it struck him.
I remember Graham Clinton being hit there in a match against Leicestershire and Surrey, and he got a nasty one. Left-handers often do tend to get it. And the report came back as we inquired how dear old Clint was. Graham Clinton is now a man of property. In comes Cambodge bowls, and that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And they take a single.
Yeah.
Yeah, but left-handers do this, they get a bit opened up, don't they?
Yeah, and if anything's swinging back, well, that's what you're trying to do with a new ball, isn't it?
Inside edge.
Yeah. Everything's going away from you as a right-hander, really.
Yeah.
Odd one might nip back, but that's the ball you want.
So 3800s is equal now with Kumar Sangakkara, and it's the familiar suspects ahead of him, Ponting, Kallis, and there with 51, Sachin Tendulkar.
Well, he's hunting them down, he's chalking them off.
Yeah. 409 for 4, the lead is 51. And well, he comes charging him again here to Stokes and almost hits the ball into his stumps. He charged Cambodge, didn't quite time the stroke. Rather an ugly bottom edge and almost went into his stumps.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been there to try and boot it away or whack it away because it was halfway down the track.
I'm not sure if Cambodge has been treated like this with a new ball before.
No, might be a new feeling.
I think it might. He's after him. And Stokes has just seen something. Well, there's someone moving right behind the arm there. It's very badly timed. Last ball of the over then. Root leaning on his bat, satisfied, but not yet finished. Cambodge in the sunshine, bowls to Stokes, who comes forward, pats it away into the offside. And that's the end of that over. So 409 for 4. Well played, Joe Root. Lovely innings. England lead by 51. Stokes 28. Root has 105. Andy, Philip, I shall leave it with you. And then Prakash is coming here.
The details of Joe Root's 38th Test, 100 reached in 178 balls with his 12th 4. Those ahead of him on that centuries list, Ricky Ponting 41, Jack Kallis 45, and as Aga said, Sachin Tendulkar 51. He's level with Sangakkara on 38 centuries. It's his 21st 100 in his last 60 tests since the start of 2021. That out of 38 50-plus scores. Previously, he converted just 17 of 66 50s into centuries, so it's been a huge change in Root's conversion rate. It's his 12th 100 against India. And the list of players who've got 12 centuries against specific opposition. Steve Smith has 12 against England. Jack Hobbs, great England player, had 12 against Australia. Sunil Gavaskar 13 in 27 tests against West Indies for India. And as you'd expect, at the top, Don Bradman, 19 centuries in 37 tests against England. And Joe has 700s in his last 10 tests against India in this country.
Domination, you're quite right. And just looks now, you know, there was that little period when he was struggling from 50 to 100. Now he looks like he's odds on to get it. If he gets to 50, he looks odds on to get 100.
Yeah, you might as well pencil it in.
Yeah.
And he's reaching 50 at almost exactly the same rate in those two sort of phases of his career. His sort of innings per 50 is almost the same. In fact, it's a little lower in that phase. He's been converting them better, but the conversion rate is massively improved.
Yep.
Right, Siraj with a fresh over. Past umpire Tucker bowls to Root, who came back a little bit sharply and dabbed away on the onside for a quick single.
Afternoon, Prakash. Haven't seen much of you today.
Yeah, well,
nice to see you. Another thing about that is is that he's always learning, isn't he? As you say, that was the one bit of his game that was obviously sort of frustrating him, wasn't it? Went away, turned it around. You know, it's a bit like someone keeps nicking off outside off stump. You go away, you put it right, you come back, and he's done that all his career to sort of just keep improving.
Climbing, yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But that's what great players, frankly, great folks in any endeavour do all the time.
Yeah.
Continuous improvement.
Yeah. Self-analyst, self-analysing, mentally, physically.
Without letting that bog you down.
No.
You've got to balance both.
Yeah.
Right now, the England captain on strike, Ben Stokes, 2 slips and a gully in place. And Siraj turns to go away to bowl to Stokes. Bowls, and Stokes defends solidly back along the track. Phil Tufnell has just made way for Deep Dasgupta. And good afternoon to you, Deep.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's another 138th.
Number 38, yes.
It's just a pleasure, isn't it, just to watch him bat.
It is.
Absolutely a master craftsman at work. And there's so much to learn as well. And I've always mentioned it. He's such a difficult batter to bowl at because the foundation of his innings are based on singles.
Yes.
He keeps rotating the strikes. Yes, he'll get those boundaries, but then keeps rotating the strike.
Siraj again in bowls to Stokes, and Stokes defends up towards mid-off Washington Fields. Bumrah's off the field, is he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And some of these things, it's a little baffling, isn't it? Just 1 over for Bumrah, even though he didn't look at his best.
We could make a full list of
true.
Washington Sundar, where was he? Captain forgotten that he was in the team. 70th over, gives you 2 breakthroughs. Just watching Bumrah on the monitor. He's around, so maybe he just went in for a quick look at something.
Yeah, because the over that he bowled, the pace was down. He was bowling 83, 84 miles.
But that's pretty much been his average. Andy's told us in this game, even from the first part of the England innings. Here's Siraj in bowls, flash and a miss, holds his post to what might have been a streaker bullet-like shot through point. Bat didn't make contact with the ball, and just as well that it didn't just take a feather. 410 for 4. That's the reality.
Yeah, India's got to start thinking about doing something differently. Maybe now get the spinners on a little early, because I know it's a new ball, but both these bowlers, Jadeja and Washington Sundar, are used to bowling with the new ball.
Absolutely. Deep, that's been one of the issues, isn't it? I mean, yes, you can have a bad day in the field, a session or so, but then not trying anything different, make the batter think a little bit differently. Sadly, we haven't seen much of that at all. And there's only so much you can blame on it all being nascent. Can flash and a miss outside the off stump. The word for Siraj is just unstoppable, isn't he? Just keeps trying, runs in hard, bowls his heart out. And you just get the feeling that, like Chris Vokes for England, Siraj hasn't had the kind of luck that you would normally have.
Yeah, that is true. Apart from the first test match where I thought he was a little off colour.
Yes.
He's bowled really well since. And yeah, I mean, that's something you expect from Mohammad Siraj. He'll give everything. He'll come out, he'll hustle, he'll bowl his heart out. He'll bowl long spells, which he did early this morning.
He certainly did. Once again, bounding away. Goes in bowls to Stokes, who's playing it away on the offside. They'll take a quick single. I mean, the only chance really in terms of Root's innings was that potential run out when there was a horrible mix-up with Ollie Pope. Jadeja's throw, when he had, I think, 2.5 stumps at least to aim at, was off target, which isn't the case very often. And more importantly, the man at mid-wicket, shot mid-wicket, didn't get their Bumrah's back on the field, so that'll be good news. Ishwaran is now walking back. Let me ask you this, as there's a change in bowling at the far end, Shardul Thakur being introduced. See, this is going by the copybook, isn't it?
That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4, as opposed to doing something different. But anyway, I guess it's easy for us to sit up here and say things, but some of them are pretty obvious.
That's exactly my point. Something like getting the spinners on early. not with the second new ball, but earlier this morning. In the first 75 minutes, bowled by only the seamers, while we saw Jadeja get some turn, get some help from the pitch. Last innings, Washington Sundar picked up a 4-for, and he was only introduced after 69 overs.
Yes, absolutely. Well, KL Rahul is in charge temporarily because I think Gill is off the ground as well, which is why Karun Nair is fielding. And already, just a hint of something a little bit different, not dramatically different. Slip a gully, a deep point, a man at catching extra cover, an orthodox cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. Here's Shardul. Has a knack of taking wickets, mind you. Comes in bowls and Stokes plays it on the onside, a little bit in the air. There's no one there. They'll take a single. 4-11 for 4. The lead's already 54. And I think England will absolutely want to make sure that they bat only once.
Oh yeah, they've got a very good opportunity. And looking at that English batting lineup, you got batting team number 11.
And quickly.
Yeah, and England doesn't really have a tail. You got Jofra Archer at number 11. Who can bat?
Doberman batting lineup.
Oh.
No tail, you're so right. And with the inclusion of Dawson, it's only strengthened even further. Slip, almost like a second and a fourth slip. Rahul marshalling resources temporarily as Gill is off the field. There's Shardul in again, bowls to Root, who waits and cuts late, stylishly, but straight to Sai Sudarshan. No run. 412 now for 4.
We do talk about Shubman Gill and the strategies but also I guess the coach, the bowling coach also has to shoulder some of that responsibility.
Particularly with the new captain.
Exactly. Just fourth test match as a skipper. We had a little more help from the outside.
In my mind, Rishabh Pant not keeping wickets is one part of it, but him not being there because somehow that, you need that one guy that you can rely on, and if he happens to be the wicket keeper, it's even better. Shardul in bowls. Once again cut, and this time he'll beat Sudarshan down to the field. One comfortable single.
I was having this conversation earlier on when I was on air about missing Rishabh Pant, the character on the field.
So many ways, yeah.
I think as far as keeping is concerned, Dhruv Jurel is equally good as a keeper from a very skilled perspective. But, Rishabh Pant, always chirping the energy, and also, what I've seen over the last few test matches, he's that sounding board for Shubman Gill.
Completely understandable. Shardul bowls and Stokes pushes into the cut point area. They'll take a run. Comfortable.
Because in the last few test matches, so many times we've picked it up from the stump mic, him suggesting, obviously the field placements and angles, but also suggesting Shubman in terms of the bowling changes, or just suggesting to the bowlers in terms of line and length, what they want to do, what they can.
Absolutely, and you need that. You not just when you're a new captain, and there you need it even more. But even seasoned captains always have that little group of one or two other players who they rely on. Shardul bowls, Root defends. Nair fields, no run.
It's so true. I still remember Saurav, when I was playing, Saurav was a very established captain, one of the best we've had. But then he would always come and ask, is the ball swinging? What do you think? Should I give another over, or should I get the spinners on now? Things like that. And as a wicket keeper, that's part of your job.
Yes.
You are de facto the fielding captain.
Many ways you are, because particularly those angles that you referred to, you have the best view of where things are going or what's happening. Here's Shardul Thakur in again from the Anderson end bowls, and Root is turning it away nicely off his pads. They'll take one, they think, but will change their mind. A mini collision, but no harm done. Single comfortably taken. End of the over. 415 for 4. And with more thoughts from Deep Dasgupta on how India might just try and hang in the game, it'll be Daniel Norcross to come in for commentary.
Yeah, the only way for India is obviously picking wickets, and not just one or two, but maybe a bit of a collapse from here would help India. But for that to happen, he's got to do something differently here, Shubman Gill. He's back on the field now. Because if India's tried the usual method, going by the seamers and bowling them long spells, well, then maybe something different. Maybe get in Washington Sundar with the new ball, because it's still nice and hard. And we haven't seen Washington get spin, but what we've seen is him getting that drift.
Siraj is going to start a new over from the Statham end, the Brian Statham end, into Root with 2 slips and a gully. And Root flicks away through mid-wicket, full ball on the pads. Bumrah is labouring after that. He doesn't look fit at all, and the ball's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. Bumrah's back out there, but he's not moving comfortably. And Root collects another boundary, 419 for 4.
I hope he's conserving energy and not anything more than that.
Yeah, but it just doesn't look quite right, does he? I mean, he bowled a 2 over spell with the new ball. One over spell. I mean, crikey.
And then he went off the field. He just got back, I believe, last over.
Alistair Cook wanted them to take the new ball and then hand it to Washington pretty quickly. And that's been the moment of the match, or the day, I should say, when India have looked most likely to take wickets when the spinners were in tandem. As Siraj is into the upright Root, who clips away again, this time down to deep backward square leg for a single. Gets to 113.
And this is where I believe Shubman, as a captain, again, he's just very, very young in this role, and very early, learned something from someone like Ben Stokes, who's always looking to make things happen. He's ready to take a gamble every now and then. It's all right. I mean, it might not work, but at least you've tried something different.
Yes, he seldom lets the game drift in the way that it's felt a little bit drifty today, like Washington's bowling. 420 for 4, the lead 62. Stokes, who's looked as solid as at any time in this series today, is on strike with 2 slips and a gully. Siraj into him, and he pulls and got it down to her long leg for a single. It was around about waist high. Kept it along the ground, goes to 32. 421 for 4. Curiosity of Stokes in this series is that in the 3-second innings he scored 33 on each occasion. It's very curious. And he's at a 44.
He's on 32.
He's come to a danger zone here. 32. That lead, though, I mean, if England bat out the rest of the day, we'll get up to around about 200, you would think. There are 37 overs left after this one.
Yes, Siraj is looking tired. He's looking spent. This is his 22nd over as he trudges back on the top of the mark.
Yep, the over rate has plummeted from the highs of the post-lunch hour. Siraj runs in to Root, who defends a full straight ball, and there is no run. Slightly hopping a bit there was Siraj in his follow-through. But this is the problem. I mean, Shubman Gill looks down at his bowling lineup, and if Bumrah's not firing for whatever reason and bowling at 79, 80 miles an hour, he's then got Shardul and Cambodge, who look not exactly threatening, and so Siraj is doing a lot of bowling, and England kind of know they can just see him off.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, like we were talking, look at it differently. Get spin on.
Yep.
And both the spinners have bowled well, so they'll give you some control as well.
And the harder ball, it might just purchase a bit more. Siraj just altering his field now, just taking the deep square leg further round. Washington out there. And Siraj runs away from us from the Statham end into Root. And Root flicks through mid-wicket again. There should be a couple of runs here. Washington's running round to his left to collect. 2 more to Root. He moves to 115. Is it 5 more he therefore needs to go into second place on his own? I don't quite know why we're so excited about this, because there's then another 2,640 odd runs before you get near Sachin Tendulkar. But we are.
It's every reason, and very good reason to be. And you see someone like Joe Root scoring runs, and he's so traditional as well. Just like I said, I mean, if you need a role model as a batter, right there.
Yeah, and he seems keen to continue. On and on. He's playing as well as he ever has, really, in his career. Siraj just stretches that left arm up and wearily runs away from us into Root. And Root defends into the onside. Wants a single. Stokes was late setting off, but he gets it. Root to 116, 424 for 4. I'm a bit concerned here for Siraj at the end of that over because he's just looking a little stiff in his follow-through. He's just pulling up a little bit as he just gestured enough.
I think he's done, at least for this spell, and he's hobbling right.
He is, isn't he? He's limping. He is limping, and he's limping away. Karen Nair is coming on. Yes, it looks like we're not going to be seeing much more of Siraj. Well, certainly this afternoon. But this afternoon might come back in the evening session. But that spell is done, and he's taking an age to get off the outfield. How many overs is he now bowled? 20?
22-5 in that spell with the new ball.
And that's the most of any of the Indian bowlers?
Yeah, Bumrah's bowled 19, Kamboj 17, Thakur has bowled 7, so that's the same as Jadeja's bowled 24. And Washington, the best of the bowlers, just 11, 2 for 30.
So Root on strike, 116, needs 4 more runs to go past Ricky Ponting. And for reasons known only to Shardul Thakur, he starts to run in, even though the umpire's slap bang in his way. As we see Siraj actually departing, going up the stairs wearily, but actually slightly hobbling. So Root on strike, 116, and he cuts at this and gets it through the infield. They're going to get a couple of runs. They've run 1, they'll come back for 2. He's now 1 run behind Ricky Ponting. 426 for 4. Root to 118.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself, isn't it?
Do you think he's aware of the 120 aspect?
I'm sure he would.
Aggers is nodding.
Yeah, I'm sure he would be aware of it. But is it on his mind right now? Maybe right now, yes.
Well, Ricky Ponting's in the box.
Yes.
Sky are desperate to see him eclipsed on air. Root on strike, 118 now. Shardul into him. He drives up to mid-off crisply, but won't beat the fielder. And there is no run. He'd have got there in, 17, 16 fewer test matches than Ponting? To get to this
Ponting played 168. Root is in his 157th.
57th, so
Ponting's
11 matches fewer.
A slightly higher average, 51.8 at the end of his career. Kallis 55.3, Dravid 52.3. Root is now 51.2. It's gone up over 51 during the course of this innings.
And will it stay there even if he's out now?
Above 51?
Yeah, I think it does. In comes Shardul, bustling approach. Into Root, cuts this away. Out to deep backward point, gets a single. He's now level with Ricky Ponting.
Yeah, I guess if you've played that long and you scored that many runs, every time you go there, there's some milestone you're crossing then.
Yep.
Something or the other. And
now he's got a long distance to travel, hasn't he, on his own.
But I'm sure there are other things like number of 50s or 100s, or something or the other.
Yeah. Well, 14,000 runs.
Yeah, some milestone or the other.
Yes, well, he's on 3,800s at the moment.
Yeah, his 104th 50 put him clear of Kallis and Ponting in second place. Behind Tendulkar.
And Tendulkar's 100, he's 117.
119.
119. So there's 12 more of them to go as well. Shardul in to Stokes, comes down the wicket and slaps it into the covers, but can't beat the fielder at extra cover. And looks at his bat somewhat accusingly and concernedly.
He got the Q end of the bat. Yeah, went after it. Just got into the shot a little too early. Was that 80 miles? Looked a lot slower than 80 miles.
Needs a new bat. He's calling for a new bat. He's decided that bat is an X-bat. And it's going to go off and see its maker, I imagine. Andy, you had the microphone.
I just had my hand on.
Oh, I see. Is it now a comfort blanket for
I
you?
think it is.
Do you take the mic to bed with you?
His average will stay above 51 if he's out now. So yeah, average is total runs divided by dismissals.
Of course, Ricky Ponting will have played fewer innings, I'm guessing, really? Or did he just have more not-outs?
Few with 287 innings. This is Root's 286th.
Oh, right.
Ponting 29 not-outs, Root 24. The reason that Root's played more innings in fewer games compared with, say, Ponting and Kallis and Dravid, it's a slight sort of change in Test cricket. Fewer draws, so generally players will bat twice in
Australia were better.
Australia also better, so often won by an innings. I guess so. So that's why Root's played sort of a few fewer matches, well, 11 fewer matches than Ponting, but only a slightly lower average.
We're having more drinks brought out. It's another delay. Stokes is checking through a series of bats to decide which one he wants. He's taking his time over it.
Umpires should have a spare bat that players have to use till the end of an over, like a spare tyre in a car.
Oh, I like that idea.
Just do them, like a cheap 30 quid bat.
Yeah.
Just like,
That's a terrific idea. Yeah. But he's chosen now. He's chosen his weapon of choice, and he's got it, and he's doing a bit of gardening, and now the drinks can go away again.
Bumrah was just trotting up a sort of shadow run-up, not looking entirely convinced about his own body.
Well, thing is, it's now or never for India, you feel.
Yeah, that's true. But then Jasprit Bumrah has to be at his best as well. If he's not feeling up for it, then
Right, Thakur resumes and is defended into the offside. They're going to get a run down to deep backward point, which will bring Root on strike on 119, or to put it another way, on 378. Thank you. It's a landmark, 13,379.
It is.
He'll be the first man to get that many runs and 73 Test wickets, or whatever it is.
See, there you go again.
Right, Shardul's into him on 119. And Root drives into the offside, but can't beat point. And the crowd, I think, are slightly aware of this landmark as well. End of the over. Root's going to have to wait. He's on 119. Stokes 33. England 428 for 4. We've had exactly 100 overs, and the lead is 70. The forecast is pretty decent, so England have got no real concerns about having to go particularly quickly to beat the weather at the moment. It looks to me like they're just accumulating here deep. We're not seeing that sort of rampant Bazball.
I just noticed something that I haven't seen right through this series.
Oh, there's a word, isn't there? There's a word up there you've never seen.
Yeah, on that big screen it says India had 1 over ahead.
Yeah, well, they bowled 10 overs in the first half hour after lunch, which rather did the trick.
Yeah, fair enough, but I mean, this series has been about really,
glacial. Yeah.
Over it. I mean, every day we missed at least 5-6 overs, if not more.
Was about, I think we lost 10, didn't we? It was incredibly. There was 31.1 overs bowled by England.
Yep.
And about 45 bowled by India, and then there's a change between innings.
Yes. So we had 77.1 overs in the day. It was 46 overs at stumps. So they lost 2 for the change of innings, the rest of the uncompleted over. So 10 overs lost from the day, 7 overs lost on the first day. But they lost the last 9 or 10 minutes for bad luck.
You lose 17 overs in 2 days. You get to the 5th day and you're down by well over a session, aren't you?
You've got to do something about that. Get a little stricter with all the breaks, the water breaks and everything else.
Yeah.
Or injury breaks as well.
Well, I think we had a rather farcical moment yesterday when they had a break for 2 or 3 minutes to do the tampering on the pitch, but then they had a drinks break 10 minutes later as Cambodge back in the attack and pulled first ball out through deep mid-wicket. He hasn't really timed that, Stokes, but they'll get 2 as Fielder runs round from deep square leg. Jaiswal doing the fielding. 2 more to Stokes. He goes to 35, so he's past the danger zone. 430 for 4.
Yeah, that last delivery was bowled at some 73 miles.
73 miles an hour. Lauren Filer bowls on average around about 75, 76 miles an hour.
Listen, obviously Anshul, that's not his forte. He's not the quickest, but at this level, you've got to get up to that 80 at least, 80 to 83.
Cambodge in, he's got quite a long approach. He's in, and this is full driven out through deep backward point for 1. Stokes to 36 brings Root on strike on 119. 4.31 for 4, the lead 73 with 30, how many overs left of the day? 34 after this. Feels about right. Which we might get in, especially because we'd expect to see the spinners. So at 4 and over, that'd be another 130 odd. If England are batting at the end of the day, they'll have a lead around about 200, if not more. And then they'll just be able to time a declaration as and when they want. Here we go. Root on 119, facing up to Cambodge. Comes down the wicket and guides it away, down to deep backward point, and there's the run that takes Root into second place in the all-time Test run scorer list. He's gone past Ricky Ponting and the crowd is rising to him. Imagine what it would be like if in 2.5 years' time he goes past Tendulkar.
Oh, that'd be crazy, but then what an effort. What an effort over the years. Joe Root, his fitness, his work ethics, this is a testament of just Joe Root, what it takes to be him.
Well, he's out there on his own now. He's got no one left to surpass except the great Sachin Tendulkar. And it's been another really good display. He's not been in any trouble at all today. As Cambodge runs into Stokes, who lets it go by through to the keeper, no run. So we're sort of off Root watch now for 2.5 years. Is that where we're at? Maybe 3?
About 30 odd tests. If he goes at the rate he's gone at,
80 runs per test.
It's about 85 per test since the start of Bazball. That's about 30 tests.
And 30 tests.
A year and a half.
Two and a half. I think England played 12 tests a year.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
in a cycle, England would play around 20-21. So.
Yeah. So, and it could be an away series in that case in about 2027. Cambodge into Stokes, who drives into the offside, can't beat extra cover, and there's no run.
I think the good bit is he seems like he's enjoying himself. He's just loving every minute that he's out there batting. Yeah, I mean, because after so many years, I think one of the things as a player you would be like, whether your body's given in, whether your mind's there or not, the hunger is there still or not. It seems like he's got all of that. He's definitely fit, there's no two ways about it. He's got that smile on his face, and why not?
Well, I think he was clearly very aware of that landmark. As Cambodge is into Stokes, who defends on the front foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, he's a source of incredible pride to English cricket fans. And it's kind of nice for English fans, I think, to have knocked the top Aussie off. So now, England fans, whatever they do, they go to Australia.
You had to find that angle, isn't it?
Yes. Well, when England go to Australia and are perennially beaten, then it's nice to be able to say, well, who's your leading Test run scorer? And England can at least say Joe Root, who's got more than your Ponting. India's still top of the tree. For now. Right, there should be one more over before tea. Oh, who's bowling it? Is it going to be Shardul?
Shardul, yeah. So Bumrah did try and run up.
How did he look?
He didn't look good. It was like someone was pushing him from behind.
Well, we're 4 tests into a 5-match series, and bodies start to creak, don't they?
Yeah.
Shardul into Root, who drives into the offside up to short extra, and there's no run. I mean, I'm reminded a little of the Ashes series 2 years ago. England brought Wood in, I think was the 3rd test, wasn't it, at Headingley. And they'd lost the first 2. Similarly, England were able to bring Archer in for the 3rd test, whereas India have been sort of working with the bowlers they had from the very beginning. So England have managed to sort of freshen up that bowling lineup in a way India haven't, and it's just starting to show a little bit here.
Well, to be fair, Anshul came in this game.
He did. Whether that was the right move, with Prasid on the sidelines, as Root guides a ball into the gully region, wants a single, but it isn't there. As Gully sprawls to his right, no run.
Yes, so the only Indian bowler who's played, as in seamer, who's played right through was Mohammad Siraj.
And he was looking pretty tired after that. I mean, it could be just a spell, couldn't it?
Yeah.
But he was lightly hobbling. He looked very weary. Ben Stokes, how many overs has Ben Stokes bowled in terms of all the bowlers in this series who are seamers rather than spinners? So I think he'll be up there as well. Plenty of miles in those legs. In comes Shardul. Root defends into the offside, says no to the single that's offered by Stokes to backward point.
In terms of overs bowled this series, Chris Wokes has bowled the most, 144. This is seamers only. Bryden Cast 138, Siraj 139, Stokes 122, Bumrah 105.4.
Right, and Stokes, I suppose, has bowled a lot more in the last couple of games, hasn't he, than he did in the first one. From memory, it was almost like England was trying to manage Stokes' bowling. You remember that was a thing.
Yes.
Don't bowl more than 4 or 5 overs.
Yes.
Well, that got thrown away. Bowled a 10-over spell and a 9-over spell. Shardul's into Root, who drives elegantly, but without great timing or power to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the Indian media reacts to what has happened here today. In terms of
how do you think they might?
I don't know. I mean, because everyone you meet, everyone's asking the same question: where is Washington? Where is Jadeja? And yeah, it'll be quite. I mean, definitely we'll try and figure out. Generally, have this interview after the game, isn't it? After the day. What's the strategy? What's the thought process behind it?
Shardul into Root, who lets one go by. Goes quite low to Dhruv Jurel, substituting behind the stumps. The annoyance, I think, for India will be partly that in the morning session there were signs of uneven bounce, and that was with a 45 overall ball. There was a certain amount of misbehaviour, wasn't there?
Yeah.
But with the new ball, it's done nothing really, and they kind of needed Bumrah to be bowling 86, 87, and he's been bowling 79, 80 and not really looking on it.
And the wickets that have fallen
have both been to Washington, who didn't come on until, you told me, the 69th over, I think you said. Which is somewhat extraordinary. Last ball before tea. Shardul into Root, who punches off the back foot and guides it down to deep backward point for a single. He will go to tea a very satisfied man on 121. Stokes 36, England 433 for 4 in that session. Joe Root became the second highest run scorer in Test history, which is important, an important landmark, but more important really is that England lead this possibly series-defining Test by 75 runs with 6 wickets in hand. They batted very sensibly today. They started the day on 225 for 2. They've added 208 in 57 overs, so they have not been crash bang wallop. It's not been the 5 and over we saw from Crawley and Duckett deep. It's been measured, and it's been punishing for India's bowlers and fielders.
Yeah, absolutely. And what the English batters have done is taken this game away from India, not just this game, this series as well. 75 runs ahead with 6 wickets in hand. England in a very, very strong position. And what has been a little disappointing to see from Indian side is they haven't tried anything different. They've tried the same thing over and over again, even though it hasn't really paid off. So we'll just wait and see if there is any changes in that strategy post-tea. But yeah, it's been disappointing from that point of view.
2 wickets to fall were Pope and Brooke, both off the bowling of Washington Sunderland. Lovely bits of drift, but not a great deal of turn. And then we haven't seen Washington after the new ball was taken, which is something of a mystery. Anyway, you won't be seeing me for a while now because it's tea.
Now, change of ends here for Jasprit Bumrah. He's going to bowl the first over after tea. Didn't look very fit before the break, if I'm honest, and he's shuffling in there. Well, he looks like he's got some problems, I'll be honest. That's not a promising sight for India. The first ball was outside the off stump, chopped away down to square third man. And they take a single, but he ran in there like a man with, quite a serious problem, I thought. Not sure what it is, but he was not agile and loose and easy. 434 for 4. It took Root to 122, so he's up there now. He's overtaken Ricky Ponting. He's now lies second in the all-time Test runs scoring table. And Stokes is getting himself ready. He's going to face Bumrah. A couple of slips in the gully. There's 2 out in the deep, long leg and deep square leg. It's a deep square third man. Just looking at Bumrah coming in here. It's difficult to tell at the start. And he bowls there on the middle stump, and that had no real oomph behind it at all. Stokes gets into line. I was looking to see what comes up on the speed gun there on 80 miles an hour. He's down on pace. Phil Tufnell's with me.
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Aggers.
You look like you're a man in a hurry.
Well, no, just had to run up the stairs. Went to see a friend downstairs. Oh, yes.
We're doing that at your age.
No, well, there you go. But I might do myself a mischief.
You missed Joe Hart and all about how to be the man of the moment in the goal. Penalty shootout.
Absolutely.
4:34 for 4. Bumrah again. Stokes waits, bat raised, and that's tucked away into the leg side. He'll have his eye on 2 here. They've taken the first. Fielder picks up one-handed, throws at non-striker's end, misses the stumps as Root runs his bat in. And there's another 2 to England. So
I could see you between
78.
I could see you between the sticks here, John. I think I
think it helps to be tall, doesn't it? He's very tall man.
Yeah, he's a big bully.
I think he got the left arm over as well.
Oh yeah, a bit of bounce.
Yes.
Yeah, enjoys his cricket.
I love the Shrewsbury debate as well, because his dad's a Shrewsbury and he's a Shrewsbury.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's where he started off, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
It was. I think Andy Gorham played there as well. I don't think he played at...
Did he?
I think he played... Did he play at school at Shrewsbury? Oh, I've got that completely wrong. 4:36 for 4. It thumps into the pad. On his way out into the leg side. Andy Gorham, he was Scottish footballer, wasn't he?
He played cricket.
Did he have anything to do with Shrewsbury at all?
No, he's born in Bury, played for Oldham Athletic at the start of his career.
No. He definitely played cricket.
Well, he did play cricket, yeah. Played cricket. Played for various Oldham clubs, according to a prominent online Wikipedia.
Oh, I've got that completely wrong.
Prominent online encyclopedia.
Or was it a Grizovic?
No, he was Coventry.
Right, we'll move on. 4:37 for 4.
Not your sport football, John.
It's not. I'm throwing some names out there. In goes Bumrah. Bowls, a little swing there, and Root on the back foot. Plays that away for Jaiswal to pick up in the covers. So 4:37 for 4. The lead is 79.
Getting a bit uncomfortable now for India.
Well, it is. It is.
Knowing Ben Stokes, I think he might just earn the right for an over or 2 and then start looking to play a few shots.
Well, lots of batting to come.
Yeah, crikey, have we?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing there is that Sunday's forecast is still just a little bit. It depends on which app you look at.
Yeah.
There might be I'll find some showers around, whether that bothers England at the moment or not. Bumrah again runs in very gingerly and bowls on the off stump. And Root on the back foot steers that away for a single 81 miles an hour, that one.
Yeah, I mean, there's something not right. Yeah, I think it's his ankle. He keeps sort of grabbing that boot of his. I think it's his left boot, that ankle that he slams down. You say that England won't be looking at that. I think they will be.
Think?
Yeah, especially, tomorrow perhaps if they're
they should.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like the golfers. They always say, I don't look at the scoreboard, coming down the stretch, I just sort of play my golf. Well, you've got to, haven't you?
Really?
It comes into it, doesn't it?
But you might take a bit of a chance or something.
Yeah, just play a little bit more aggressive. But, I mean, Ben's pretty on the front foot most of the time.
Yes, he is. Well, Shardul Thakur is going to continue up at the far end. Is Siraj on the field? I don't think he is.
There's a few casualties.
Yeah, he's gone. And he went off clutching his leg as well.
Yeah.
So they're slightly limited resources out there at the moment as far as
bit of spin
India's concerned. Yeah, I think Cambodge has bowled a lot of overs. Not sure we'll see much of him. So it's Thakur who's going to bowl to Root, and he steers this away. It's very well stopped there by Rahul. Wide at slip.
I was talking to Sir Alistair actually, and he said, I wonder, in the mists of time, they'll look back and go, I think we might have got the selection wrong for Old Trafford.
We might.
A couple of sort of, not trundlers, but
pretty steady. For this level of cricket.
Yeah, you've got a big fella there who's going to whack it into the dirt, who's sitting in the stands.
Yeah.
A very tired.
Well, they've got 2 genuine medium pacers here, haven't they?
Genuine.
Cambodge and Thakur, who's bowling at the moment. Up he comes from the far end, bowls, and Root comes down the pitch and drives hard straight into the stumps. He's lost 4 runs there. That would have gone skimming past umpire Raza, who's now stooping and picking up the bails. and that would have gone for 4, I would reckon, because Bumrah, although he's at mid-on, I don't think he's not in that sort of nimble frame of mind. I don't think that would have gone past him for 4.
No, the old dogs will be barking.
Well, they might have some more time tomorrow out there.
Well, absolutely. Keep going, don't you? You won't want to be batting on it last, so why give them the opportunity?
They'll bat here as long as they can, I'd suggest. 4.38 for 4. Comes Thakur, bowls, and Root steers that away to Rahul again in the gully. Yeah, so what we've had today, we've had 2... When you know what the really top echelon athletes are and how positive they are in their own mind, like Sarah Story, like Joe Hart, it's been a really interesting sort of education today. Steely-eyed, discipline, hard work, practice, relentless practice and training. That's how these people get to the very, very top. Not just talking about the top, but the very, very top.
I'm afraid it's the only way.
Yeah, Thakur bowls, Root down the pitch, in on the boot. Peel flag before wicket from Thakur, but umpire Raza is not interested. And if you've heard both chats, you'll know, that is steel, it's determination, it's discipline, it's those 280 lengths. She was swimming 9 times a week.
They always seem to start very early in the morning.
Don't they? On winter's mornings, in you go.
Yeah.
And she's doing her French verbs and German verbs and homework in her head while she's going up and down these lanes.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a different mindset. I'm afraid I don't think I possessed it.
No, I didn't.
No. It wasn't bad, but
I enjoyed it too much. But then they obviously enjoyed it too. But it's just that when it comes down to the crunch, it's that drive, that steely drive, and the experience and the practice,
and that's what they fall back on.
Yeah. Thakur bowls and Stokes on the back foot plays that away down to backward point. Stokes is the same. Well, so is Joe Root. I mean, I think people do it in different ways.
Yeah.
But
all hard work, though.
Yeah.
As you say, best trainer.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes. Just trains and trains and trains. Most balls thrown at, probably Joe Root.
Yep.
First in the nets, last to leave. It's what did Gary Player say? The more I practice, the luckier I get.
The better I get, the luckier I get.
Yeah, something like that.
That's it.
Yeah, I can't think of someone actually at the top of their game who's just turned up and rocked up and did it. There's not many, if any.
Yeah.
Perhaps a George Best, perhaps, or something.
Yes. Thakur bowls and Root plays that away out to mid-wicket. Well, Ian Botham wasn't a massive trainer, was he? I mean, he was just...
No, but he had as you know...
Incredible drive.
Yeah.
He was strong.
Yeah, and, give me the ball.
Absolutely.
Belief in his own ability to turn
strong
things.
Character, yeah.
Absolutely.
And immensely strong.
Yeah. Yep.
4.41 for 4. He wouldn't see Ian run too many laps, I don't think, of the ground.
Well, not perhaps. But I bet he did his. Yeah, I bet he did his fair share of net bowling and the skill and.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, John.
Oh, I've really enjoyed it. It's been great to hear those stories and the way that these that these top athletes function.
Yep.
That over Bumrah bowled the first over after tea. 80.3 miles an hour average, his slowest over of the series so far.
Yeah, something's not right.
No, he's having another go. It doesn't look happy. 2 slips a gully. Bumrah's going to bolt a Root. Deep backward point. In he goes over the wicket and bowls, and that squares Root up a little bit, or runs off a thickish edge out to backward point.
And as you know, if there's an ankle or a bruised heel or something like that,
every ball is
very. Yeah, what Stuart Broad describes it as standing on a plug. Every ball you're slamming into it, you just can't get that oomph into it, and that's what it looks like.
4.42 for 4.
Yeah, the body language isn't great, is it? You can see he's sort of. He's a bit of a shuffler anyway, isn't he? Sort of the old shoulders go, don't they?
It's quite hard to tell at the start of his run.
Yeah.
But the pace of the balls isn't there. 2 slips and a fine gully. Bumrah, desperate for a breakthrough here, bowls to Stokes, is forward, guides the ball away to that gully fielder. And there is no run. So 2 wickets today, Pope 71 and Brook 3. As England have just been pretty relentless, really.
Yeah, they've been ruthless.
Yeah. Lead by 84.
And not particularly in a Bazball-y way. We kept on banging on about it, didn't we? That have they just changed tack a little bit? Really interesting interview this morning as well with Ben Duckett.
Yes.
Did you hear it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
yes.
I thought it was very measured.
Yep. I mean, he's had some really outlandish things to say in recent years, but no, not today. Bumrah bowls and Stokes plays the very straight bat. It's picked up behind Bumrah by the mid-on fielder. Well, it's as if the initial Baz ball, clear the minds.
Yep.
Let's get enjoying cricket again. We've had a horrendous run.
Yep.
We've won 1 in 17, or it was. Just get out there and enjoy playing cricket again. Get out there, play some shots and enjoy it. And that was great. It got people, really very positive feel. But then there was some quite heavy defeats there that I think they recognised probably shouldn't have happened. And as if they just tightened up a bit. And there were moments like this, where it just requires a bit of discipline. It requires nailing down.
Grind them.
Yeah. There's Bumrah and bowls, and Stokes guides this into the slip cordon again, and there's no run. It might not be quite as much fun as it was when you're standing over smashing it around, but it has to be done to beat good teams.
Absolutely.
Win matches.
Yeah, and Michael always says, doesn't he? He said the really great teams just don't play one way.
Yeah.
You do have to be able to chop and change and assess situations, pitches. Perhaps in the Bazball days, they'd be running down the wicket, couple go up in the air, and you go, oh crikey, we had that really good opportunity to really nail it.
Could have had a lead of 200, and we've
now we're at 90.
Yeah, absolutely. 442 for 4. Bumrah once again round the wicket goes in, bowls pushed away by Stokes. When you and I were doing theatre before the start of the summer, we always put the question out, didn't we, about Bazball?
Yeah.
And it was only it wasn't very scientific, was it? But a theatre full of people going, hey, we love it. But then, you go, well, and actually, I felt the overall thing was, it was great. But, just needs a little bit of a fine tune.
Yeah, and we'd like to come away with a trophy.
Yes, and I think people got that.
Yeah, I agree.
Bumrah again gives the ball a rub. 442 for 4. Lead 84. Stokes 39. Bumrah goes in bowls to him. That does swing a little, but Stokes plays it with that movement, tucks the ball away for Jaiswal to pick up, trotting in from the deep square leg boundary. He's got that immense stand behind him. There's a sea of people there, an assortment of fancy dress. There's all sorts of things in there. I saw some Crusaders earlier on. It's the bananas that stand out because they're yellow.
Well, bottom left.
Quite a few of those, yeah.
And there's a few up there, yeah.
A bunch up there, I'd call them.
They look quite ripe.
Yeah, they're very ripe. I suspect they've got riper as the day has progressed, sitting out there in the sun.
No, there was a buzz, as you said. I was downstairs walking around a few boxes and what have you. A big buzz about Joe Root. Yeah. They were all on it, very knowledgeable.
Yeah.
They knew exactly how many he needed.
It's funny because Stokes didn't come down and shake him. I wonder if Stokes knew. I don't know, because he didn't. There was no reaction from Stokes. You know what I mean? He didn't come down and give him a punch to the gloves.
Gave him a bit of a cuddle.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh no, that was when he got his 100.
When he got 100. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, very professional nowadays.
Yeah.
I would have done a lap of honour.
Stokes on strike. Psycho bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch at him. Swings the bat and down goes Bumrah. Well, it's a brave dive there from the fast bowler. He's not 100%. Oh, dear. Well, he's got up there very, very gingerly. Almost needed a crane to get him up. But it was a brave dive and saved probably 4. He's holding. It is the ankle. Look, left ankle.
Yeah.
He's holding it now.
I think he's got to come off.
Well, that is not going to be fun.
No.
Banging that into, he's really struggling.
Yeah. He's
holding it. Slamming that into a concrete hard pitch.
Oh.
All the 4s. 444 for 4. That's the bowls to Root. He looks to drive down the ground, but just turns the face of the bat there for a moment, and Bumrah fields at mid-on.
Talked about how you might have reacted, Tough, as if you'd reached that landmark. In terms of 13,379 test runs.
Oof.
In terms of your runs per test, I would have taken you 3,673 games.
How many years is that approximately? If you divide it by 12?
Well, if you're doing 12 tests per year, it's 306 years.
300.
Should be 306. Well, and add on 20 for that's when you made your debut. So about you've been aged 320 odd. Here's Root again playing at a point. So I suspect you'd have felt quite old.
Yeah. I might not have been able to get a lap out of myself at 302. Wow.
Well, there you go.
That just puts it in a bit of context, doesn't it?
It does.
It's taken me 302 years.
Yeah.
Wow. But there you go. I don't know, there have been all sorts of changes, I know, so different balls, everything.
Danny the Duck, he'd have been about 1,000, wouldn't he, Danny Morrison?
Yeah, I might have beaten Danny just.
4:44 for 4. The lead is 86. A lovely afternoon here in Manchester. Full house. And England is going about their business. India rather short of options. Shubman Gilesbury's hands on his knees there at slip, rather a depressed figure as Thakur bowls. And it's beautifully played by Root. Lovely straight drive. And poor old Bumrah's got to go running off and go and fetch the ball back. So I don't think it'll delight him particularly. The lead goes to 90, but that was just an effortless push.
Yep.
And it's a no ball.
Oh dear. It's piling up on India now. They've got to somehow muster the troops. They look a little bit dejected out there.
Well,
I know
do.
that they're copping it here a bit.
It's gone a bit quiet. You can earlier on today you could hear lots of encouraging shouts and so on, but okay, the crowd is being noisier, but there's not much noise from the pitch microphones either as Root drives up to mid-off. In time, that's crossed himself.
He looks like he's just having sort of the best net of his life, doesn't it? And loads of people have paid to come and see it. There's no real threat, is there? No pace, nothing whizzing round your head, no real spin to think of. He's just in the sunshine at Old Trafford enjoying himself.
Yeah, and the two main bowlers are...
Yeah, Crook.
Actually, Siraj is back on.
Oh, is he?
He's got his hat on down at third man.
Well done, lad.
He hobbled off before tea.
Yeah.
Bumrah definitely struggling. 4:49 for 4. The lead is 91. And Thakur runs in past umpire Raza. Here he comes and bowls wide outside the off stump. Catch it, they shout. Or at least Thakur appeared to shout.
It's on Q-ender, wasn't it?
I think, did Joe get there? He dived to his right, and whether he's just spilt that, I'm not sure, but there wasn't much reaction from those around him. Oh, yes, he's nicked it. It's not carried.
Straight down.
It dropped a long way in front of him. 100 partnership up.
That came up in 25.2 overs.
No slouch. Still falling over.
Yeah. Thakur bowls and Root nudges that away towards a recently arrived pigeon who sets off from mid-wicket. They'll take another single.
What people missed as well, you know.
You could tell us in a second. 4:50 for 4. At the end of that over, I'm going to make room for Prakash Tuffers.
Yeah, what people have got to realise as well, you know, batting for a substantial amount of time is hard work physically. You know, mentally you've got to have the concentration, but you know, physically you're up and down, you're running ones, twos, threes. You've got to have strength. You've got to have strength in your arms. Strength. You know, you've got to be fit to get big scores.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, it just gets the feeling that India are now in that place where can they find a way of just holding themselves together?
Yeah.
At the game, leave it for a minute, just stay together as a unit, because it just looks like they don't seem to have any direction.
Nope.
Where are the spinners with the second new ball? Haven't seen a single ball of spin. Bumrah to continue. Root waits, 2 slips and a gully dude as well. Goes in bowls, and Root eases it away, square for a single, down towards the right boundary.
It happens a lot on tours, don't you? You get injuries, your main players are out of form, you lose tosses, you get put in on flat decks. It becomes very, very hard work. You're a long way from home.
It does.
This is why it's always so difficult to win away.
It is, and yet, I mean, in today's day and age, you know all these facts.
Yes, bro, yes.
Right, so where you choose your original squad, there are no limitations. It's not like it's a multinational tournament where you can only have so many players on tour. You can do what you want, essentially. But anyway, it is where it is. Yes, India have had injuries, but they haven't looked the part. This one's pushed away on the offside, thought of a single.
Plus, I think they'll be kicking themselves a little bit. Some missed opportunities in those first 3 Test matches.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you go by session, day by day, I think India wins.
Absolutely. By some distance, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's just that the decisive moments have been captured by England. And I think, you know, a new captain, yes, it is always going to be hard, but some of it is quite inexplicable. I mean, you pick Shardul Thakur, you pick Kamboj, you leave out Kuldeep Yadav. I'm not saying Kuldeep would have run through. Just a different, some variety. Round the wicket, Bumrah. Oh, beautifully timed. He'll get only one for it. Will Stokes down towards deep mid-wicket. Yashasvi Jaiswal will do the fielding.
I hope he gets a go at the over, Kuldeep. I do like it. I do enjoy watching him bowl. You know, a little bit of mystery, left arm.
I suppose he will get a bowl at the Oval when it doesn't matter.
Well, there you go.
I mean, from a series perspective, it doesn't matter. That's what I meant.
Well, they might get out of this with a draw.
Of this one?
Yeah. Who knows? Might do.
Tuffers, you're sounding like me.
Well, there you go. I'm trying to keep you going here.
Oh, me? I'm fine, thank you. I'm happy for it to finish at lunch tomorrow. There's no problem with that at all. But it certainly looks like India need some way to find themselves to come back. I mean, Washington is the only bowler who's been successful today. 2 wickets in quick succession.
Where is he?
And he is, well, at the moment fielding at mid-wicket. World away. Down towards.
That's where he is. You know, he's on the field.
Yeah, but does the skipper remember that he's there? And this is, by the way, the same guy who took 4 wickets at the Oval, at Lords, and then two of the wickets today. And Jadeja hasn't bowled.
And bowled beautifully at Lords. Had England in all sorts of trouble.
It too. Well, I suppose one can only assume that there is a plan in place of some sort.
I'm sure there is. A cunning ploy.
Yes.
But you're right, they need to start making a few inroads because we bat deep, England.
Oh, I mean, Archer will come and tonk a few around whenever that time comes. That itself looks fairly far away at the moment. This is Bumrah again, round the wicket to... Oh, beautiful crunch. Crunch with authority and dismissed from his presence. 457, beautiful cover drive from Ben Stokes.
That was like Zorro. The flashing blade. Crikey. Gave that the full Monty outside off stump. Great big step towards the ball. Pitch of the ball and wallop. That's the old Ben Stokes we know and love.
Well, we said, didn't we, was it on day one, that Ben Stokes has been so impressive. All he needs now to complete that full picture is a big score. And he's well on his way. Here's Bumrah. 46 now. Goals. One came back sharply. Ricochets off the thigh pad. They'll take one.
Don't need
an unnecessary shy from Sai Sudarshan, and Shardul just about got his body behind it to prevent any overthrows. Multiple bats going out. And who are they for? Root, is it? Yeah,
looks like so. Just have a little freshen up, perhaps, or might have got a little
change of gloves, maybe a quick drink,
splitting it or something.
And yes, Washington Sundar,
well,
into the attack. But
good.
Not from the end where he's taken 2 wickets.
No,
he's got a goal from the Jimmy Anderson.
I think that's probably his end. Looking at that breeze, slightly, just to get that bit of drift. I think perhaps he might have bowled the wrong end when he did get
to begin with.
Yes. And Jadeja got the wrong end as well. But hey-ho, these things happen. It's been a long day for India in the field.
Yes, I mean, in some ways, and it's a very different setting, but in some ways it's that second inning of Edgbaston revisited with the shoe on the other foot.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, they'll be scratching their heads a little bit, thinking...
There's one of the Indian team support staff, I think it might be Raghu, who's down with Bumrah with a drink for him at...
I'd be tempted.
He looks tired.
Yeah, I'd be tempted if I was... He's obviously hurt his ankle or foot or something as well. I'd be tempted if I was the skipper to just say, Jasprit, thanks, mate, go on, have a little sit down.
Yeah, well, I don't think Siraj is back on now.
Yeah.
Washington Sundar didn't bowl till the 69th over. He bowled 11 overs, 2 for 30. We've had 107 overs in the innings, excluding Sundar. The other bowlers have bowled 96 overs and taken 2 for 411.
2 for 411. I shall make sure that Washi gets these numbers so he can at least brag about it on the trip back to London.
Yeah.
Underrated, I think, as a bowler.
Yeah, I like him. He's got that nice sort of like flight, nice wrist. He's slight side spins, bit of overspin as well. Tall.
Yes.
Gets a bit of bounce and can rush the batters.
Stops in his delivery stride. Maybe the ball got loose. Rubs his hand on the dirt just to get some grip.
He's not a part-timer in India, is he?
No, of course not.
No.
There's Sundar in to lets it go. Outside the off stump taken by Jurel. He's got a slip in the form of KL Rahul. Shardul Thakur is at short third. Sudarshan in the covers. There's extra cover Jaiswal. There's sweeper point, which is Jadeja. Bumrah down on the long off boundary. That's the offside field for Washington, and it's pushed away on the offside.
He's got a sort of a good energy.
Yeah.
You know, he's good energy in his action. You know, it looks like there's something on it, you know, as it's coming whizzing, you know, fizzing down on you.
Lots of conversations they say he's had over his career now with Ravichandran Ashwin. His reverse sweep attempted. Doesn't connect properly. One bounce to Shardul Thakur at short third.
What is it? It's similar.
Has he done something to his leg?
Who?
Stokes, just limping away, just held that front leg after he'd played the shot.
Might have tweaked a little.
Yeah, just maybe a little stretch.
Well, he's had a good mentor then with Ashwin.
That play held up just for a moment as Stokes makes sure he's all right. Looks fine. And will settle into his stance now and wait for Washington Sundar to come in again. Bowls to Stokes and he defends on the onside.
I don't know whether he is, you know. He's just
seemed restricted, didn't he, in that movement there?
Yeah. Well, that's not what the England staff will be hoping to see. I think as he's gone down to play that reverse sweep, you get low, don't you? And you split the legs.
He stayed there. He stayed there for a little bit longer than normal.
Is it a hip flexor?
Bowled on the leg stump, worked away to short mid wicket where Shubman Gill does the fielding.
I think that's
no run.
I think that's what it's called. Hip flexor.
Root on 132. Now the second highest run scorer in Test match history.
How about that?
Bowles defended. Very good over then from Washington Sundar.
How about that? How about that? Nice.
Skipper, you can decide when you bowl me. I'll do my best. Another maiden. There couldn't have been too many maidens, Andy, in this Indian innings, in the England innings as well. He's bowled 2 for sure, I know.
Bumrah bowled 5. His first 2 were maidens, 3 since then. Kamboj 1, Siraj 3. So that's 9 between the seamers. Jadeja, no maidens in his 24, and that's Sundar's 4th in 12 overs.
So 13 maidens of 108 overs. Of which 4 out of 12 have come from Washington. So
that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Hello, nice to meet you. Yes, my name's Joe Root. Second highest run scorer in Test history.
Just that little stuff. Casually.
I'd have T-shirts made up with it.
Well, Bumrah now to continue, and we're going to have a change alongside me. Phil Tufnell making way for Sir Alistair Cook, who will join me in a moment. 2 slips in place, a gully. Bumrah into bowl to Joe Root. Goes in, bowls, and Root works it away on the onside. 2 mid-on, where Siraj fields. There is no chance of a run. A bit of a wayward throw, taken on the second bounce by Sai Sudarshan. Very good afternoon. Good Alistair. Good evening. Good evening. Sorry, good evening.
Well, he keeps trucking in, doesn't he, Bumrah? He's not right.
Doesn't look it.
He's not throwing the towel in. It just feels England are just waiting, aren't they, for Bumrah to stop bowling. I find it quite hard against the Indian spinners to accelerate. Canny bowlers. Jadeja and Washington.
As Bumrah in bowls to Root. Maybe just a shade low and defended on the offside by Root.
There's still a lot of time left in the game, isn't there?
Huge amount of time.
So I think they'll score maybe another 80, 90 runs tonight. Possibly 100. Lead of 200 would be a fantastic position to be in after 3 days.
Well, they lead by around 100 at the moment, so yeah. What do you think will be the kind of total they'll have in mind, runs, before they choose to then ask India to bat again? Come back to that after this delivery as Bumrah goes in now to bowl to Root again. Wide of the crease, and Root plays it away on the offside cover fields. Yashasvi, no run.
Well, with the amount of time left, as many as they can. There's no reason why you pull out. If there's batsmen in and they bat so deep, you'll just keep going, wouldn't you?
So you might just up the tempo a little bit. Not that you need to.
Absolutely, they'll try. I mean, seen quite a few shots of intent from Ben Stokes to Thakur dancing down the wicket. It's just not quite as easy for the field placings for the spinners. They're not against Bumrah, even though he's not fully fit. He's still got great control. A lot of nous.
Goes in, stutters, stops and runs in and into his delivery stride and off the front foot looking to whip it away. Still has to play it relatively straight. Mid-on, Siraj fields, no run.
And this pitch, although it has held together really well this year for Lancashire, I think all the results here have been draws. So it's not going to deteriorate massively, but it's not going to improve. I've seen a couple keep low a little bit, so you only think you'll see a couple more of them. It only takes one or two of them to be straight when you're 200 behind. So you have the inevitable feeling when you're batting. So still plenty of work for England to do.
Bumrah in, past Tucker, bowls. Just closing the face of his bat there a little early. Still able to get it along the ground to short extra. There's no run. 458 for 4. The lead exactly 100 runs, 6 wickets in hand. And I saw a stat that Andy told us earlier. I think it's the first time that numbers 1, 2 and 3 have 70 or more. Isn't that right?
So the stat was, it was the third time that 1, 2 and 3 have all made 70 without any of them making 100 in the history of Test cricket.
Without making 100. Different story with number 4, batting unbeaten on 132. Here's Bumrah in, bowls to Root. Root taps it away and they will take a comfortable run square, exactly square of the wicket. 459, the lead 101.
Just again, quite happy just to knock the ball around. Ben Stokes is going to have a little bit of treatment on that calf, a little bit of cramp in his calf in the previous over. It's a physio and 2.
Look like cramp, do you think?
I think so.
Yeah,
actually, at one stage, India were flying ahead of the run rate, the over rate, weren't they? I was thinking we might even get a 6 o'clock finish, but since I looked at it about, well, I think it was Drinks, wasn't it? Drinks in the afternoon session, they needed to bowl 43 left, and then since then it's moved around very slowly. Gone round slowly. There's no rush when you're ahead of the over rate, I suppose, but I was thinking we might finish a little bit early, Prakash.
I doubt if that's going to happen, though.
Not now.
No. I mean, Cambodia has a very long run-up.
He does have a long run-up.
Well, he's gone into the archives forever, hasn't he? By virtue of the fact that he bowled the ball that got Root his 38th 100.
Oh, yeah.
He's always going to be there now.
In fact, who bowled it for Root to go past Ponting? Was that?
I'm not sure who that was. Might have been Cambodia as well. I'm not sure.
It was.
He's
carved himself into cricket history
twice. You know, poor old Cambodia. He reminds me a little bit of somebody that I know Aggers had a wonderful way of pronouncing. Pankaj Singh. Very tall, fast bowler. Made one trip. Never really played any serious cricket, test match cricket for India after that.
Yeah, but he was a bit quicker than Barker. Well, yeah, he thundered in.
You played him, did you?
I reckon I played in that game. He played here, didn't he? At Old Trafford. Did he play 2? And did he get a wicket and then it was overturned?
Was that here or was it in Southampton? I'm not sure. Here's Sundar with a fresh over. And the first ball's worked away nicely by Joe Root. They're happy to just amble one. There could have been a second if they'd really pushed, but probably since Stokes has just about got a little bit of treatment, then want to stretch it maybe. 460 for 4. The lead now 102.
Yeah, it wasn't not a great sight watching Cambodia bowling it. He got 2 down at 73 miles.
Yeah. And I think might have been Dan Norcross to point out very quickly that Filer, who plays for England women, is bowled a little bit quicker than that. Pushed away, not for a run on the offside by Stokes. Tossed up by Sundar.
The Indian manager will have to answer questions about that selection, you'll feel.
You would think so. Whether he will or not, we won't know till he does or doesn't. He leans back and hammers this, but down to Jadeja on the boundary at sweeper point, and there will just be a single.
Well, you'll definitely ask the question. Do you sit in the Indian press conferences?
Gambhir will normally come.
But do you go?
I try and when I can.
Are you allowed to ask questions?
I guess I've never tried, to be honest with you, because all the kind of questions that need to be asked get asked by various people.
Is there like a list, like a queuing
No,
system?
I think it's just the media manager there who points people out. This one keeping just a shade low again, worked away nicely. Wristily backward a point for a single. But Gambhir is not a great... there's nothing friendly about him in a press conference, absolutely not. You almost feel like he's batting out of his crease and looking to sort of answer every question with a bit of a flourish in a flat monotone. As Sundar bowls, looks to play it fine as Stokes, doesn't quite get it where he wants to, and there'll be no run. Shardul Thakur fields. 462 for 4, the last ball of the 110th over coming up. And England dictating terms, as they well might, having done all the work to get there. Balls to Stokes, he beats him outside the off stump. Just a hint of turn, was it? As it gripped a little bounce maybe. 462 for 4, 110 overs bowled. And Stokes 47, Roots 135, and more from Sir Alister, and then Daniel Norcross.
That's definitely turned. He's beating the outside edges. Ben Stokes trying to push it in the offside to try and find that gap. Actually, he's bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end for the first time, Sundar. He's got the wind to aid his drift. He drifts the ball a lot. Good control. The game's just meandering on at the moment. I think England would love to push it on. India now with the two spinners. I think they're going to, and a very defensive field. It's going to be quite hard for them to do it. Good evening, Dan.
Good evening. I feel a sense of torpor at the moment.
Torpor, what does that mean?
Torpor is lackluster, exhaustion, lull. Yes, I don't quite know why. The game's been slowed down considerably. About an hour after lunch, the over rate was absolutely immaculate. Now, things are being slowed down, even though the spinners are in place. Quite understandably, it's not in India's interests to rattle through the overs. The field is now departing.
Do you feel as if they could catch up quite quickly as these two?
If they want to, yes. Jadeja in, tossed up, driven up towards long off, but it's a mid-off that's not on the boundary, Shardul, but he's also not in the ring, if you like. So there's an easy single to be taken for Root. 463 for 4, the lead 105. Not a great deal of urgency out there, a lot of weary, tired bodies. Was Stokes, I saw, was stretching a hamstring. I think that was
or
a cramp.
Thigh, maybe, or a calf, sorry.
Calf, right, okay.
Good Stokes, that ball. It's just given Joe Root a single. It's almost given up trying to get him out, which is it's never a good place to be as a side.
And now Jadeja's moving his field again. And to the left-handed Stokes, who pushes the ball up to mid-on. There's a very long single there if he wants it, and he's just going to amble to the other end. He's back in his crease and just dinks it down the ground. 464 for 4. They're not looking to play any big shots. There are singles on offer pretty much everywhere. And the rate is ticking over, you might say. And it's reflected somewhat in the crowd. There's a sort of hints of the old Mexican wave breaking out as the next ball's definitely late cut, but to backward point straight to the field and no run.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of those snakes which normally appear.
Beer snakes, yes.
They've been banned. Of course, not allowed to have fun.
Probably. Jadeja into Root, who drives up to mid-off again, and he ambles through for another single. I don't quite know why the fielder is there. Shardul Thakur is, and you don't know what I mean, do you, at home? What I mean is, the fielder is about 25 yards in from the boundary at mid-off. And as a result, Root is just very easily pushing the ball down the ground through mid-off and walking a single. Jadeja in again. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW. That's tight. And Root wants the leg by. He came forward, did Stokes, got struck on the pad. And umpire Rod Tucker, is he going to signal them? Well, he signalled leg by. Normally he wouldn't signal anything until the DRS timer was down to 0, but they're not going to refer it. We'll take a look on the replay here, see how close that was. He was
going to have struck him outside the line.
Yes.
Yes,
long way outside the line.
A little bit of turn from Jadeja out of the rough to Ben Stokes.
Jadeja in again. This is pushed into the offside by Root, fielded at cover point. There's no run. How many? Was there 4 runs in that over?
3 off the bat and the leg bye. In the last 4 overs, we've had 7 singles and a leg bye.
Right. I mean, those 4 runs were taken extremely easily. 111 gone, 466 for 4. Stokes 48, Root 137.
In one way, this is the new.
This is new. This is
the side just happy, actually, to hammer India down. Really, give them no chance of getting back into the game in another hour. This partnership, the lead will be 140, 150. Take no risk, just knock it around. Queue for something to happen. Obviously, when I say that.
Washington comes in, and this is defended on the front foot by Stokes, a full ball and off stump. I just realised when you look at Washington as he comes into bowl towards you, it's almost like he's rolling a tombola. You know what I mean? You know those drums when you
oh yeah.
And he comes, up goes the arm, and down the wicket comes Stokes, and he pushes a defensive shot in the air just past the right hand of a diving Washington and picks up a single up to long off. We've still got 2 deep set but not boundary riding fielders, long on and long off. See that one again. Actually, did he get any bat on that? Did it pad onto bat?
Pad onto bat, and they kind of got the momentum going forward, and it's went back at catchable height to Sundar, but out of his reach. He's a cunning bowler, because any time that England batsmen have come down to use his feet, he's managed to see him and drag it a little bit shorter.
The only bowler to take a wicket today. He's in again, and Root just flicks the ball into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket though. 467 for 4 the score remains. Stokes on the threshold of another half-century.
It'll be his first one for a while, won't it? For England, and probably in any cricket.
As in comes Washington. And Stokes clips away into the onside. This time he finds a little gap, squarer this time, of the deeper set mid-wicket in the ring, and they get a run. 138 for Root, 468 for 4. There's a slightly hazy hum that somewhat reflects the weather. It's very warm out there. I just nipped outside a moment ago and found that it was very warm, clement. There's still a bit of a breeze. You can see the flag still fluttering. But the crowd are not being particularly raucous. Their big moment was Root, I think, earlier on when he got to 120, as Stokes now clips a ball off his pads, up towards wide long on, and moves to 50. 50 from 97 balls. It's been a solid knock from the captain. He's not been in the best of form with the bat for a while. It's his highest score of the series, and it's his 49th score above 50, 13 of which have resulted in hundreds.
Another bit of the puzzle.
I love the nod of approval I get from Zoltz when I do that now.
Another bit of the England puzzle just falling into place with Stokes. A bit of time out there.
Washington in, driven by Root through extra cover. They'll get at least 2 for this, because it's being pursued by a somewhat weary Cambodge, and he moves out to deep extra cover, keeps it to 2. Root to 140. There's no real threat being posed at the moment. England are 471 for 4 at the end of the over, a lead of 113.
It's really good for Stokes.
Well, you're right. If Stokes is finding form, and they're very comfortable with Duckett, and Hope's got some runs today.
Well, just leading into this series, I think he batted once in first-class cricket for at least 4 or 5 months. So no matter how much you play the nets, how experienced you are, it does take a little bit of time.
Do you think it's harder for batters than bowlers? Because what we've been seeing a lot of is bowlers having no red ball cricket. Talked about the Indians having very little red ball cricket before the series, and Akashdeep, hitting his straps quickly, and also we're seeing Jofra Archer. But Jofra Archer bowling 18 overs of red ball for 4 years, and then coming in and bowling at 90 plus miles an hour. Is it easier for the bowlers than the batters as Jadeja starts a new over, pushed back to him off the back foot by Stokes, no run?
I'm not sure you'll say that Cambodge's found it pretty easy.
No.
There is enough work goes on in these players with the off-field stuff that they get so much science behind it.
Jadeja in forward in watchful defences. Stokes pushing the ball on the front foot back to the bowler.
They kind of know what they need to do, and batting is that time in the middle. You can't really replicate it. You put your hand across it.
Not a no ball, sorry. I was waiting to see if there was a no ball or not. Sweep from Stokes. He's got it pretty fine. It's running down towards the boundary. Didn't get all of it. So they'll have to run back for 2. It's cut off down there. And the score advances to 473 for 4.
It doesn't look totally at ease with Jadeja, does he, Stokes? Not quite as comfortable.
Has he reversed?
He has tried a reverse sweep. I think that was a shot which caused a little bit of cramp.
Right, well, there's a deep backward point, if you like, in for that shot. He's going to go for it, and he's gone off his feet, and he's whacked it through extra cover before his face planted as well. He's lying down on the ground after playing that shot. It was a reverse thwack, if you'd call it a sweep. They went through extra cover, and as he played it, he lost his balance and went straight down on his chest. And lay sprawled for a while, but he got it right out of the middle of the bat this time.
It's a bit like, remember when was it Matthew Hogg, Graham Smith LBW, and he fell over and fell flat on his face, and then looked up as the umpire giving his slow finger, and he's looking up. And that was a hockey shot, wasn't it? That was a proper. The bat was absolutely horizontal to the ground. He reached for it. Jadeja threw it down. Started off his leg side. There's a right hander being his offside, but it's got it in front of square.
Goes to 56, 477 for 4. Fielder's gone out to cover that shot now as he defends the next one, but slightly gingerly. I wouldn't say he's hobbling it exactly. The ball went back to the bowler. But
there is a high element of risk, isn't there, when he plays that shot? Surely let him play it again.
Yes, well, now what he's got to do is he comes back into his crease and tries to push into the offside, but it just dribbles out into the offside for no run, picked up by the keeper. I mean, now with that field, all he's actually got to do is just push it into acres and acres of space.
Yeah, not quite as easy against the spin into the rough. You know, with Jadeja, that's what he wants him to try and do, look square, but plays a straight bat. It's not spinning huge amounts, spinning enough and not quickly. You should be able to adjust. I just think, let him play. I mean, didn't look. You can't say he looked in any control playing that reverse sweep where you end up flat on your face.
Well, exactly. If you've got your batter flat on his face on the ground, the chances are you sort of feel like you've done rather well there. Andy, you're mesmerised by Michael Atherton bowling full tosses on the telly.
I'll give you the details of Stokes' half-century. Wait till after the first ball is over from Sundar.
Yep, Washington's in and he rolls the Tom bowler and he's to the wicket bowls and it's pushed out into the offside by Root, going back into his crease, but straight to the fielder with Sai Siddharthan. There's no run.
As you mentioned, his 49th 50-plus score from 97 balls, only 3 fours, which is the fewest boundaries he's hit in the first 50 runs of any of those 49 50-plus scores.
Here comes Washington again. This is nicely dabbed away by Root, back with a square on the offside. He's going to collect a single, but no more than that.
Just his 7th 50 against India, 1 century amongst those in 25 tests.
Is he approaching 7,000? Your sheet has him at 6,891, so is that
Yes.
up to date? Right.
That was up to date at the start of the game. The paper does not automatically update itself.
That's very disappointing, but if he gets to 7,000 runs, how many players have got 7,000 runs and 200 wickets? You can think of Callis, obviously, but can't think of many more. Gary Sobers. Yep. Defended on the front foot by Stokes to short extra cover, no run.
Look at the disgust on Zoltz's face when you said, is that figure up to date?
Well, I thought he'd gone past 6,900, you see, so I thought he's not got this from the last game, has he?
Well, that's what you were accusing him.
Sure, I was rather. Short cut, punched up really off the back foot to a short cover. There's an extra cover, is a little bit deeper, and there's a shorter cover. The backward pointer slipped mid-wicket. Long off, a pretty long on, and a deep backward square leg. Washington in again. This is defended back to the bowler, straight to him. No run. Stokes is not showing any signs of dancing down the wicket to Washington. Probably a smart move given the drift we know Washington can get. But has he really got one to drift away from the left-hander yet? It's in now, short, pulled away. Out through deep backward square leg, it's going to be 4, despite the dive of Siraj. It's a really good effort from Siraj. He went full length, and he's bowled a lot of overs today. but he couldn't get to it, and Stokes moves to 60. A bit of a drag down by Washington, and England end the over on 4 for 82 for 4. Stokes on 60 and Root 141.
That was Washington's last ball of his 15th over, the first boundary off him since his second over.
Well. So they're going to continue. Well, are they? Let's have a look.
No, I think
keeper going.
Jadeja's wandering to.
He is.
Point. One thing I'd say about the England side, if you look at them at any stage during the day, you wouldn't know what the score is, would you?
No.
If you looked at the Indian side right now, you would, without looking at the score, you'd say they're where they are.
Yes, they look a rather disparate mob, don't they? They're scattered far and wide, and they're slightly listless at the moment. It's a warm day, but it's not punishingly hot. But what is punishing is the scoreboard, which shows England with a lead of 124. Mohammad Siraj is going to come back into the attack for his 23rd over. This strange anomaly of him bowling alongside Jasprit Bumrah and being far less effective than when he's not bowling alongside Bumrah continues. None for 98 in 22. I still can't quite explain it. Aggar's made the salient point that obviously Bumrah gets choice of ends and that sort of thing, but actually Bumrah's not bowled as much in this innings as Siraj. Siraj has had the choice for quite a few overs, but it just hasn't happened for him.
Or maybe he likes the lead. He likes leading it.
I think that might be it. He's propped up right. Yeah. As ball in hand, no slip, but there is a fly slip. A genuine fly slip all the way down the boundary. Short. Root pulls out to deep mid-wicket. Finds a fielder out there, who is Jaiswal, and they'll collect a single. Root to 142, 483 for 4.
India have, after 114 overs of seen, they bowled lots. It's been actually first change of tactic, you were saying. They're now going to the short ball theory.
Well, Siraj, when he finished his last spell, looked a very, very weary man, and he trudged up those steps, didn't he, to the changing rooms. So I imagine he was absolutely delighted to get the call. Mohamed Old Fruit, any chance you could just bang in a bunch of bouncers, please, for the next 25 minutes, half an hour?
Yeah.
Thanks.
And also, he got it. I saw Gill, he did it earlier. He didn't give him any warning. He went full length for a dive, and then he just waved it and said, "You're bowling now."
Yeah, thanks. Well, maybe he looked the most mobile. The Siraj is in. Short, and goes after this to Stokes and misses it. Wasn't far away from the gloves. He sort of went over the stumps, and he's now stretching again. Possibly a calf.
Definitely something's just niggling. He's not going to go underneath many of these, is he? He's going to try and hit them as far as he can.
Well, he'd had this problem in another game. I can't remember which one it was, when he looked for all the world like he'd got himself injured while he was batting, and he kept going, and we were thinking, was it Edgbaston?
I think it was Lords.
Lords, of course.
Yeah, a little.
And then proceeded to bowl like a 9-over spell or something.
Well, we walked out next morning, everyone's thinking, that's it, he's done it. He bowled for 25 minutes in the warm-up.
Siraj in, short, pulled, past mid-wicket, and out to the boundary for 4. He really has laced that one. And it brings up Siraj's unwanted century. He's now none for 103. Stokes is 64. And England 487 for 4. Banged in short, didn't get up, and he's whacked it through mid-wicket.
He's hammered that, hasn't he? This is when, if you were playing with Graham Swan, he'd walk up to you and give you the handshake.
Oh, yes.
As a bowler. If you go for your 100.
Just what you need. So the field is set deep for the short ball. 3 out on the boundary on the leg side, 2 in the ring on the leg side. Siraj short again, and Stokes thinks about any number of different shots, and in the end decides on none of them. It goes through to the keeper. There was a sort of hint of an attempt of a ramp and a thought of a pull, but neither occurred in the end.
He's definitely struggling there, Ben Stokes. As he kind of leans over while he's waiting and then walking in very gingerly.
He's not in a good way, is he? But as we said, he's looked not in a good way, and then he somehow powers through. This is the 4th test of a long series. Matches close together. Siraj into Stokes short, and now he's carved this way out through point for a single. He's almost bouncing off his feet there. Throw comes in as he was ambling the single. He's made to have the hurry up, and now he's continued walking. For a moment, I thought he was going to actually walk straight off.
Go off.
But he's not. No, he's relenting. He's just stretching again. But just takes a single there. Could be calf. I wonder. There's plenty of cricket, by the way, live across the BBC today, not just TMS. On BBC Sport, BBC Sounds, we have new streams available. Yorkshire v Surrey is on Sports Extra 2 from Scarborough. The game somewhat drifting towards a draw. And the second division leaders Leicestershire beaten Derbyshire. And we've had an email from Peter, which I will read out. Well, I think I'll read out after this ball, as Siraj is coming in. To Root. Root pulls out to deep mid-wicket. They get a single. 489 for 4 at the end of the over. Root 143. Stokes 65. In this round of county championship matches with the Kookaburra, a player has scored a century and taken 13 wickets. Rayan Ahmed for the Ashes. Might as well start the discussion early. Well, I wonder. What do you think?
It will definitely be in the discussion.
Well, leggies in Australia are not the most uncommon thing, are they?
His batting is improving, I've heard all the time.
Well,
not many people do a 10 for an 100 or 13 for 100.
13 yeah. Gets up 7 today, 6 in the first innings. Right. So, 489 for 4. We've got an hour and a half to go, and we've got some people administering to Stokes. There's been a lot of these stoppages during the course of this session, and part of it, I think, is that Stokes is in a spot of bother. Do we see a physio out there? I think we do.
Yeah, the physio's on the left with that maroon jumper on. Yeah, it's just ground to halt a little bit.
He's just talking to Stokes here, isn't that? He's not treating him in any way. But it's time I got out of the way, because Alison Mitchell has arrived. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Alistair Cook.
Well, I'm leaving as well.
Are you?
I think
well, shall I hang on until you
coming
leave?
In.
Oh, no, if Deep's coming in.
So you go.
I'll go.
You go.
I'll go. Andy can
Zoltz has got the microphone, so he can do the link for me. Well, there's a double change.
Odds on Rayan Ahmed, 13 for 144 in the match for Leicestershire, 7 for 93, and at 6 for 51. Plus the century. I'll get a list of players with a century in a 13-wicket match. I think Ian Botham did it in a test in Mumbai in 1980. A century in a 13-wicket game, a game which no other player made a 50. One of the most astonishing all-round performances in Test cricket history. Rayan had taken his 10 wickets in the 9 matches in the season. Before that, scored a good amount of runs, but great to see him in the wickets.
Is indeed. Thank you, Zoltz, for that. Very useful to bridge the gap. Deep Dasgupta is alongside me. And it's spin again. Jadeja from the Sir James Anderson end of the ground. Do you prefer Jadeja from this end, Deep?
Yes, because he bowled well yesterday, bowling from James Anderson end, while Washington this afternoon got those couple of wickets from the Stratham end.
He's in now to Root. Forward, taking a quick single to mid-off, and that's making Stokes run quicker with that cramp. That wasn't altogether the most sympathetic single that Root could have taken, knowing Stokes is a little bit slightly incapacitated at the moment. I think he's holding up a glove as he in a bit of an apology, and Stokes gives him the thumbs up. And a bit of a grin on his face, although difficult to tell whether it's a grin or a grimace at the moment, Deep.
Yeah, that's true, but he's looking all right.
490 for 4. England's lead, 132. Stokes on 65. And Jadeja having turned up himself in the runs column. That 1 wicket. That of Crawley yesterday, but 101 to his name. Careful defence by Stokes, who walks away rather stiff-legged towards the leg side. Stretched out cramp a number of times. Played a sort of one-legged, wooden-legged pull the last over. Jadeja over the wicket. Stokes all goes back and the ball is spat up off something. Stokes is holding both arms aloft as the ball ends up mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill. And Stokes has his bat in his right hand. He's wandered away from the crease. Got his back to us. Difficult to tell when it came off.
That's off the foot mark, and that's the other reason you would want Jadeja to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end, because there is foot marks to work with.
Jadeja in again, searching for that spot once more. Tickled into the leg side, this time by Stokes. Straight to Gill. 490 for 4, score remains. Puff of dust, wasn't there, from that delivery?
And also Jadeja, if he can hit it consistently at that pace.
Over the wicket again, Stokes forward a little quicker, trying to smother that delivery. It sneaks in underneath the bat, and Jarrell standing right up to the stumps. Gathers it in his gloves. So batting could get a little bit trickier just here.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of that rough. It just took off.
Jadeja in again, Stokes getting well forward to this one, sneaks it past Jadeja, down towards the sight screen. There is protection at long on. And the ball is scooped up inside the rope. A single added. That ball was squeezed between Jadeja, who in his follow-through was sort of right in front of the stumps, and then Joe Root as the non-striker just went between the two of them. So 491 for 4 at the end of that over. Root is on 144, Stokes on 66. And it's been a marathon effort between these two. An innings of immense control from Joe Root. And having spin from this end as well now. And Sundar then. So the spin twins are back, but they've changed back to the ends they were operating at earlier.
So we're back to the ends where they were bowling from post-lunch.
When the 2 wickets fell, Washington Sundar got Ollie Pope and Harry Brook. Now, what's happening here?
I think he's coming off and Stokes here.
Oh, goodness me. Stokes retiring hurt? I mean, it looked like it was cramp, but he is walking off. Well, it would mean Jamie Smith is suddenly going to have to leap into action from inside the dressing room, but we'll wait to get more of an update on Stokes there. He certainly was pulling up. He'd been stretching what looked to be his calf, but with 66 runs to his name, he's walking off he's not visibly hobbling anymore. He certainly was when he was trying to run between the stumps. But let's hope that this is something temporary rather than more permanent in terms of niggle or injury.
Yeah, it seems like the right hamstring. But then I think that's a good call. That would have hampered maybe Joe Root and the progression of this innings with him hobbling, or could aggravate his niggle. So I think it's a good move that he's come off. Top knock again, his first half century this series, batted beautifully. Initially had to struggle a little bit, but then I saw the fluency of Ben Stokes once he was set.
Well, it does bring out Jamie Smith, but yeah, a degree of concern for Ben Stokes, who has been talismanic with the ball and hitting his first 50 of this series. It's the sign of him as the true all-rounder, contributing with both bat and ball. And the last thing England want is to feel that he's hampered again after all the effort he put into getting back to full fitness. And he has really looked at full fitness, hasn't he, with the number of overs that he has been bowling. I hope it's not a case of over-bowling himself. Well, we will see. So Smith comes out with England 491 for 4. Root still there on 144. So what did that partnership stand at, Andy, then, at the point that Stokes has gone off?
142.
Okay. So
35.5 overs.
Well, Jamie Smith has been having a stellar series with the bat here as well. We were looking at Rishabh Pant's numbers, but Jamie Smith, a big 100 at Edgbaston. Faces up here to Washington Sundar, who's bowling fairly straight first up, and it's eased up towards mid-off, and a dot ball. He's passed 50 3 times, with a couple of 40s in there in the first test at Lords. Of course, on occasion in the first innings at Edgbaston, moving on to make a 184 not out. Crouches low in the crease as Sundar, tall spinner, moves in over the wicket, and defence is pressing forward, moves off the outer half of the bat out towards point, where Giles Swale is there to field, sends the ball back into the gloves of Dhruv Jarrell. The lead's 133. England on day 3 here, this 5-day test match, looking to build and extend this lead. See whether they might only have to bat once, but more batting to come as this one's worked down the ground to long on, and Sai Sudarshan is there to field, and Smith is off the mark with a single.
He's a really good batter, Jamie Smith, isn't he? I mean, and especially, it's not just about seam, but the way he plays spin as well. Saw him during the white ball series when England came over to India earlier this year, was it? Yeah, earlier this year. and he got a 30 odd or something, but he looked extremely comfortable when he was batting against spin as well.
Sundar moves in, turns square along the ground by Root, no run. Yeah, he's got real attacking flair when he gets into his groove. He's been a hugely valuable asset to take the gloves. Sundar moves in past the umpire now. Whirl of arms, bowls, more flight to that delivery, and Root comes forward, drives wide of Shardul Thakur, who picks up throws now as they come back for two. Jamie Smith running his baton at the non-striker's end as the ball came in. A little wide of Washington Sundar. Gentle breeze blowing around the ground. It's keeping those flags fluttering on top of the pavilion and on top of the bright red hotel, keeping people just at a comfortable temperature in the stands. Sundar in again, flatter, turns square. Jadeja there picks up, spins 360 degrees to switch the ball from right hand to left hand to fling it back in, and a single taken. Root 147 now, and England 495 for 4. The lead 137 at the end of that over.
So Washington, the couple of wickets that he got with that old ball was basically not because of turn or anything else, but getting away from the right-hander. But with this ball and this spell as well, we haven't really seen him get that drift. So it's kind of straightforward as of now. Obviously he hasn't got the ball to turn as much either, but the drift which he was getting, hasn't got that.
Yeah, he got Pope caught by Roll at first slip, and then Brook came dancing and shimmy down to then try and defend Sundar to a ball that was dropped. It was short, a little wider. Missed to be stumped by Jarrell. They were 2 wickets that fell very quickly in quick succession. On the drive here, Square beats a dive at short cover out towards the deep, and a single taken. Siraj was trying to run in whilst keeping a hand on his floppy white sun hat to stop it flying off. 496 for 4. And gave India a lot of hope at that point, didn't it, Deep? When the 2 wickets fell for 8 runs. And set batters were out, or at least one of them was, in terms of Pope, just before the second new ball was available. And then Shubman Gill decided to withhold the second new ball, because then the wicket of Brook fell. A little quicker here from Jadeja, and this is worked away off the back foot by Smith. Out towards Siraj at deep backward point, who stoops to pick up, and another single languidly taken in this evening sunshine. 497 for 4. Root 148. Jadeja in. Root presses forward defensively, looks to smother that one. And Jarrell moves in from behind the stumps to pick up. Root has gone past 150 15 times in his career, 6 of those going on to become double hundreds. He's forward again, defending foolish length delivery from Jadeja. Works it up into the offside. It's been a day where he has passed milestone after milestone. A lot of people in the ground feel very fortunate to be witnessing him play here. Punches this one forward, wide-ish towards mid-off, out into the deep, able to take another one. He's on to 149. There's people here deep today. I've met a handful of people in person who are at a game of cricket for the very first time.
Really?
Yeah, and witnessing these kind of feats. Yeah. Smith forward, defends back up the pitch into the hands of Jadeja. What a match to choose for your very first live game of cricket. End of the over, 498 for 4, the lead 140.
So true, and you see so many young kids out there. In fact, when you enter the field of play, the gate outside, you see those kids playing there with their plastic bats and their softball and all of that. But it's just wonderful to see the environment out there, and these youngsters especially coming and watching an innings like that. And he's such a good role model, Joe Root, and then Ben Stokes as well. And
will this be the over in which Root reaches 150 yet again in his career? He's on strike. Sundar moves in, tries to flight it in. Root comes through for the single that takes him to 150. An innings of calm control, of authority. A raise of the bat again from Joe Root, and Old Trafford once more rises to its feet.
Splendid. It's a remarkable innings again. And that hunger doesn't seem to stop with him. It's insatiable, just scoring runs.
Sundar continues here to Smith. Turns it into the onside. The chorus of Joe Root starts up again. Party stander leading the way. England fans in good voice. Flag of St George's Cross being waved. Smith awaits again. Some width here. And drift away outside that off stump. Finds Jaiswal in the covers. And there's no run. So do we need Andy to be still keeping an eye on the closing the gap on Sachin Tendulkar here as he's moved up to 150?
Well, he's going to have to get a bit of a move on in this game, I think.
Sundar in here. Smith is beaten past the outside edge. Now that's the drift into the gloves of Jarrell. Wants a few more deliveries like that.
Yeah, that's the drift. I mean, didn't really see him get this with this ball, the second ball.
Sundar in past the umpire, a bit fuller forward. Smith getting a good stride in to deaden the spin.
They're starting to get some drift now, Washington. Washington actually, he started off as a batter and was actually picked up in the India under-19 as an opening batter. It was Rahul Dravid, who was the coach of India 19 then, saw him bowl in the nets and converted him into a more of an all-rounder.
And he's in here now with his spin, back covering up. Shubman Gill's there to pick up end of the over from Sundar. The lead 141, 499 for 4 with Root 150. Smith on 2. Ben Stokes retired hurt on 66. So whether we will see him back later on in the innings, but yeah, it's a good switch for Washington, Sundar then.
Joe Root's 150, 247 balls, 14 fours. As you mentioned, it's his 16th 150 plus score. That takes him joint 5th in most 150s in Test cricket alongside Mahela Jayawardene of Sri Lanka. Ahead of him, Don Bradman had 18 out of his 29 Test hundreds. It's a pretty impressive 100 to 150 conversion rate. Kumar Sangakkara and Brian Lara 19, and as is the case with most of these sort of all-time run-scoring lists, Sachin Tendulkar has the most 20 of his 51 Test hundreds or 150 plus scores. Root moved from 100 to 150 in 68 balls with just 2 fours. Classic Rootian accumulation.
Yeah, exactly so. And he makes it look so easy. Before you realize he's got to his 150, and all he has done is just taken those singles and rotating strike, and that is an aspect which is so underrated. And you look at, obviously when you watch highlights and packages and all, you see only boundaries. You don't see the hard work behind and apart from those boundaries. And the other important thing with Joe Root is how wristy he is. And when we generally talk about batters using wrist, we generally think, oh, must be on the leg side, flicking or glancing. But you can also use your wrist to play on the offside, finding the gaps. And that's what he does. If you look at his singles, a lot of those singles would be between covers and point, where he opens the face of the bat, uses the bottom hand and the wrist to push it in that gap. Because no matter what level you're playing, and this is what I keep telling kids as well when I coach, there'll always be 2 gaps available to you. One is that one from point to covers at any level of cricket, and the other one is on the onside, mid-wicket to square leg, that one. If you can, practice that, hitting in that gap, chances are you will get your singles. One is that, and obviously the straight down, mid-off, mid-on, mid-off, mid-on. And you work on these couple of things in terms of rotating strike, you will hit your boundaries. Every now and then you will get loose deliveries. Obviously you'll drive the ball, or you cut, or you pull. But there's such an essential part of the game. How do you rotate strike? How do you pick your singles?
Working the bowlers, forcing maybe field changes by working into the gaps as well. Got a lovely email here, Deep, which has come in from Keith Lancaster. He says, what a great achievement today for Joe. What a proud moment for his dad, Matt. And he says, and a proud moment for me. I was Matt Root's head of PE at secondary school in Derbyshire. So this is not Joe's teacher. This is Joe's dad's teacher. He says, people haven't yet realised that Joe initially got his ability from me teaching his dad cricket. I like that. I think you can claim that. Dalton's not having it.
Well, Matt was a good cricketer.
Yes, absolutely.
Decent player. He's bound to be here today.
I'll leave you deep with Aggies here.
Yeah, so a very proud day for the Root family, and Joe's still going on too, from strength to strength. looks a bit tired out there. He's had another refresh, and there's an hour and 10 minutes of play left today. Forecast, it's not perfect for the next 2 days. It might be a shower or two around tomorrow morning. If you're coming, bring a brolly. And then Sunday also just looks a little bit sort of mixed. It doesn't look like it's going to be sort of heavy rain all day, not like that, but there might be some showers around. So England will be mindful of that, I'm sure. They start to press on a bit, or what time they are thinking of ending this innings. The lead's 141. They want more yet, don't they? Want others?
I would
want to get beyond 200.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if England declares anytime soon.
Yeah,
they wouldn't want to bat fourth innings here.
No.
So bat once, bat long, get 600, 650, whatever if possible. Just get there.
Yeah. We'll just have an eye on that forecast, though. That weather. They've had a bit of bad luck here in the past, of course, with rain spoiling what looked like a nailed-on victory. But it's 4.99 for 4 now. Joe Root exactly 150. And he's facing Jadeja, and that one he just pushes away into the offside. He's insatiable, isn't he? He just wants to keep batting and scoring runs. He's never got enough.
And you can see that purity.
Yeah. Jadeja bowls to him. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That turn now, is that out? Has he caught him? I think he has, and he stepped on the ball. Let's have a look. Oh, no, he's on his ankle now. Well, they're checking here, I think, Joe Root's walking off. And Rod Tucker's saying, hang on a minute. There's a bit of confusion there. I mean, I think India think he was caught, and I think Joe Root think he was caught. But at the same time, as often happens, the wicketkeeper broke the bails, and Joe Root has trodden on the ball. And he hobbled there. It was a Glenn McGrath job. And he really hobbled. So let's see how it's actually officially out. Rod Tucker's told him to hang on.
Yeah.
Just in case it was a no ball, and Jadeja does bowl some no balls.
Not just that, I think also they're looking at where did Dhruv Jurel catch the ball. Was it behind the stump? It was behind the stumps.
That's all okay.
Beautiful.
So he's stumped. Whether he edged it or not, no one actually knows. But it did turn. It's the end of Joe Root, he's not hobbling off, but he definitely turned his ankle there on the ball that Jurel had dropped after he had completed the stumping. But it's a brilliant innings. Well played, Joe Root. Now number 2 in the all-time list of Test match runs scored. Just Tendulkar ahead of him. And it might take a while to overhaul the little master. But it's been a brilliant, entertaining innings from Joe Root today. He ran out to bat first thing this morning. And he's just he's taken today by the scruff of the neck. It's been his day. And he walks off with a bit of a hobble. So we'll go and get some treatment on that. But everyone here today will remember that innings. 4.99 for 5. The lead 141.
Yes, superb knock. The brilliant knock from Joe Root, 150. And he looks a little disappointed, so he should be. He was batting so well.
I'd quite like to see that ball, because we haven't really seen it from the bowler's end, have we? See how much it's spun.
And that's a brilliant delivery. I thought it was bowled slower in the air, so he kind of drifted in and turned a little. And because of the slowness, he was dragged out of his crease.
Yeah.
That typical, ideal left-arm spinner's wicket.
Well, there's another left-arm spinner on strike now. Liam Dawson facing his first ball in Test cricket for 8 years. And it's turned away in the leg side. Appeal for leg for all wicket. India like that. Umpire Raza doesn't. And Dawson simply marks his guard again. An update from ECB, quite important. It's cramp in Ben Stokes' case. In his left leg, it looked like his left calf. He played a reverse sweep. So if it's merely cramp, which is painful, let's be honest, but it should suggest that he should be able to bowl tomorrow. So there's reinforcements coming in now, crowding round Dawson. Slip gully, there's going to be a silly point as well. Big nick into the pad there. We still haven't seen the Root one, have we? I don't think.
No, we haven't.
From the bowler's perspective, it's Jadeja again, and Dawson's off the mark, turning it away into the leg side. A galloping Smith makes his ground. And then he holds his hand up and says, yeah, fair enough. Sorry about that, had to run there. 500 up for England, 500 for 5. That cheer reverberates round Old Trafford. Cross of St George waving over there to our left. As Smith settles over his bat. One of those close fielders has gone as Jadeja darts that in. And it's pushed away back to him again. 500 for 5, so England's lead 142. Satisfied coach, I can see sitting there with his feet up as that's pushed away into the mid-wicket by Smith. It's a typical McCullum pose, really. He likes to get his leg up. 500 for 5, the lead 142. And I think we're seeing a replay, but it's Root being stumped from side on. I'd like to see how much it turned.
But I think it's more than the turn, it's the drift back in. Yeah, he
stepped on the ball. Kicked it away. He stepped on it with his right foot. Right, now we're looking at it. Yeah, it turned nicely. Lured him out, didn't it? Spun nicely.
Yeah, it's
well taken by the keeper.
It's a dream ball for a left-arm spinner. A little bit of drift in, a little bit of dip as well. Looking at that seam position, you can see the revs on the ball as well. Yeah. Dip and then turn and bounce. Brilliant. It's a dream delivery. But you needed it, I guess, to get Joe Root out. The kind of form that he is in, the way he's batting.
500 for 5. The lead 142. Washington Sundar bowls, and that's flicked away by Dawson. Left arm spinner, but right hand bat and plays that down to mid on. And there's no run for Naya.
A little carefully stepping out because he's got this little pause in his action, Washington Sundar, and he gets the ball to drift as well away, which has got the wicket of Harry Brook stumped.
And he goes, it's an Ashwin start to his approach. And it's pushed away back at him. The sort of jerky arm stuff is very, very Ashwin. Which is someone he modelled himself on, I guess. 500 for 5. And he goes again. Bowls. And Dawson on the front foot simply rolls the ball back to the bowler again. A rather skittish pigeon arrives and flying at low level. Up and down, up and down. He wants to land somewhere, but he's not sure where. Which I think is a seagull rather than a pigeon. The next one spins. It's the short leg fielder. Runs out to Jadeja at mid-wicket. Which I always get told off for saying seagull because there is no such thing as a seagull. It's just a gull. I think that's a gull. 500 for 5. Washington Sundar, and that's hit straight down the ground by Dawson. That's a confidence shot. And that's his first boundary for a while. It just plugged in the outfield for a moment, but he's come down, dancing down the pitch. And hit that hard over Sundar's head. 504 for 5. The lead goes up to 146.
Oh, that's a really good shot. And he actually waited for it. It wasn't a premeditated step out. He actually waited for the ball to be released, which was a little slower in the air. Got the drift as well going, but did well with his footwork to cover the angle. So he goes over mid-off.
Fielders both still up as he bowls again. This time Dawson plays the ball to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 504 for 5. We've got an hour of play left and overs left 15, so we might get somewhere near the full allocation today.
Joe Root's final numbers: 150 from 248 balls with 14 fours. It's 104th 50-plus score in Test. That puts him clear second in the all-time list. His 38th century, that puts him joint fourth, and his 16th 150-plus score, that puts him joint fifth on the all-time list. In terms of total run scores, as we've discussed, he now lies second behind Sachin Tendulkar, having overtaken in the course of that innings Rahul Dravid, Jack Kallis and Ricky Ponting.
That's where we got some ice on that ankle, I would imagine. There's Jadeja bowling from the far end. It's pushed away by Smith out to cover. A little message from Matt Root. Yes, I'm here today. Keith Lancaster was a great PE teacher, taught me a lot. How to be competitive and play in the right spirit. But I can't say talk much about cricket though with a wink. Here's Jadeja. Bowls pushed off the back foot out towards point. Siraj is out there losing his hat as he rushes in, picks up one-handed and hurls the ball in. He doesn't do anything by half measures. Old Siraj, he just gives it absolutely everything, doesn't he? It might be 5:30 on a hot day and he's bowled his boots off. but he still rushes in. Just great work ethic there. Jadeja again bowls. That's defended by Smith, and there's no run. Well, well done, Matt. I'm sure you'll be celebrating appropriately this evening. 506 for 5. The lead 148. Jadeja round the wicket bowls, and there's one. It's pushed square. Picked up by Washington, running back from point. That brings Dawson down. Just singing, breaking out over to our left there. Chap dressed as a penguin has appeared. So halfway up the stand. And Dawson takes guard. Slip, gully, and a silly point. 507 for 5. Dawson looks around, sun behind some cloud at the moment. As Jadeja wanders in, bowls quite flat as now. Oh, well, he almost appealed there. He must have got a little nick on that, because they started to appeal and hastily withdrew it. So suspect, when we see the all-telling replay, we'll see an inside edge there. Oh, no, it's off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, two end of the bat.
It's off the middle of the bat. Some excitement anyway. Jadeja again round the wicket bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side, and through they go for one. It was funny how they all thought it was going to hit the pad. That knows. Competently played by Dawson off the middle. 508 for 5. The lead now 150.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Last couple of balls that he bowled, he came really close to the stumps. Jadeja obviously trying to bowl more wicket to wicket and trying to get Liam Dawson out leg before, and that's what he's been trying to do.
I was saying earlier, he has an unusual approach, and that usually a spinner comes in on an angle.
Yeah,
he gets him right round, gets his body into it to really spin the ball. But he comes in dead straight, which does mean that he can get closer.
That's right, and then he jumps in more towards the stump, coming around the wicket. But that straightish run up, I guess it was Dan Vettori, isn't it?
Yes.
He started coming in straight.
Yes, he did actually.
He was one of the first left-arm spinners that I saw.
Yeah. See you later, Deep. Thanks for your company today. 508 for 5. The lead 150. Dawson on 6. He's prepared to face Washington, who comes in and bowls to him, and he drives towards mid-off. I'm assuming there's a field down at long on. I can't see him. There's cameras and the muffs of microphones and all sorts of things in the way here, but there must be one down there because they've got a catcher quite close there. There's must be someone down to our right as Washington bowls short of a length. Back goes Dawson and plays it out to mid-off. It's a very smart pocket kerchief you have there, Michael Vaughan.
Thank you very much. It's
bright orange.
Well, it's actually the Ruth Strauss Foundation.
Ah, pink.
Kerchief.
Or red. Pink. It's like it's been washed a few times. That's tossed up and driven away into Washington's left hand. Slightly faded. Might have to get a new one for next year.
Yep.
508 for 5. The lead 150. We've seen the news that the Stokes injury as such is just cramp, which is good news. It's been put out by the ECB. Washington moves in, bowls a sweep from Dawson for pretty straight. Washington's down on one knee there, just about to appeal for leg before wicket, but again off the middle of the bat. 509 for 5.
You know, England have some of that pickle juice. Usually when you get cramp, you take a bit of pickle juice, don't you, and it seems to disappear.
Yeah, and it's probably on a sort of intravenous pickle juice drip at the moment. But he had that at Lord's, didn't he, Emil thought, he's not going to bowl again tomorrow, and he came roaring in and bowled a ridiculously long spell, so hopefully he should be all right for tomorrow. Goes Sundar again, bowls, and that puts Smith onto the back foot. Double rolls way out to cover, and there's no run, so the lead 151. Still the sun behind that rather stubborn cloud, just bubbled up from somewhere, but the sun beating down on the city of Manchester over to our right there, absolutely lit up like a super trooper. Here's the next one, Dawson forward. Oh, he's played that well. That's it, Smith dancing down the pitch, and he's blocked that for 4 through extra cover against the spin. That's a really good shot. It was dangerous doing that and opening up for the offside against an off spinner.
Well, for a split moment, I thought it was going to be a Harry Brooks style dismissal because Washington Sundar saw Smith early and he threw it out a bit wide. It just spun back actually, and he just checked it. A little punch. He's such a good timer of a cricket ball. Yeah, Manchester, Deansgate around there, those bars, they'll be getting burnt on the terraces in Manchester. Beautiful day at Daggers today, isn't it?
Well, Tuffers is trying to take me to the smallest pub in the country tomorrow night.
Oh, have you announced it? Because that means it'll be quite busy.
Well,
it's only small.
Well, Saturday night it'll be busy anyway, won't it?
Yeah. I think it's the Circus Tavern, yeah.
Is it? Well, I did say, you sure? Because Saturday night.
It's only little.
Yeah. You're a regular in there?
I do go down to town now and again. Yeah, get the train in and just have a few afternoon sherbets around the pubs. There's a good pub crawl.
513 for 5, and we've got 55 minutes to go of play today as Dawson drives Jadeja to extra cover, and there's no run. 513 for 5. Jadeja, quick as you like, comes in again. Bowles darting that in. Well, if these two carry on bowling, we might well get the full allocation in. I mean, it's not at the proper close of play, but by 6:30 anyway, we might have them all.
Would that be the first time in the series?
First time in about 100 years, I think. 513 for 5. Jadeja bowls again, very flat. And Dawson defends. I've had a great day today. I've really two top sports people at the top of their, top of their arts and crafts. This is pushed away out past the diving cover, out towards deep point. There's Siraj again. Always dangerous when he gets the ball in his hand. It could go anywhere. And he comes throwing it in to wicketkeeper's end. 515 for 5. Learned all about. I'll tell you what. Next time we have a TMS football match, I'm in goal. I know all about penalty shootouts now.
What was the one tip that Joe Hart gave you that would give you a chance?
Doesn't predetermine.
He doesn't?
No. It is a little bit of feinting, a little bit of pretending here and there.
Okay.
Yeah. So, there's Jadeja again, and a drive misses.
But what I think it's Jordan Pickford on his water bottle. He has a kind of list of penalty takers with an indication of which way they go.
Oh, they're all studied.
Yeah,
everything is studied and within minutely.
So why wouldn't he know? Or
he's trying to put off the kicker, isn't he? That's pushed away out to cover. And I said to him, well, who's under the most pressure, the goalie or the kicker?
Well, it's the kicker.
Well, I thought so, because the goalie can't save it. Well, he can't save it, can he? But the kicker, if he blasts one over the bar, or she does tomorrow. It's what everyone always talks about, isn't it?
Yeah,
very interesting. The whole business.
So he wouldn't look at the data of the penalty take.
Yes.
So he look. So
everything.
Would he? So say Lionel Messi, 9 of the last 10 penalties that he's taken slow down to the left. Would he go left?
Well, yes.
Yeah, he would.
Yes. But there was one kicker, I didn't recognise the name. Not very good at football, who said that he doesn't look at the ball. Comes in. Doesn't look at the ball at all. He's just looking simply at the goal.
Bruno Fernandes from Man United.
Might be. Ivan Toney,
yes.
Doesn't look at the ball, looks at the goalkeeper, doesn't look at the ball at all. And boof, just kicks it.
I think Ivan Toney's played in the Saudi League.
I'd never heard of him, but I'm sure.
Yeah, he got brought back into the England squad. I'm pretty sure.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that's so you'll go. I'll look forward to that. Maybe in Australia we'll have a good game of football. We had a game in David Lloyd Bumble. He was manager of a media team in Perth. And we had a game of football.
Bummer's back. Good luck. In he goes. He's got a very sore ankle and he's got a wicket first ball. It's just carried to the keeper. Has dived forward. They might check this. But Smith has just nicked that. He's tapped his bat under his arm, and that was a really stiff loosener from Bumrah. It's a terrific catch by the keeper, diving forwards. It would not have carried. And Smith's taken his gloves off. I haven't seen the speed gun on that, but I don't think it wouldn't have reached 80 miles an hour.
Umpire director, we have an umpire review for fair catch. I have checked both feet.
Low down, wasn't
fair
it?
delivery. Front on, please.
Well, the umpires have asked for this. Smith just walked off. It was a real gentle loosener. He's definitely nicked it.
See the outrage first.
No, it's out. It's gone straight in.
Like to see the ultra edge.
Yeah, straight in.
Well, it'll be interesting if Ben Stokes comes back. If it's just cramp, you should be able to get him right, and he should be able to come back out.
Okay,
now.
Spike has the bat, ball past the bat, then go to the catch. Nice and slow. Fingers are underneath the ball.
Excellent
Move forward.
catch.
I would like to see the control. Okay. I have a decision for you at the big screen.
Well, you're a bit late, Kumar, because Smith already left the ground. You put whatever you like on the big screen. He's gone. They're still going through it. The new batsman's walking out. Oh, out. There we go. It's on the screen now.
It's Wokesy coming out of the bat, not Ben Stokes. So clearly he's still got an issue with that calf.
Time for me to go. That chat with Joe Hart, if you want to learn about footballs and penalties. Also, what he did say, if I let Prakash in, I said, how are you feeling when you know that it's counting down, extra time? He's saying, yeah, bring it on. Show time.
Really?
Show.
So I guess, can I ask you, so the modern way is that you have, as a goalie, it's not just about saving, you've got to be good with your feet. So you've got to be able to pass it out to the back four and through the. I think.
Oh no, he said he's improved at that, and actually goalkeepers have improved a lot with their feet. I said,
what are you going to be like?
Could you as a goalkeeper go out and play football at a reasonable level out in the field? I thought it was quite a good question.
So you've got to break the lines. So you've got to break the pass through the lines.
I'm not sure about that.
Are you going to be doing that?
No, I'll be diving and not determining. And seeing
Oofing it.
As long as you take the penalty without looking at the ball, that'd be funny.
I'd have a go at that, yeah.
Chat with Joe Hart, TMS podcast tonight on BBC Sounds, and also Dame Sarah Story, a podcast in the morning. She was great entertainment as well. Prakash is here.
Thank you. I guess it's Jasprit Bumrah. First ball wicket in his fresh spell. Goes outside the off stumps. Vokes lets it go. 5-1-5 for 6, a lead of 157.
Yeah, that first ball to Chris Wokes, he left it, but it flew through to the keeper. Well, the game's never over, is it? Until obviously the end, and India will think now that if they can get England out for another 30-40, well, they're going to have to get, what, 400?
Oh, at least
400, and give England a cheeky 200 chase. Not easy. Particularly now the ball's spinning a little bit more.
Bumrah in. Again goes on the bounce, but he squared him up there. He suddenly seems to have found something in the pitch or in his own rhythm, but he's looking slightly different bowler.
Yeah, the England won't mind this. This is late movement. Few clouds around. Prakash, do you want the bad news?
Please.
There's not much good news. There's clouds around tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful. Early end to the game, maybe. So England get to bat in perfect batting conditions, and then bowl with perfect conditions too, and why not? That's called home advantage. Pushed away on the offside for a single, not engineered, but delivered from up above. 5-1-6 for 6.
Looking forward to seeing Aggers in there. I think he might be a bit rigid. They've got to be agile in there now. They've got to be so agile. They've got to be able to, spring and fly through the air, go down low to your left, to your right. Obviously, the ball comes. You've got to be quick off your line to go and. It's a one-on-one. Angles. You've then got to be able to, pass the ball. Not so sure he's going to have all that in the locker.
Well, the day after the game will be fun too.
Yeah. He might be picking a few out of his onion basket, I think.
Bumrah just wanting a slight change to the field. Wants Sundar to move a little bit squarer. He's satisfied now. 2 slips and a gully. Is in to bowl to Vokes. Goes Bumrah bowls. Directed at the stumps, defended solidly for Siraj to field. Amongst all conversation about the injuries in the Indian camp, the workload management of Bumrah, Siraj really does stand out, doesn't he? I mean, it's remarkable how much energy and how much commitment he displays, whatever he does. Not sure he gets due credit for it often enough. There's Bumrah away from us. Goes in bowls to Vokes, and Vokes gets it high on the bat, only Oh, it's Dawson, I beg your pardon. And it's pushed away on the offside. There's something different. It suddenly looks shorter to me.
Well, what do you think? What you thought Woakes had shrunk?
Something. Anything's possible the way things are happening at the moment.
We've had a few curious things happening today. 2 stumpings by sub-wicket-keeper. And according to a list on the Association of Cricket Statisticians website, I think there had only been 3 stumpings by substitutes in the entire history of Test cricket.
Wow.
Before today. England's numbers 4 and 5 both stumped, which has only happened once before to England in their Test history. That was against South Africa in 1935. A couple of great names of English batting. Wally Hammond and Maurice Leyland. Stumped by the brilliant South African Jock Cameron.
Jadeja starts a fresh over, first ball defended.
Andy, the Association of Statos, can anyone join, or
they can?
Is it?
Yes, just go to the website.
Is it a subscription service, or
yes?
But yeah, so we have to pay to be a part of this society.
Well, I think there's a membership fee to cover their various costs. It's a very healthy community.
Is it an app, or is it just?
There's a website. There's message boards.
Right. Also,
you sound stat curious.
I sound interesting in joining this association.
Might be fun.
Well,
Jadeja, slip and a slim it off, bowls. And Woakes drives it up to Bumrah, who fields no run.
And do you like, as a community, have this chat board and you just keep asking questions of each other? Or?
There's chat message boards, all kinds of stuff there.
The different levels of membership as well.
You sound so tempted.
Here's the next one. A little bit short. Cut away on the offside. They'll take.
Are you joining Prakash? Are you going to?
Well, I mean,
in the club?
I'm actually expecting that, given that I found and carried a certain very prized possession of Andy's back to the ground today, that I might get honorary membership.
Oh, you might, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Do they give out honorary membership, Andy?
Oh, I don't know, but you floated it out there on the airwaves. I'm
Do
sure
they give caps out? No.
Jadeja bowls. Leans back, cuts, but won't get it past Washington. Sundar. Score remains 5-1-7 for 6. The lead is 159.
I can introduce you to someone who can open a few doors for Michael, I imagine.
There's Jadeja in again. 2 steps to the crease. Bowls, pushes him onto the back foot. Good stop by Washington. He was in no position to throw. The run would have been completed in any case. So 1 more to Dawson.
Yeah, Jadeja 5-1-8-4-6 England. He goes really tight to the stumps. He's as tight as a left arm around the wicket. I think you can get almost stump to stump. He kind of gets in that tight, and then he goes a bit wider. So he's just trying to change his angle slightly. Brought that beauty to Joe Root. That spun sharp.
Bumrah to continue. Bumrah's bowled 24 overs in the innings, 1 for 80 for him. Lead now exactly 160 runs. The sun's broken through again. It was getting a little bit of cloud cover. Nowhere near as it was yesterday in the morning session. Bumrah goes into bowl. And it's bowled beautifully. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat down to this backward of square by Dawson. Lovely shot, too short and not really testing the batter.
Yeah, he's a quality batter. 18 first-class century. It's a no ball from Bumrah as well, but he's onto this quickly. He bowled well in the first innings, Liam Dawson, but I'm looking forward to him bowling in the second more when there's a bit more purchase there for him. There's a little bit more rough.
That was a very good shot. Just rocked back and dispatched it. Got his wrists well up and above the ball, rolled them and made sure it went into the ground, not in the air. Bumrah again bowls, and this time it's a good leave. One that's pitching and bouncing just a little bit more. Goes through to the gloves of Dhruv Jurel, who you were telling us about so this makes Jurel, the total number of stumpings by a sub become 5, I presume now?
Yes, I think I need to double check it. So it was a list of all in first class, but right. I think that's right. There's only been 3 previously in Test cricket, and he's also equal the most dismissals by a substitute in a Test innings, which is 4.
In goes Bumrah now. To Dawson, he's up, he bowls, and Dawson lets it go outside the off stump. Are these the first stumpings in the series as well?
Did Smith get one? I know it's the first. They were the first stumpings for England since the Johnny Bairstow, Alex Carey. For England in England since the Johnny Bairstow, Alex Carey incident at
Lord's, wasn't it? Yeah. The one that set off something. Lord's always seems to set off something.
Yeah, it's becoming a raucous venue, home of cricket. It's a bit like Galatasaray.
5:23 for 6. The lead is 165. Bumrah's going into bowl to Dawson. 2 slips in place. Gully as well. Fired in at the stumps, just angling in and defended solidly. No run.
Don't they chuck animals' heads onto the pitch at Galatasaray every now and again?
It's what, sorry,
Don't they chuck animals' heads onto the pitch every
They do, yeah. I mean, that's the next stage, isn't it, for the long room?
Yeah.
Start throwing a few heads at...
Well, it's be a leg of fine Spanish ham. I think.
Some nice, really fine cheese.
The sun slipped behind cloud again, and Bumrah is into bowl to Dawson. Passes the umpire, bowls, and Dawson comes forward. Thickish inside part of the bat, skews towards square leg. No run. Washington does the fielding.
Rakesh, I've just got to say hello to a young chap called Josh. Josh Craig, he's 8, he's listening, he's in the car. Send a message to say hello. I'm not too sure how often he's listening to Test Match Special, but welcome, Josh. What's happening here?
Well, they just showed a shot on the TV of Ben Stokes with his pads on in the dressing.
Oh, good. Well, that's great news then.
He retired earlier on 66 for anyone joining us.
Yeah, so, and what we've learned, it's basically was cramp, right? So some treatment there for that. If and when a wicket falls. 5:23 for 6, lead by 165 to England. 2 balls of this over remain in Bumrah's 25th of the innings. Away he goes, trots away into his stride, bowls left outside the off stump. Ball curves back in after it's past the stumps, and a diving take to his left by Dhruv Jurel.
Well, he does shape up nicely in Dawson. He's got good alignment. And he's been such a consistent run scorer in county cricket now in the middle for Hampshire. You don't get 18 first-class centuries if you can't bat properly. I said it at the time. I mean, the injury to Shoaib Bashir is such a bad one for him, but it's given England a chance to have a look.
Yeah, they have more options to look at before that winter trip. Bumrah bowls, attempted pull, he misses it completely. Maybe didn't get up as much as he thought. Through to the keeper. End of the over, 5:23 for 6 now.
I think Siraj is going to come on for a spell from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's galloped from mid-on, taken his brimmer off.
Yep, hands it to umpire Raza. And gets ready for yet another spell.
I should just get clear when you said you brought an object that was precious to me to the ground. For any listeners wondering how mysterious this object is, it was a hat. It was my hat. But as Jane Austen, the Hampshire and England novelist, famously said, it is a truth universally acknowledged that a man in possession of a bald head must be in want of a hat. So it's a thank you from the bottom of my heart, Rakesh.
You're very welcome, but you must realize that it was another bald man who gave it up. That makes it even more special.
Solidarity.
I'll be with you one day, lads.
One day. You have to wait. No subscription on this one. 5:23 for 6. Right, Siraj is ready. 2 slips come in. Gill and Rahul are the 2 slips. Sudarshan is at gully. A deep, almost like a fly slip or a fly gully is Sudarshan. Man in the covers is Yashasvi Jaiswal. Anshul Kamboj is at wideish mid-off. That's the offside field as Siraj runs in from the James Anderson end, bowls outside the off-stump, left alone by Vokes. There's no run. 5:23 for 6. That picture on our monitors of Ben Stokes padded up would suggest that should a wicket fall, the England captain will resume his innings. And that will give some impetus, one thinks, to the rate of scoring if and when required. England, of course, no hurry really. I've just heard that there might be a little bit of morning rain. Is it tomorrow and day after? This is what I just heard. I don't have any confirmation of it. Not serious rain, but maybe just delayed start is what I was told. May or may not be correct. Here's Siraj in. Driven firmly, but straight to Jaiswal, no run.
Well, my app suggests that from 7 till 9 in the morning there's a 25% chance, and I would suggest if it says it's going to rain, just 25% chance in Manchester it possibly will. But it's going to stop at 9 o'clock.
That should be okay then, shouldn't it, by and large, this ground. Siraj turns at the top of his run and comes into bowl again to Chris Vokes. He's settled, raises his bat now, waits. Siraj bowls and driven on the offside. No real movement of the feet there from Vokes, just plays through the line out towards the offside. Yashasvi Jaiswal fields, and there is no run. Coming up to be 6 o'clock, and the number of remaining overs will be 8.3. There you go. This might be the best number of overs bowled in a day. So something that India have achieved.
The bananas have gone down to the front now on the party stand. The bananas are spread out. There's quite a few of them in the stand today.
Siraj in bowls, comes back in sharply and well negotiated by Vokes, only as far as mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, no run.
I think there's a guy at the top of the stand there in yellow. I think he's a Mustard, like Colonel Mustard.
Is that right?
Yep. So this time it just starts to get a little bit dishevelled in that stand. There's a little bit of standing up. There's a few. The beer snakes have not quite been built today, have they? Superman, he's here. Superman just walking up the stand.
Siraj in. Passes umpire Raza bowls and pushed with a full face of the bat out towards mid-off, just shaping in.
He's bowled well enough to get at least one or two. He's got no wickets so far, Mohammad Siraj. This morning he bowled a good spell to Ollie Pope. There's a couple that rolled on the floor that just missed the off stump.
Yeah, you do need Lady Luck's blessing somewhere, and he's been a little bit unlucky, as indeed has been Chris Vokes. More than one inning. Siraj turns, slips goes down, Jurel's ready, comes in, shadows lengthening here, worked away on the onside. Only as far as short mid-wicket, again no run, and that is the end of another over. 128 overs bowled by India, 523 for 6 is the total. And
dare I say it, Prakash, from an England perspective, they are playing very, very sensibly.
Yeah, they just don't want to take any chances. No, why should they?
This 2025 England team is a different team. They are
adapting.
Yep, they're playing sensibly at the right time. When you get on top, just nail it. Just really nail it. Don't give the opposition any kind of way back into the game. And they've played with great sense throughout the day. They haven't really played too many flamboyant strokes. When India have spread the field, they've just gone, thank you very much, and take the ones and the twos. They're always going to find a boundary because they're so talented, but they've not been dancing down too often and launching the ball. They've just been playing it nice and sensibly.
Possibly, with the possible exception of Harry Brook, who I think came down the wicket a little bit too early, but everyone else has certainly applied themselves and played to a plan. Washington just dropping back a few meters at deep square, and Bumrah into Dawson. Dawson turns it away nicely. Work for Washington to do, but he won't be able to stop the single, which was an offer. A little bit of a fumble as well, but no additional run conceded.
Just to highlight what Michael was saying, it's only the third time since Stokes and McCullum took over that England have batted for more than 120 overs. After two more balls, it'll be their second longest innings since the Bazball era began. The only other time they batted long was when they made 823 for 7 in 150 overs in Multan.
I remember following that game from India.
Just a bit of county news. Warwickshire have chased down 396 to beat Worcestershire. 5 wickets down. Bo Webster, the Aussie, he's ended up 100 not out.
Bumrah in and solidly defended back to the ball. A little bit of a misfield by Bumrah, and that'll allow the single to be taken before it's mopped up by Shardul Thakur. 5:25.
Seem to be in an era where the chase is becoming more and more regular, whether it's in Test cricket, county cricket. These players and these teams, I guess it's because they're so used to chasing in white ball cricket that they're not scared and they're not frightened of a number to chase for. I mean, in my time, if you had to chase 250, you always got the EBGBs. Oh, can't quite get that many.
Yes, the game's changing, as indeed is the world in many, many different ways. Here's Bumrah in, bowls, defended on the offside again, there's no run.
Well, go back to the decision that Ben Stokes made at the toss here, decided to bowl. No team's ever won here, bowling first in Test cricket.
That's a brave call, but that's what you all been telling me about, the fact that how confident this team is, this whole group believe they can do what they set out to do, and I think that's what you need.
Yeah, I mean those kind of figures are a little bit misplaced because the square's changed and the kind of nature of the pitch has changed, and also England would have beaten Australia 2 years ago, having done the same, but the rain came on the last day.
Short bouncer, a little bit too high and just hit down into the ground for a single by Dawson. 5:26 for 6. Talking about county cricket, just before I hand over, Tilak Varma. Oh, no ball signal, so there's going to be another ball to be bowled. Tilak Varma's got 112 for Hampshire against Nottinghamshire. Tilak Varma, who plays for the Mumbai Indians and for Uttar Pradesh in the Ranji Trophy. He's got 200s and a 50 in 3 games. In comes Bumrah to bowl to Chris Woakes. He's in, he bowls and he lets it go outside the off stump. No problem at all. Left alone. Lead by 169, Tuffers.
Yeah, it's a few, isn't it? It's a healthy lead. But I mean, the pitch is still pretty decent. It's
There's a little bit of turn.
Yes, there is from straight as well, which will encourage the likes of Dawson, perhaps Joe Root as well.
Yeah, and his time with the bat now will give him an even better sense.
Absolutely.
Sure. Bumrah to Woakes. In he comes. Ooh, that one almost dragged back. He waited on it. It sort of hit the inside bottom of the bat. Did not go onto the stumps, and the result is a single. Looks at his bat now, does Woakes, wondering what could have happened there. And the end of that over. No, still one ball to come. I'm getting mixed up now. 5:28 for 6. The lead is 170. Woakes is 4. Dawson is 16. And Bumrah is in to bowl the last ball of his 26th over. 2 slips and a gully weight. Bumrah's up. Very wide of the crease this time. Looks for that big Yorker. There's an appeal. Bumrah thinks it's pad first. There's a nice loud sound of the ball hitting bat. There's only one review left, remember. India have burned the earlier ones. And I think it's KL Rahul who's temporarily in charge. I don't see Gill on the ground. And I don't think they're going forward with that. But that's the end of the over. 5:28 for 6. The lead 170. More from Tuffers and then Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, lead by 170. And they've manoeuvred themselves quite nicely today, England. They would have had this sort of plan at the beginning of the day and led by Joe Root again. So 170 lead is a lot, Aggers.
Yeah, it is. I think they'll want more. Well, they obviously want more because they're carrying on, but they'll be batting on again tomorrow.
Bit of rain around.
Yes, a little bit. It's nothing
major.
Not building an ark or anything, but it might be a shower. So if you are coming tomorrow, bring a brolly because it's not a huge amount of cover here.
No, not too Manchester, is it?
No,
not too Manchester.
No, little sort of shower.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
5:28 for 6. Woakes is on 4. Dawson 16. And Siraj, you won't want to see the scoreboard necessarily. It's up there now. 24 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 105. But he's running hard. He's given absolutely everything to the Indian cause. And he's bowling to Woakes, who's on 4. Up he comes, bowls to him. Woakes is bowled. He's got a wicket. And he's deserved that. Really deserved it. Well, there's sort of muted celebrations, really. Wokes is looking at the bottom of his bat, suggesting maybe that was another one that kept very low. In which case, those Indian supporters who are cheering there at the fallout wicket might reflect on what it's going to be like for India to bat on this. Tomorrow at some stage for sure. But let's see if this one kept low. Oh, yes. It did. Not that poor old Wokes is shaking his head.
Yeah.
That kept, horribly low. It took the bottom of the bat.
And this is when you all come together. You say India are now in the huddle and everything. There's pats on backs and everything, and the old batters just start looking at each other, going, "Did that bowl him hitting the bottom of the bat?"
Yeah. Stokes is coming back. That'll get a big cheer. He retired her. He's resuming on 66. So clearly the talk of cramp was spot on, and the England captain wanders out and might play a few shots now, I imagine.
Yeah, why not? 7 down. You've done the bulk of the work, haven't you? If you can blaze away a quick 20 or 30 now, get yourself up to 200 lead. By being positive, just gives you a bit more time. Or do you carry on tomorrow morning and absolutely put your foot on the throat? Just keep grinding them.
Well, I suppose you wait and see what the weather's like, don't you? And if it is overcast.
Yeah, still got 2 days, obviously.
Yeah, but if it is overcast tomorrow morning, you stick him in. Just looking at a replay there.
I mean,
that kept very, very low.
That is a nice sight for an England seamer.
Yes, it is. Not so necessarily for Shubman Gill, who looks a little bit muted there as he walks up from the slip.
Yeah, it's when you all get together and they start sort of looking at the pitch. Come on, lads, it didn't keep that low.
Yeah. So Stokes is on strike. He played very nicely with Root earlier on today. They put on, 140 odd?
Yeah, 142.
So, it's rather nice to walk out there on 66.
Yeah, you got your mean runs behind you already.
Yeah.
Why not play for
Because you've got to play yourself in a little bit, get used to it again. But
deserve that, old Shiraz.
Well, he did.
Siraj.
He did. He just. Yeah. Oh, he does. He just keeps running in.
I like him. He got the gallon up, as we call it, over the 100.
He really tries hard. 5:28 for 7. The lead is 170. Stokes is back as Siraj runs in and bowls to him, and he pulls the first ball. It's coming down a fine leg. Hasn't quite got hold of it, and the ball disappears behind these cameras that we have obscuring our view. It's picked up by Washington Sundar, and they take one. I was watching the ball. I wasn't looking at Stokes running there. Was he okay?
No, ginger.
Probably.
Gingerish.
I mean, they could have got, in a one-day game, that would have been 2 runs, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Not quite sure why he's come out, actually. He's still got the likes of Cast to blaze a few.
Yeah.
Perhaps save himself for tomorrow for a bit of a blast, but there you go. He's obviously all right, otherwise they wouldn't have let him out there.
No. Umpire Raza's saying something to him. Stokes on 67 now, 5:29 for 7. And Siraj wants the fielder moving a bit finer down here at long leg. Dawson on strike on 16, played nice early shot down the ground. So a reminder of what he can do. Siraj on his way past the umpire, bowls to Dawson, turns it away, calls for a quick single, and Stokes, he's running through. Had to run, sprint that last bit, and we've got someone running out now.
Run straight to meet the 12th man.
He's only faced one ball, he's having a new glove. And it's all done very quickly.
Yes, that's better.
I wonder what the signal is for one glove.
I don't know.
Anyway.
And which one? And which one?
I know.
How do you know?
But he's got it anyway. Give his bat a twiddle. And with lengthening shadows, Siraj takes a deep breath, comes pounding in again. Past the umpire is there, bowls a bouncer to Stokes, who tries to pull that. He's still not right.
Yeah, no, he's not.
He's not right. That was a pirouette, of which you'd have been proud on Strictly Toughers.
Yeah.
Because it actually looked rather like that, I seem to recall.
7.
I don't think you've got 7 for that one.
No, I don't understand that. I mean, what is the point of hobbling around out there when you could be getting a bit more, because obviously cramp is the muscle saying I'm not happy.
It is.
And then
you've got to be careful.
Yeah.
You can very easily strain, can't it?
Absolutely.
Anyway, that was an uncomfortable pirouette playing a hook shot.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
5:30 for 7. Lead 172. Siraj again with men out in the deep, runs up, bowls to Stokes short once more, and he again swivels, sets off to the far end. This is not looking at the moment like a man who's going to bowl tomorrow, but they'll work on him overnight. And the ball comes whizzing in from the deep. And they take one more, 5:32 for 7. He's playing a few shots, but I guess that's why he's come out there, try and get what England can in his next 20 minutes and see what the day brings tomorrow. Still got Dawson there. It's a right cast.
Yeah.
Archer can swing the bat.
Yeah, I don't quite see the logic behind it, but hey ho, they know better than us probably.
Yeah, oh yeah. Siraj again bowls, and Dawson on the back foot. His nice compact defensive shot, which leaves Stokes on strike for the start of the next over. The lead 173, 5:31 for 7. Dawson on 17, Stokes on 68. Crowd thinning out slightly, looking around. The pink seats have a few settled on there. Looks rather nice, but one or two heading off onto the Old Trafford platform, no doubt, behind us. Used to be called Warwick Road, of course, when it was a train. But, now a tram stop. So Old Trafford it is. And Bumrah.
He's kept going as well.
Well, he has, really. He runs his hand through his hair, scrapes at the ground.
I suppose you've got to keep going, haven't you? You can't just sort of go, well, I've had enough. You've got to keep pounding in.
He's never conceded 100 in a test innings. He's 1 for 90 so far.
Never conceded 100?
Of course.
That's quite a record, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? That is good.
Stokes waits. Bumrah goes in, bowls to him, and Stokes treats that with respect. He's leaning forward and plays away into the onside. Apparently this is now the longest that England have batted in a test innings under Stokes.
That's in England.
In England, yes. So before it was Multan. Looking at that Wokes one again. I mean, it's a proper grubber, that is.
Yeah, you get a couple of them straight, you are in them.
5:31 for 7. Stokes on 68, over his bat, 2 slips, fine gully. And Bumrah. Bless you, Tuffers. Bowls Stokes forward. That's up to
excuse me,
up to mid off. That was quite impressive.
Thank you very much. The old hay fever.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I never know when it's a bad time for hay fever and when it isn't.
Well, I'm trees.
Are you?
Yes. So when
they're on, no, where is a tree?
Well,
anywhere within sight?
It's over there.
Well, they're miles away. Do they give you hay fever, those trees?
Yeah, they do. It's when their time is to blossom, you know.
Right. It's Bumrah. Bowls. Stokes tucks him away into the leg side and then hobbles his way. We're in the middle of Manchester.
Well, you can see some trees there, so they've probably just it's their season. You know, they've come into season, so to speak.
Oh no, you have my sympathy. I mean, obviously a horrible thing.
Yeah, no, it is indeed. And also the other one they found out was grass for me. So rolling around all my career in the outfield was no good for me.
Christchurch. But you're sneezing a bit there. .532 for 7. The lead 174. And Bumrah adjusting the field, bringing around deep square leg. What's he up to here? He's bringing up the deep point fielder. Square leg is sort of semi-deep. I'll describe that. Halfway back to the boundary. 5:32 for 7. Then goes Bumrah again. He's there and he bowls. Solid. Nicely forward. But, Bumrah can feel that in the follow through. 5:32 for 7. So you just get tested here with all these things. And
yeah, like a little patch test and everything, and then it shows it all up. Yeah, but it really was quite a thing during my career, really. They then found a sort of a way. It took January, February. We used to have these jabs, you know, to sort of get yourself ready for it.
Right.
Instead of just popping the old antihistamine and stuff, but it didn't really ever clear up.
It's hard, isn't it? Of course, with the drugs testing these days as well. I mean, there's only certain things that you can take, isn't there? 5:32 for 7. There's Bumrah, bowls. It's pushed away out towards mid-off. I was done once. I was the very, very early days of drug testing. I entirely innocently bought over-the-counter cold.
Yes.
The Contact, I think it was called. Remember those tablets?
Contact 400.
Yeah.
Oh, they were good as well.
Well, yeah,
they did dry you up.
Except it was a Sunday league game, and I bowled 8 overs for I think about 60, 0 for 60.
Didn't
against
work
Nottingham. Got called in, the drug testers. You had to, do your business. I got a rocket of a letter from the TCCB because there was something in it.
Yeah.
And this Bumrah bowls a low full toss.
Sorry.
Driven out to cover. And I think Linford Christie tested for the same thing. It's kind of something that dries you up.
Yeah, that's right. Vic Sinex.
But it didn't work for me. So I went round the park.
No, absolutely. It didn't dry your bowling up.
No, it didn't. It did absolutely no good at all. But yeah, it was very early days, and there wasn't really much of a list.
No.
And it wasn't like supervised. He's got sent something from the TCCB, all these long names of drugs and things. It was no one really knew what was going on.
Oh, bit of Jadeja.
Yeah. How many overs left, Andy? We're going to get our full allocation.
Are we?
I think there's 5 left.
I think we might.
That doesn't happen too often.
15 minutes.
Oh, perhaps not.
Well, Jadeja, he'll rattle through. We're speaking to Joe Root later. What a memorable day for him. He's had a few of those over all those records he knocked off last year. He seemed to be sort of taking down Alistair Cook in virtually every innings.
Yeah, he's rattling up the list of the most 150s as well.
Yeah. Where is he in Test centuries now? Is that 5th, is it?
Joint 4th with Sangakkara.
That's it. Right. Bit of waving going on out there. Stokes on strike. And they're trying to put the deep square leg actually on the boundary, which is probably a good idea if Stokes is on strike. There is a short leg there as Jadeja bowls and Stokes on the back foot. He's plays that calmly away down the ground to long off. He's not coming out and giving it a biff. He's just accumulating, really, which is the way that he's played throughout this innings. 17 odd out from 123 balls, 533 for 7.
Oh, blimey, when was the last time he had a 5 for 100 in a game? Or did anyone? Yeah. I bet he hasn't, actually. Has he had a 5 for 100? I bet he hasn't.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Guessing, but I doubt it. Jadeja bowls and Dawson pushes that away up towards mid-off.
Yeah, I'd like to see England just pushing on a little bit here.
Yes.
Looking, it's sort of ground to a bit of a halt, isn't it, really? Happy to concede ones.
Jadeja again, it's pushed away, no run. I'm trying to think, the last Englishman might have been, would it be Flintoff?
Beefy.
Well, he'd have done it a number of times, but the last Englishman, I mean, just pulling out Flintoff as a name out of the hat.
Well, Andrew, Freddie, he didn't get a lot of 5ers, actually.
No, he only had 3. Stokes in this match was just his 5th.
Right, well, this is a bit, it says we're going back a bit, are we then?
No.
Oh, okay.
5 for 100. What did Broad get at Lords against Pakistan? No. Jadeja round the wicket, bowls, way into the onside. Root.
No.
Oh, great shout! 5 for 8 against India.
Yeah.
More recent than that.
More recent than that.
Yeah.
Oh,
again.
Atkinson
pushed way up towards extra cover at a vote. Well done, Tuffy.
Correct. Against Sri Lanka at Lords last year. 118 in England's first innings.
What a knock that was. Came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And 5 for 62 in the second innings bowling.
That's the one. 533 for 7. Jadeja again. Swings his arm, bowls, and Dawson drives to mid-off. Calling for a quick single there. Stokes won't thank him for that. They're hurling the ball at his end, but he's made his ground. They're testing that cramped calf.
Yeah, the bits are falling off these two teams at the moment.
Yeah.
Everyone's hobbling around a little bit. Pant, obviously, is he going to bat tomorrow?
Well, that's a question.
Yeah.
I suppose it probably depends on the match situation.
The full list of England players with a century and a 5-wicket haul in the same game. Tony Gregg against West Indies in Barbados in 1974. Ian Botham, and Ian Botham and Gus Atkinson.
Well, that's not a bad group, is it?
No. Just goes so beefy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He had a century in a 13-wicket match against India in Mumbai in the Centenary Test in 1980. which Ryan Ahmed has had for Leicestershire in the current round of county championships.
Which takes Leicestershire almost certainly, we think, into the First Division next year, where they'll give Surrey a good run for their money.
Have the Foxes then got promotion?
I'm not sure it's absolutely guaranteed, but I reckon that win today has done a good job. In goes Bumrah, bowls to Dawson, a thick leading edge. Ball rolls down to backward point, and there's no run. So I'm going to... Are you going down with me or not? Prepare ourselves to go and see Joe?
No, I don't think so.
Up here?
No,
okay.
no, I shall be listening.
Well, I'm going down there. And Daniel will take us through to the close.
Yeah, I think Cookie's waiting for you. So yes, I'm very much looking forward to hosting Leicestershire at the Oval next year.
Wow.
Yes.
Forgotten all about Leicestershire.
24 lovely points. Here comes Bumrah. Right arm over the wicket, 2 slips, a gully in place. Dawson works his ball off his hip out towards deep square leg for a single. He's looked pretty assured, hasn't he, Liam Dawson?
Well, it's kind of look what you can have, you know what I mean? Look what you can.
Look what you have won.
Look what you could have won. You know, good solid lower order, middle late order batsman, gives you that control. Good in the field. I think he's sticking his hand up here for a bit of Ashes cricket.
Well, he might have a lot of bowling to do tomorrow, because we started to see the ball turn a bit, didn't we?
That's going to be interesting, isn't it? That's going to be interesting to see. With a little bit of spin, you're the main guy who's going to be looking to get 3 for 4 for. See what you got.
In comes Bumrah to Stokes. Waits, defends solidly, full ball up to mid-off. There's no run, fielded by Jaiswal.
Dawson's last 33 first-class matches, including this one, he's averaged 53 with the bat and 25 with the ball.
Wow,
not bad.
There you go. Can second innings wickets?
Oh, you're right, lovely. Yes, I like that. Second innings wickets. Because we have started to see a bit of turn. Yeah. The ball that got Root out turned, didn't it?
Quick. Quick as well. I know Jadeja pushes it through, but I mean that was a real sharp.
But Dawson can bowl it a little quicker as well, can't he?
He can. Listen,
he's got it in him.
He's improved.
Bumrah with his stuttering approach runs in from the stadium end, and Stokes just knocks the ball on the top of the head, rolls it back down to the bowler. What we have absolutely established now is that England will not be bowling tonight, because even were they to lose 3 wickets in 3 balls, then that would be the end of the day's play, with 3.2 overs remaining, which I think the bowlers would be delighted about, because it's very rare they've actually had 2 nights sleep between bowling.
Feet up, lovely.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Usually the best bowlers are sort of crash bang wallop and they're out fielding again.
Get out there, yeah. Bumrah into Stokes. Stokes digs out a very full ball, squeezes it to short extra cover where Siraj fields, no run.
I don't mind that either, because you just, if you're India now, you know that it's sort of round the corner, but you still got to get up, you still got to get here, you still got to get out there and bowl. If you know what you're doing at the start of the day, it does relax the mind a bit.
Yep. Well, they're still going to hold on for 3.1 overs and make sure they've got a wicket in hand if they're going to drag the Indians out to bowl again, but strong chance of that, you'd think. Bumrah in, it's driven nicely by Stokes through extra cover. It's not going to make it to the boundary, so he's going to have to sort of gingerly make his way through. Well, he's come back for 2, and oh no, he's coming back for a 3rd. This is a surprise. And the throw came in at Dawson's end, which is also a surprise. So Stokes moves to 73. It's a lovely shot through extra cover.
Pretty well
just
filled.
hauled in just inside the boundary. And the end of the over, 500 and score's gone. 538 for 7.
Pretty well fielded as well at about what is it, nearly 6:30. Little sprint. He's got a little cuddle from KL Rahul for that as well. Well done, young man.
Well, that's actually, we saw an incredible dive earlier from Siraj as well. There are 3 overs remaining. They're not going to get them in now. It's something of a surprise. They managed to get well ahead of the over 8. It says at over 8 plus 2. They've been bowling all day, and there's still going to be 1 over left out there. Yes, but that's for things like cramp and DRSs and whatnot. But you still don't get the overs in. And Jadeja's going to start a new over, almost certainly the penultimate over of the day, I would think. He's just gesturing to his mid-off to come up. With Stokes facing on 73, there's a long on back, Deep backward squares. Forward comes Stokes and is beaten on the outside edge.
Just enough there for the spinner. Footholds. That one this time didn't hit the foothold and just skidded straight on past the outside edge.
Jadeja in again. Stokes defends. We're moving across his crease to make the impact if it were to hit the pad well outside the line of off stump. And just dribbles into the onside this time.
How many lefties have the Indian got?
5 to be established as this next ball is clipped away along the ground up to long on. Very straight long on for a single. Stokes to 74-5, we think.
Yes, 5 for the first time in India's Test history. They have 5 left-handed.
Oh wow.
Jadeja, Washington.
Oh
Jaiswal.
yes, of course.
Sudarshan,
yeah, and one other.
Pant.
Of course, yes. Presuming he bats the second time around. Jadeja, and again forward comes Dawson, defends back to the bowler solidly, no run. I wonder if Punt will bat. The lead's 181. I suppose much will depend on
situation
where India, get to. Goes back into his crease. Dawson plays a late cut on ball that was very near his off stump. It was quite an injudicious shot. That he's got away with it. It goes down to Jaiswal at backward point, but straight to the fielder, so they don't take the run.
Well, he has a good way of surprising people, doesn't he, Mr. Pant?
He does.
Yeah,
he does. I don't think we expected him to come out yesterday. No. It's amazing. Jadeja in again, nicely driven by Dawson, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover. There's no run with 5 minutes of the day remaining. This feels like the last over. And England 5:39 for 7. Stokes 74, Dawson 19. There was a little flurry of wickets, but after tea. But for the most part, this has been a day for batting. England started it on 225 for 2, so they've added 314 for 5 in 88 overs. It's not been crash bang wallop. The opening partnership was.
Yeah, oh well.
That was yesterday. Today has been altogether more about keeping India in the field and accumulating.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that opening partnership is so dangerous at, isn't it? If it's their day on a good flat pitch, it really does accelerate the game in your favour.
Yep.
Puts tiredness in the legs and, scrambled minds slightly. And it just lays the platform beautifully. I think that this wicket has got a couple of wickets in it, if you know what I'm trying to say.
The ones that have kept low, the ones that have suddenly turned a bit.
Yeah. So, that England will always feel that they're in with a sniff. It's still decent to bat on, and, the Indian players are fine players, but you just think that there's going to be one or two that misbehave.
Well, the last over of the day is going to be bowled by Mohammad Siraj, not Bumrah. Siraj finally got his rewards when he bowled Wokes with a Gazunda. Yeah. Stokes on strike with the field spread. Looks like a bouncer ploy here. Siraj in. Sure enough, it is a bouncer, which he slaps out to deep square leg for a single, and then gingerly ambles through for a run. I wonder if they'll keep the same plan for Dawson. 540 for 7.
P-roller,
yeah.
Daisy cutter,
yeah.
And the other ones we've got.
Any others? Yeah. Andy's found. Andy's found. It's something which has only got one. It's a record. Then there's something happened here. There's only one entry. Well, there are 2.
There's 2 now.
2 now. He's punched the air with glee.
Yes.
5. Oh no, sorry. No, my mistake. Retract the stat. Retract the stat.
Oh no.
I
don't think there's anything more disappointing at the end of a day.
I waited all day for that.
And he punches the air. We think something unique has happened. We're part of history. And he just goes, no, retract the stat.
Sorry.
You've let yourself down.
It's still only the third time
down.
in England's Test history they've had 5 scores of 70 or more in the same innings.
5 scores of 70 or more. It's nice. Okay. Siraj is in around the wicket to Dawson, rides the bounce nicely and plays with an angle bat down towards deep backward point for a single. So Siraj is being asked at the end of a long and weary day to bang it in short.
Really, skipper?
At 6:28 on quite a warm day when he's bowled 25 overs and gone for 110. So I'll give you the field. We've got a fine leg and a long leg and a deep square leg. So that gives you an idea. And we've got a fly slip. There's a conventional square leg, a slightly deep mid-wicket, and a wide mid-off, or almost extra cover, and a deep cover, as well as a gully, a lone gully. Siraj in short, that keeps a bit low, and Stokes pulls it, but he had to adjust his shot, and it rolls to short mid-wicket. There's no run. 3 balls to go. The clock about to tick round to 6:30, so England presumably will just keep batting until they're bowled out. There'll be no thoughts of declarations overnight tomorrow, you wouldn't have thought?
You wouldn't have thought so, would you? I mean, they might have one eye on the forecast, but I doubt it. They never say they do.
No,
do
well, they didn't seem to when the forecast was unequivocally for a day and a half of rain 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all around the corner down to long leg for a single, another short ball that gives Stokes a single, 76, 542 for 7. Yes,
as we're all screaming at them.
Yes, declare. because that forecast was completely unequivocal. It was, done. It's going to rain, and it's going to rain for 36 hours.
Yeah, and it did.
And it did.
And they just all went, no, we didn't pay it. No, we didn't bother looking.
No.
Might do here.
Was there something about trying to get Bairstow to 100 as well?
Not sure. Was there something like that? Yeah,
I think there was. 542 for 7. 2 balls to go. Dawson on strike on 20. Siraj round the wicket to him. Another short ball, which he plays really well actually, in a controlled fashion. Just guides his pull down to deep backward square for 1 more. There will be 1 ball left in the day. Dawson on 21. England 5-4-3 for 7. Lead, therefore, 185. Which is a really very sizable lead.
Yeah, lovely.
A very strong position today. India knew when they started the day they had to try and get England out and restrict that lead to as little as they could, and it hasn't worked out for them. England have added 318 runs in the day.
It's kind of been the perfect day, isn't it, really?
For England, it's rested their bowlers. It's put miles in the legs of the Indian fielders and batters.
Everyone's got runs and had a knock.
Yeah. I mean, only Harry Brook and Jamie Smith will be a bit disappointed, but they're getting a few runs here from Dawson as well. Stokes, the skipper, has not been in the best of form. It's his first half century of the series.
Yeah.
And Root, getting 150 and bringing the crowd to its feet when he went past Ricky Ponting. Last ball of the day, short, pulled down towards long leg on the bounce, and he'll drop through for a single that'll finish it off. Finish off the day, England on 544 for 7. Stokes on 77, Dawson on 21, and this now predominantly English fan crowd rises to an evolved Bazball. Yesterday was all about going at 5 and over and getting ahead of the game, and today has been about just making sure that they've ticked over and kept India out there, and they've succeeded in doing that. There'll be a few worries about Stokes. We're told that it's cramp, and he wasn't moving very well, but he'll have a night to rest up, and all the bowlers will have had another night to rest up, and Dawson will walk off unbeaten, no doubt looking forward to resuming his innings tomorrow with England having a lead of 186. As the players walk off, the Indians, pats on the backs for all the bowlers. They've stuck at it, but they've felt a little bit toothless today. And Siraj has really put in a shift. Bumrah has been a bit down on pace. There's been some turn for Jadeja. Washington Sundar picked up the first couple of wickets to fall and was bowling well with good drift. But speaking of drift, did the game slightly drift? It felt like it did. Bowling figures, Bumrah 1 for 95 off 28 overs. Cambodge, the debutants, only bowled 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 89. Mohammad Siraj, 26 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 113. Shardul Thakur, 11 overs, no maidens, none for 55. So between Cambodge and Thakur, just 29 overs have been bowled. It was only 1 more than Bumrah managed himself, even though he looked a little bit the worse for wear. Jadeja, 33 overs, no maidens, fascinatingly. 2 for 117. And possibly the pick of the bowlers, Washington Sundar, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 57. A few short thoughts for you, Phil, and then going to bring in Jonathan Agnew to talk you through the day's play.
Yeah, there'll be a few weary bodies in that Indian dressing room hauling themselves up the stairs to my right. But they stuck at it. But, couldn't have gone much better for England. They didn't give India a sniff early on to try and get back into the game and just ground them down with some good old-fashioned test match cricket.
Bit change of plan. Joe Root got some cramp, and he also, of course, just looked like he'd turned his ankle as he got out there. So we're not going to be talking to Joe Root this evening. Maybe he'll present himself tomorrow. But I think Ollie Pope is doing the rounds of the media, so we'll have a chat with him instead. We'll have our review of the day. I've got Michael Vaughan and Alistair Cook alongside me. England added 319 runs today for the loss of 5 wickets, closing on 544 for 7. The headline, Joe Root scored his 38th Test century, and he's also now the second highest scorer of Test runs in the whole of Test cricket. He overtook Ricky Ponting, who's sitting about 2 boxes to our left, and made exactly 150. Ben Stokes, who retired hurt on 66, came back. He'd had some cramp. He's 77, not out, and Dawson will resume on 21. Nice 71 from Pope as he resumed this morning. So that's where the game is. There's still 2 days to go, of course. A little bit of a mixed forecast over the next couple of days, but England very well placed indeed with their comfortable lead. So, Michael, go on, you go first. What do you make of today? 319 for 5.
Well, all the headlines rightfully will be about Joe Root, and he really is the glue in this team in terms of the way that he bats. But I think today was another lesson in the fact that the Bazballers are maturing. You know, they didn't Bazball it at all today. They just got themselves into such a strong position, particularly that first 40-45 minutes where Ollie Pope and Joe Root had to face Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj. They bowled quite well. There was 1 or 2 balls that bounced, 1 or 2 balls that kept low, and England knew that they had to win that first down. They played really kind of attritionally and defensively, and it set the foundation up to then kind of just milked it all day. I didn't look down at any stage really, and I thought, they're playing extravagant shots. It was just, all right, the field was spread, we'll just milk it, 1s and 2s, and they've still scored 319 runs. So again, I think today was the day where we've said it all summer. We said it in the chase at Headingley when they chased down that big target, that this is a different England side. They said at the start of the summer that they were going to do things slightly different. Their interviews have been different.
Yep.
This is the year that I think they're starting to mature and starting to realise to win the big series, you can't just play one way. And once again today, of course, when you've got England's greatest batting out there with another 150, it helps. But the rest of the team, Ollie Pope today, his defence was immaculate. He played 4 or 5 forward defence early in his innings with great balance. His head position was really good. I went, yeah, that's perfect. He has to carry on with that kind of vein going forward to Australia, obviously at the Oval next week. But a really, really solid, mature day for the England team.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you would say too, Alistair, wouldn't you? And that's about the day that they'd have wanted.
It is. They put a bit of pressure on themselves at the beginning of the summer, saying, we're here to win now. We've done all this build-up. And the people who will benefit the most from this way of batting, we always do the same with the bowlers. They've had their feet up all day, so they'll be able to run in and hit this pitch, which they'll get more out of it hard. And we've all been saying the bowlers, they don't get enough rest. Actually, they bat like this, they're going to.
Yeah, because they do still score quickly enough. Nice little 4 or 5 and over.
They've almost done the work now.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of the way that they've played in the past. I think these captains think that they're going to carry on playing, so they spread the field, and spinners daren't have the field up because they've got the skill levels to bop them over the top. So spinners really, how often do you see 3 or 4 round the bat when England bat? Not many times. So they have the backward point on the boundary, they have square leg on the boundary, mid-on, mid-off back, and they go, thank you very much. Well, not the 1s and the 2s. So it's just a smarter version of what the Bazball was. Bazball was just there to create this culture and this kind of freedom for the players to understand that playing at this level, it must be enjoyed.
Yes.
You know, you must enjoy playing for England. At times it gets tense and it's stressful and it's pressurised, but you've got to enjoy playing. And I guess Baz, when he came in, he wanted to bring that kind of freedom to play. And they made errors, but they also brought a great deal of joy as well. But I just get a sense now, when you're playing good teams like today, I thought, the first hour was going to be crucial. And in the past, they may have played 2 or 3 big drives and allow India back into the contest, or when the spinners come on, play a few funky shots and allow them back into the contest. And there was that split moment after lunch where they lost 2 wickets to Washington Sundow's little orders. I thought, oh, come on, you've got to settle down again. And they did. Skipper came out, just went, play straight, just play solid. A really, really important day for this. And I'm not saying they're developing because they've been together for a few years, but developing into a side that knows that when you get on top, you can't allow the opposition back into the equation, and that's exactly what they did today.
Yeah, it's like an interesting project, isn't it? You know, a new captain, new coach. You're not going to do something in even a year. You've got to look longer term than that. And their first job, but let's face it, the England dressing room, when those two took over, must have been pretty miserable.
Yeah.
You know, they've lost all those games, lost one in 17 over it was, and they've just been demolished in West Indies. It must have been a pretty miserable place, very low on confidence. So what they've done, they've got that sorted out to start with. Let's go out and, as Michael said, go out and enjoy ourselves, go and entertain, let's enjoy playing cricket again. And they've done that, and now, okay, we've got to that stage, our minds are freer, we're confident where we're playing. Now we're going to focus on actually playing kind of a bit more grown-up cricket than that, and certainly a bit more responsible and not just one-dimensional.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of examples of the threat of Bazball. Ben Stokes walks out with, well, hopefully it's just cram. And Jadeja's, who's, you know, he hasn't found that comfortable, had 6 men on the boundary. Like, he's walked back out with 6 men on the boundary. That's the effect of what the last 2 years has. Another thing, I'm just a bit of a change of subject, but Joe Root, to go, you're just saying where everyone's saying how bad that dressing room was. That was under his leadership.
Yeah.
And then to hear everyone saying what a great place this is now and how great this side's developing, it still must irk him a little bit. Even though he's got England's leading.
You ever talked to him about it?
Well, I haven't. He's England's leading captain in terms of wins as well.
Yeah.
So that's still an incredible stat. And yet everyone talks, everyone talks about how great this era is under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum.
Well, he said it himself. Joe said it.
And it's still, and I don't know, every single day you hear that, you think, God.
I just, if you think back to that, you know, Joe Root had to deal with so much as a captain. England were trying to win the White Ball World Cup, so all the eggs were in the white ball basket, and then COVID hit.
Yeah, but it's still there though. It's still getting mentioned, and yet he's gone out as a batsman with all that there, and it's in the and he's gone to another level.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do think, Alistair, that look, the captaincy, he did it because England needed him to do it for that period. I still don't think it sat with him perfectly, and I think by being back in the ranks, being the number 4, just the batter, in and amongst a group of people that are just saying, go and have some fun and enjoy it, I think that's really freed him up to enjoy playing and batting and being that senior figure in the team.
Right, the latest victim approaches. It's going to be Ollie Pope. He's always cheerful.
Yeah, he is.
Isn't he? So he'll be putting the headphones on in a second. I think we've chatted to him a couple of times in this series already. So on go the headphones. Grab that microphone, Ollie, and good evening to you.
Good evening, how are we?
Well, I'm very well indeed. I said you're always cheerful. I think you're pretty cheerful this evening, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm very, very happy with how today went. I'm obviously in a really good position to watch Joe go and break some more records. Was awesome to see, and yeah, really good day for us.
Yeah, and you yourself, again, and we talked to Zach Crawley yesterday, and we're watching his technique being analysed on that big television screen there before he came to talk to us, and a bit of similar thing going on with you. How do you think you played in this innings?
Yeah, pretty happy with how I played. Adapted my game slightly to the conditions. Annoyed with how my innings ended. Probably a ball that I should have hit for 4. But other than that, no, I felt like my game's in pretty good order. I didn't feel in my best rhythm the last couple of weeks. So yeah, for me to kind of feel good out there and put a decent score on the board, yeah, was pretty pleasing.
Go on then, tell us about what it's like to bat with Joe Root. He put on best part of 150 together. He keeps knocking out these records. Isn't he? But what's he like to actually bat with?
Yeah, no, he's really good to bat with. I think we had 1 or 2 close run-out calls, but other than that, no, it was good fun. He's pretty chilled. I think once we're both in and kind of feeling good out there, we can have a bit of a laugh. But no, I try and learn as much as I can off him growing up. So I think the way he kind of talks about batting, and I guess here as well, the different ends. There's obviously been a fair bit of bounce from one end and then a few shoot the other end. So yeah, just talking about kind of situations like that is really good to learn off.
And do you find yourself standing at the non-striker's end and just every now and then going, cool, wow, at a stroke as he plays, or a difficult ball that he negotiates or something like that? I mean, is there something about his game that surprises you?
I think it's kind of the simplicity of it that is the best thing about his game. I mean, he hits some gorgeous shots, obviously, but I think it's the ease sometimes when he's batting well that he makes things look, and I sometimes have to remind him, even batting with him at Lord's last week, that some of us don't find it always as easy as that. Yes. So you've got to got to help me out too. But no, he's a joy to watch. I think when he's playing at his best, everything's in pretty much exactly the right place, and the way he works at his game is no surprise that the rewards he's had over his whole career, but especially the last 4 or 5 years.
We've been crunching some numbers up here. We can only guess, Ollie, but we reckon about 2.5 years. If he plays for 2.5 years, he could overtake Sachin Tendulkar. It's all obviously a bit vague. Can you see him going on for 2.5 years? Is he driven?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think he absolutely loves it. I think playing for England, playing Test cricket is for someone who's played as much as he has. I think the excitement he gets for it is still remarkable. And I'm sure he's still got a lot he wants to achieve. I think winning games for him's he says it's definitely the most important thing, but no, the hunger he has for scoring runs and helping the team win games is amazing, and I can't see that ending anytime soon.
Well, that's good news. Now, what about this pitch? You got a couple of difficult ones there, didn't you? So a couple of bounced, a couple kept very low.
Yeah. I think it's obviously broken up slightly quicker than we would have anticipated. And look, obviously he's played pretty well today, but I think it's pretty obvious that over the next day or two that's gonna become quite tough to bat on. So for us, I think in the morning, obviously it's just about putting as many runs on the board as we can. There's going to be a few that shoot and a couple that bounce, and there's a little bit of turn as the game goes on as well. So hopefully we can get a bit of luck with that one when it comes to bowling and push on a few more runs in the morning.
So you're batting on?
Yeah. I mean, from what I'm aware, there's no plans to declare as of yet. So no, I think the plan will be get as many runs as we can.
Just the last word, Ollie Stokes and his leg. Do you know any word on that? Is it just cramp?
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, he's just been cramping. I think he's obviously been through a lot this series. He's bowled some serious overs and batted for a good while as well. So I think it's probably just a bit of a build-up with that. But from what I'm aware, it's just cramps. So I think he'll be good to go tomorrow.
Well played, Ollie. Pleasure watching you. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, Agus. Thanks.
Bye. There we go. Ollie Pope down there on the boundary edge. It's always cheerful, Ollie. It's always
he's played well. I mean, he said it himself. He said he struggled in the last couple of tests. He's just found his rhythm hard to find. And then another thing he said, he adapted to the conditions. That's another word that I don't think we heard from the Baz bowlers. That's exactly what you require in Test match cricket, is that conditions change by the hour, particularly with the Duke ball in the UK with the clouds around. This morning it was a nice bright day, but the ball was scooting around and the odd ball bouncing. You had to have strong defence, and they're clearly going to try and challenge his forward defence. That's what all teams are going to do to Ollie Pope, try and get the ball nipping back and try and say to him, can you play a forward defence with balance? You know what, today he did. So he has to carry on that with over the next few months, and there's always difficult times in Test match cricket because it's not easy. But what I like is character. Zach Crawley's shown a lot of character this week. Yes. Ollie Pope shown character. And for England to be successful, obviously this series they've shown a lot of character, but for England to be successful in Australia, their characters will be tested. But so far this summer we've seen a lot of character from some players that we've questioned, and they've been a bit vulnerable, and there's been a bit of doubt. And just things have happened at the right time. I'll keep going back. Shoaib Bashir getting injured. It's never nice for a player, but it's a good injury for England just to see Liam Dawson. Liam Dawson went out to bat, and I'm looking, he looks a good player. Yes. He's going to hang around. He's going to be able to get a few runs, and obviously he's bowling in the second innings when the pitch is starting to tweak a little bit. It's going to be good for England to see Liam Dawson spinning the ball tomorrow. So things are just happening quite nicely. The jigsaw, the pieces are coming together.
Well, that's and we talked at the start of this series, didn't we, about not sort of ignoring the fact that this is a big series, but Australia is out there and the Ashes and all of that. Actually, things are slotting into place, aren't they? And you mentioned like Crawley and Pope, and sort of improvements are being made here and there, because whether people shout and scream, don't mention the Ashes, of course he got to look at it. Of course he got to end this series with more places and more pieces of that jigsaw put together.
There's more questions answered is what you wanted. If they had a poor series here, that throws so many more questions going to Australia, and sides who win in Australia in general are the ones who are really settled, and there are. And you'd say now England's top 7, they know if everyone's fit will be this top 7, and that as a side gives you real confidence, and I think the bowlers are starting to work a little pattern. I think they're going to need all their bowlers in Australia. Actually, I think it's not going to be just start like Australia do, that their 4 seamers are going to be if they're fit. I think England are going to have to use all the variations, and that will help England stay fresh.
Right, you two have got to go and put your makeup on and go and do television highlights. So it'll take a while. Off you go. We'll see you. We'll see you later on. We're going to get Phil Tufflin and Prakash in here to reflect on that third day, which sees England 186 runs ahead, having added 319 for the loss of those 5 wickets. Bit of news from the Indian camp. The Indian bowling coach Morning Morkel has confirmed that Bumrah rolled his ankle on the dressing room staircase. I mean, goodness sake. We saw there was something wrong, but dear me. Yeah, and Siraj rolled his in a foothole. And that despite them all coming out and shoveling and mallets and everything else. So, Prakash, that's not a great sign. That's things starting to go a bit wrong, isn't it?
Yes, and these are things obviously you can't control, but what do they say? When things go well, everything falls into place. When they start going a little bit off, then little things like this also happen. So India have got a huge mountain to climb. Even to sort of assert themselves in this game is far away, but can they fight? Can they make it hard for England to achieve what seems inevitable, but in what way they play today, and so what way they play tomorrow, I think, is going to determine whether the Oval Test is going to have the same passion or not.
Yeah. What do you think, Tuff? But what do you think of India? So we talked a lot about England. What did you think of India?
Well, they turned up this morning having to win the day, didn't they, really, to get back into this Test match. And I think England didn't allow them to do that. You know, we've been talking about Bazball, tweak it, just rein it in, use your cricket brain and what have you. And I think England did that. Helps when you've got a Joe Root. Yes. It just seems to manage the situation beautifully. And they weren't really allowed to get their teeth into the day, if you know what I'm trying to say. I think sometimes they looked a bit toothless, but, you know, injuries and what have you. I can remember Philip de Freitas pulled a groin getting out of the bath. You know, that's when things start going wrong.
Well, it is.
Yeah. And I just think, they just let it drift a bit, perhaps. Surprised I didn't see more of Washington Sundar.
Yes, that was very odd.
I couldn't quite understand it. What was it, the 69th over he came on to bowl beautifully at Lord's. Now, OK, sometimes the skipper gets a little bit blinded and he has plans and he obviously weren't in them, but then you've got backroom staff there just to go, well, come on, you know, give Washington a bowl. But he
got 2 wickets, so he did come on.
Well, there you go. And just sort of got India back into the game a bit. But tricky day for India. They'll be tired.
Yeah, but you know, just to back up what Tuffers is saying, I think if you go back to the selection of the 11, yes, hindsight is great, no question. But the fact is, with due respect to the young lad, I mean, Anshul Kamboj, there's no point in us saying he's bowled not well or badly or whatever word we want to use. He's given an India cap, he gets a great opportunity, he's going to do his best. He probably did his best, no questions. But the fact is, was he the right choice? If Shardul Thakur is going to be bowled X number of overs only, then you might as well play Kuldeep Yadav, who's an attacking option. Yeah. I'm not saying the result would have been different.
Might have been interesting on this pitch, though.
May well have.
Yeah.
And if you're going to play someone as your third or fourth seamer, then is Prasidh Krishna and his experience, at least his pace, a factor that goes in. So I'm not sure what exactly the Indian backroom staff and management is thinking about. Maybe someday we'll know. But at this point in time, it's very, very confusing.
Yeah, I mean, how many overs did Thakur and Kamboj bowl?
I know a man who knows.
Yeah, not many.
Well, overall in the innings, Thakur's bowled 11, only 6 today. Kamboj 18, only 8 today.
Well, I mean, that kind of sums it up nicely. 6, only bowled 6 today.
Yeah.
You know.
While you're on, Andy, let's have some Roots. Come on.
Well, Root stats today. So he jumped from 5th on the all-time run scoring list to 2nd in the course of that innings, overtaking some of the all-time legends of batting: Rahul Dravid of India, Jacques Kallis of South Africa, and Ricky Ponting of Australia. It was his 104th 50 in tests. That took him clear of Kallis and Ponting into 2nd place behind Sachin Tendulkar, who he also trails, as you mentioned, in the most runs in Test cricket history. His 38th century puts him joint 4th with Sangakkara on the all-time list, and his 16th 150 that puts him joint 5th on the list of most 150s in Test history. It's 1,200 against India, which puts him, I think, joint 3rd in most hundreds against a specific opponent. 700s in his last 10 tests in England against India, which is a really extraordinary run. And we're looking at his improvement, and it's something we've talked about sort of quite a lot in recent years, the way that he's improved his game since the start of 2021, when he was still captain and had a bumper year in a year when almost the rest of England's batting pretty much failed completely. Since the start of that year, 38 50-plus scores, 21 centuries. So his conversion rate well over 50%. Prior to that, he'd converted 17 out of 66, only just over a quarter. And it'd been something that, when people talked about the great batters of modern cricket, was something sort of pointed out as a bit of a shortcoming on Root's record. Well, he has completely rectified that. It was the 14th century in the series altogether. Which is only the 4th series in England with 14 hundreds in, and we've still got, I think plenty of time to break the all-time record of 15, which is in the 3-test series against India in 1990. And just one little curiosity from England had 5 scores of 70 or more for only the 3rd time in their test history. 2 stumpings by Dhruv Jurel, the sub-wicket keeper. England's numbers 4 and 5. It's only the 2nd time in the last 30 years and the 5th time in the last 75 years that England have had 2 stumpings in a home test innings. The only other time they've had their numbers 4 and 5 stumped in an innings was in 1935 against South Africa. Wally Hammond and Maurice Leyland, 2 of the greats of that period of English cricket, stumped by a South African wicketkeeper called Jock Cameron, who tragically died later that same year. And Dhruv Jurel has now taken 2 of the 5 stumpings made by substitutes in the history of Test cricket.
Right, thank you, Russ, indeed for that. I'm sure he's dining out on that tonight. Or maybe not. They're batting on, Tuffers. Surprise you?
No, not really. I mean, keep them out there, keep them turning up tomorrow, India. Not quite knowing what's going on. Put the bowling boots out there, drag yourself out again, and get yourself some more runs. Why not? There's lots of time left in the day. Bit of rain around might come into it, perhaps. It might be in the back of Ben Stone's mind. Perhaps let's just kick on a little bit, but just keep going.
They're looking vulnerable, Prakash, aren't they?
More than vulnerable. I think the question really, like I said at the top, is India going to be able to find the resolve in this situation with everything that's happened to be able to apply themselves and make England fight hard?